Li Huang held the pestle, using it to rhythmically pound the mortar, slowly breaking down a mud-covered green rock into powder. Despite the cave being cold and humid, the only thing covering him was an overall woven from rough fabric. Still, he did not seem to be bothered by it. He was not the only one in the cave. Around him were people roughly the same age, with their hair tied up and wearing the same apparel. The only difference between them and him was that everyone else was either visibly disabled or had some sort of medical condition, such as albinism or polio. Everyone here was different. It was as if this cave was a twisted museum displaying the various ailments that could affect a human. All of them were engaged in the same task as Li Huang, using the mortar to pound raw ingredients into powder. Some were pounding golden rocks, while others were grinding herbs. Although it looked like everyone was diligently doing their assigned task, a few seemed less focused. Suddenly a girl's scream was heard, causing everyone to turn toward her. In a corner of the cave, a hair-lipped young man was grinning maliciously while attempting to hug a girl with albinism. "It's okay, let me play with you for a bit, just a little bit." Hey. Li Huang ignored the commotion and kept his eyes closed, focused on his own task. The girl's cries grew louder and louder. The commotion started to annoy Li Huang. He tightened his grip on the mortar. Then a dull sound of rock hitting bone reverberated through the cave. The young man stumbled backward, startled and stunned by the impact. He immediately clutched the wounded area on his head, grimacing in pain. The girl who had escaped her predicament held down her shirt and hid behind Li Huang. "You are so dead, don't you know what the master is like? He'll kill you once he finds out." The young man shouted furiously, threatening Li Huang. "And what does that master think he is? He is insignificant." Li Huang's statement caused everyone to stop working. The entire cave fell into complete silence. No one had expected him to utter such words. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Li Huang took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. "What's happening to me? Why am I so angry with them? This isn't how I usually act. I can't let them affect my emotions. That wasn't the real me. I need to calm down." Just as Li Huang was trying to regain his composure, a voice called out for him from the entrance. "Disciple Li, Disciple Wang, our master has summoned both of you," shouted a young man. The young man who shouted the order held a higher rank than Li Huang, evident from the green Taoist robe he wore. The robe, though ancient and faded, was still in a better condition than what Li Huang wore. The man brandished a horsetail whisk and observed the other disciples, his eyes filled with arrogance. Seeing the young Taoist, the man with the bleeding head laughed loudly. "Ha, you are dead. Today's the day to meet our master." Li Huang completely ignored him and alongside the other disciple, Disciple Wang, walked toward the entrance. Disciple Wang had a deformed mouth, skewed sideways with drool leaking from the corner of her lips. Her face was pale and she appeared quite unhealthy. Li Huang had just taken 2 steps when someone tugged at his shirt. When he turned around, he saw it was the girl with albinism. Tears streamed down her face as she shook her head, her eyes filled with fear. Li Huang ignored her, shook her off and continued walking. The cave they were in was the preparation room. Exiting the preparation room, they entered a larger cave. This cave was riddled with entrances to other smaller caves similar to the preparation room. Based on the unevenness of the cave, it was evident that the one who made this place wasn't particularly skillful. The entire cave system was quite vast, with tunnels leading in all directions, almost like an ant colony. Above the entrances to the smaller caves, rotten wooden planks were nailed, each excellently carved with different names: the Spiritual Palace, the Judgment Hall, the Memorial Palace, and the 4 Heavenly Palace. The entire cave system was designed to resemble a proper martial dojo. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the girl beside Li Huang took out a black item and handed it to him. "Want some candy?" she asked blankly. Li Huang frowned. He knew that she was mentally challenged, so despite being irritated, he took the candy and tucked it into his clothing. Seeing that Li Huang accepted the candy, she took out another piece and put it in her own mouth, chuckling and saying, "Master is great. Master gives us candy." Li Huang remained silent as they continued walking. 15 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. A giant black furnace appeared before their eyes. Green smoke billowed from the furnace, rising toward a hole in the cave ceiling. The furnace almost resembled a small metallic hill. As they approached it, the furnace grew larger and larger until Li Huang was engulfed in its shadow. It gave off a very oppressive feeling. But the oppressive feeling wasn't only due to the furnace, it was also because of the hunchbacked figure that stood in front of it. Wearing a blue Taoist robe, the figure had his white hair tied up and was adorned with a crown, giving him a sage-like appearance. He too was pounding something with a pestle, similar to what Li Huang had been doing earlier. However, the difference was that the pestle he wielded was enormous, almost resembling a giant pillar. The pestle rose and fell, the echoing sound of rock being pounded reverberating through the chamber. "Ma's master." The girl stammered, holding her left thumb with her right hand and covering it with her remaining fingers. She brought both her hands close to her chest and bowed, her eyes filled with respect. The sound of the pounding abruptly ceased as she spoke. Even though Li Huang had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help being startled when he saw the figure turn around. When viewed from the front, the Taoist presented a strikingly different impression. While his posture appeared noble and sage-like from behind, he was an ugly man. Cracked and distorted lips revealed his few remaining teeth. "You are here, good girl. You've kept me waiting," he exclaimed, leaping into the air, his dirty robes fluttering in the wind. He then gripped her by her neck with a single hand and jumped back to the mortar. Before she could even utter a sound, he tossed her into the stone urn, seized the pestle, and slammed it down into the stone urn with a twisted expression. The girl let out a scream, which abruptly halted. Meanwhile, he kept pounding. Blood and flesh splattered across his face and body, yet he paid it no mind as he started chanting fervently. "Fire ox extends my life, fire pig shields my soul, wood rat protects my body, wood dog maintains my form, wood monkey anchors my life, wood horse protects my soul, wood dragon anchors my spirit." Once the girl had been completely ground into a paste, he held up the stone urn, which weighed hundreds of kilograms, and poured its contents into the furnace. Excitement filled his eyes as he raised both hands into the air. "Start the furnace and refine the pill." Upon hearing this command, two young female assistants, their faces covered in an excessive amount of makeup, emerged from the shadows. One began fanning the flames, while the other added secondary ingredients into the furnace, various types of stone powders and wriggling lifeforms. A peculiar scent soon filled the air, however. It was strangely pleasant for the nose. The master closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and stroked the last few strands of hair that made up his beard. A satisfied expression soon appeared on his ugly face. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes and placed his hands behind his back before turning toward Li Huang. "So I heard you called me insignificant. Is that true?" The atmosphere around them froze instantly. Staring at the master, who wouldn't hesitate in the slightest when taking a life, Li Huang remained motionless. He closed his eyes and focused on calming his breath. "You can't deceive me. All of this is a fabrication. It's all fake. Are you mute? Speak." The master's voice grew louder, accompanied by the sound of his approaching footsteps. As he drew nearer, the pungent stench of rotting flesh assaulted Li Huang's nostrils. Li Huang shuddered and clenched his teeth, summoning all his strength to open his eyes, and when he did, the dark cave around him vanished. He found himself in a brightly lit room filled with fresh air. It was a hospital ward. At that moment, Li Huang glanced down and realized that he was tightly bound to a bed with leather belts. "Phew, I've finally returned." Li Huang sighed in relief before calling out into the microphone installed at the headboard. A few moments passed before his attending physician came into the room, holding a white tablet. The physician was accompanied by a nurse. "How are you feeling, little Li? Are there any changes in the hallucinations?" The doctor sat on a stool and asked in a kind voice. "In the hallucination, I was stuck in the same place and doing the same thing as last time. However, this time that bald master cruelly killed a person right in front of me and attempted to use her body parts to refine a pill." Li Huang described his hallucinations in detail. The attending physician nodded, taking notes on the tablet. Li Huang thought about something and hesitated before asking, "Doctor, what do you mean when you say a different hallucination? How does it reflect my psychological and subconscious status? Does all of it mean something?" "No, you do not need to care about such things. It is much more important to take note of how long your hallucinations last as well as your mental stability." The doctor shook his head and avoided the question. "Since this is a hallucination, you must always remember that it is not real. You have already recovered from your psychosensory disorder, so you must not regress. Every time you enter a hallucination, you must always follow the logic of that world. With the help of our treatment, you should be able to recover soon." Li Huang's heart pounded upon hearing this. This was the key to being discharged from the hospital, so he could not afford to be careless. Meanwhile, the doctor did not forget to cheer his patient up. "Actually, you've already recovered quite a lot. When you were admitted, you couldn't even differentiate between the real world and your hallucinations. You are on track to recovery, so keep it up. Keep fighting." While the two of them were conversing, the soft sound of footsteps echoed from the direction of the door. Both of them turned at the same time and saw a girl peeking into the room. She was wearing a black turtleneck. She looked to be 16 or 17, an age where she was like a flower ready to blossom. Her skin was white as jade, her straight black hair covering her shoulders like a dark waterfall. She looked as pretty as a flower in bloom. Both teenagers wanted to say something, but no words came out. Meanwhile, the doctor chuckled. He knew what was going on, and so he just adjusted his glasses and promptly left the room. "I still have something to do, so I will leave the two of you alone. Oh right, don't forget to take your medicine on time, little Li." As soon as the doctor left, the young girl walked into the room. Both of them smiled at each other as Li Huang felt a warm feeling in his heart. All his concerns about his illness were quickly forgotten. "Stop smiling. You look ugly when you smile like that. I brought you a little something. It's the homework assigned to us by our dear teacher." The girl smiled slyly, revealing a sling bag made from cloth behind her. Seeing this, Li Huang's smile disappeared immediately. Nana, we are childhood friends. Is this how you are going to repay me? Yang Na turned around and closed the door before taking out a portable game console and waving it in front of him cheekily. Of course, there's also this. Call me Big Sister, and I will give it to you. Hee hee. Big Sis, my dear sister, you are my one and only Big Sister. Li Huang excitedly ran up to her and took the gaming console from her hand. He was bored out of his mind staying within the psychiatric hospital. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he might end up going crazy from boredom. Don't play too much and make sure to do your homework. Yang Na sat beside the bed and reminded Li Huang. Yeah, said Li Huang, while fully concentrating on the flashing screen. Her white, slender fingers tugged at his blue and white hospital gown as she said, Hey, don't forget about our promise. Li Huang momentarily paused his game and looked up at her. His face was filled with determination as he said, Yeah, we promised each other that we will enter the same university. Seeing him staring at her with such determination, Yang Na lowered her head shyly, and her voice became as soft as a mosquito as she said, Okay, please recover soon. I will be waiting for you. Li Huang suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Her face was red, but she did not stop him. She just closed her eyes and whispered, Pervert, under her breath. Both of them did not move. They were already content even if all they got to do was just hug like this. After they had spent some time together, Yang Na had to leave. She was now in her 3rd year of high school, a very important year of her life. It was a luxury to free up half a day from her schedule. While her visits were short, Li Huang always appreciated them. To him, she was a ray of sunlight in his miserable life. Let me send you out. Li Huang stood up from his bed, still in his blue and white hospital gown, and wore the white sandals that were prepared for him by the hospital. Just as he walked her to the door, he felt that something was wrong. He noticed a mortar on the table beside his bed. Li Huang took 2 steps back in surprise. When he checked again, he saw that the mortar had transformed into his meal box. Are you okay? Looking at how startled he was, Yang Na started getting concerned. Seeing her worried face, Li Huang grinned mischievously. Haha, fooled you, were you scared? Yang Na puffed out her cheeks in anger and pinched his waist. You are already so old yet still like to act like a child. To think you would pull a childish prank like this. Wait, don't be mad, I was just trying to cheer you up. He tried to grab her hands, but she easily shook him off. After multiple attempts, he finally succeeded in grabbing her hands. When the other patients who were sunbathing in the courtyard saw both of them, they grinned. Ah, how good must it be to be young and in love. They walked quite slowly but still arrived at the entrance soon enough. Standing at the entrance, Yang Na turned and looked at him reluctantly. I will come back again next week, so please be well. No, you don't need to come. I know that you must be under immense stress due to all the studying you have to do right now. You only have half a day off every week. Don't waste it on me. Yang Na raised her feet and gently stepped on Li Huang's sandals, her lashes fluttering gently as she blinked. You dummy. Don't try to make it sound like I can't handle it. I have never dropped from the top 3 spots in our class, so I have never had any stress. Li Huang held his chest, showing a pained expression. Such harsh words, my lady. Yang Na chuckled and lightly punched him before leaving the hospital. She then walked toward the bus station just across the hospital. Li Huang stood at the entrance of the hospital until she got on the bus and disappeared from his view. Slowly, the smile on his face disappeared. He was concerned about what he had just seen, and so he quickly went to the doctor's office. An hour later, Li Huang was turning and tossing in his bed. He was concerned about his future with Yang Na. A new set of medications had been prescribed to him and was now placed on his table. The mortar that he had seen, as well as Yang Na's smile, were constantly on his mind. What if my illness worsens? What if I am not discharged before the National Higher Education Entrance Examination? Then I would not be able to enter the same university as Yang Na. Even though he was stuck within the hospital, he still knew about the rumors. In the eyes of the people outside, he was nothing but a crazy man. To think that his childhood friend, Yang Na, would confess to him a day before he was admitted to the hospital, despite knowing that something was wrong with him. Yang Na is an amazing girl, so as a man, I must not let her down. This can't be right. I've been following the doctor's orders, so why have my hallucinations been getting worse? Should I transfer to another hospital? But this is already my 3rd one. There should be nothing wrong with Dr. Lee's treatment. Dad had told me that he was the best. All these thoughts continued to plague his mind before he finally gave up on thinking and sat up. He took out the textbooks and exercise books that Yang Na had delivered to him and started studying. He wanted to use complex theorems to drown out his ever-growing thoughts. Late into the night, he started completing his homework. After completing a mock exam sheet for English, he stretched his back and rubbed his temples. Yawn, what time is it? It should be pretty late. Li Huang wore his slippers before heading to the toilet. He needed to sleep soon. Just as he walked toward the toilet while yawning and scratching his chest, his right hand felt something weird and paused. He looked down at his gown and saw something black and sticky stuck to his chest. That color looked quite familiar. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind. He touched the object and licked his finger. A bitter taste that was accompanied by a hint of sweetness caused his pupils to shrink in surprise. This was the piece of candy that the mentally challenged disciple had given to him. An object that should have only existed in his hallucination had appeared in reality. Once he confirmed that the piece of candy was the real deal, Li Huang's heart started pounding. I need to tell Dr. Li. However, as soon as he was about to take his first step, he stopped himself. Soon, other thoughts flooded his mind. He knew that the piece of candy was not the only thing that he had seen within his hallucination. There were other items as well, and some of them were way more valuable. As he savored the sweetness of the candy in his mouth, he shuffled around his ward. This is a chance. Both me and Yangna can become rich. Heck, I could even reach the peak of my life. He quickly realized the implications of all this. I mustn't tell Dr. Li. The last thing I need right now is for me to be dragged into a lab to be dissected. Plus, this is not something that would fall under his jurisdiction. But still, this is not something that I can be hasty about. I have to understand the logic behind this phenomenon. A plan started to hatch within his mind. Just as he was formulating a plan, the room around him started to distort, slowly fading away. Huang had already grown accustomed to this phenomenon. He quickly shoved his homework and textbooks into his bag and threw it toward a corner of the room to avoid it being torn apart while he was in the hallucination. He promptly pressed the red button beside his bed, and several nurses immediately barged into the room seconds later. They restrained him on the bed. When he opened his eyes once again, he was back inside the cold and dark cave. The other malformed disciples were staring at him curiously. He sat up from the cold stone floor and once again surveyed his surroundings to gain a new understanding. Even if this was just a hallucination, everything around him felt like treasures placed within a vault. Maybe he wasn't sick. Maybe he had acquired a strange power that even the doctors did not know about. Maybe I'm not sick. Yes, that's right. I'm not sick. He had long suffered from his ailment, facing discrimination from everyone no matter where he went. It was as if ever since he was afflicted with hallucinations, he was no longer a human but a mutant. Just the mere thought of finally being free from that stigma and discrimination excited him. Li Huang, now in quite a good mood, chuckled as he approached a bald guy near him. Haha, this is interesting. What are you guys gathering around and loitering for? Quickly go and get back to work. If the guiding drug that was requested by Master isn't ready and ruins his chance at becoming an immortal, he will skin all of you alive. A spiteful voice echoed from the entrance. Li Huang turned toward the voice and saw that it was the same Taoist who had summoned him before, Xuan Yang. He was still arrogant as ever. It was as if it was a disgrace for him to speak to all of them. Seeing Li Huang's fearlessness, Xuan Yang felt that his authority was being challenged. He shook the horsetail whisk in his hand and confronted him. Disciple Li, to think that you did not end up becoming a part of the guiding drug for Master. It's quite a shame. Meanwhile, Li Huang couldn't even be bothered to pay attention to his words. All his attention was placed on a jade pendant attached to Xuan Yang's waist. This must be an antique. If I were to get my hands on it and bring it back to the real world, it would be worth quite a lot of money, right? But how should I do it? Should I just take it and place it near my chest, just like I did with that candy? When Xuan Yang saw Li Huang remain silent, he mistook it to mean that Li Huang was afraid of him. He scoffed and left the cave. Staring at Xuan Yang's back, Li Huang thought about his plan. He wanted to take the jade pendant and see if he could bring it back to the real world. The easiest way to do so was to steal it at night. That is a really nice jade pendant, and soon it will be mine. At that moment, a white hand, one that was slightly reflecting the dim light within the cave, gently tugged at Li Huang's sleeve. At the same time, a soft voice spoke to him. Disciple Lei, quickly get back to work, or you won't be able to eat. Li Huang turned and saw that it was the girl suffering from albinism that he had helped out before. He thought about something before taking out the partially melted black candy and placing it in her hand. Then he went back to his place and picked up the pestle, continuing with his work. Currently, he couldn't afford to do something out of character, be it at the hospital or within the hallucination. He must not tell anyone about this shocking power. He planned to slowly explore the rules of this power before deciding on his next move. The mundane task of grinding up drugs finally came to an end for the day. It was soon late at night. Amidst the darkness and the sound of snoring, Li Huang opened his eyes. It was dark. There were no windows, nor were there any lights. He had to slowly feel the cave and navigate toward the exit. He first came up to his workstation and picked up the powder of a green rock that he had ground earlier. It was glowing softly, providing just enough light to walk around the cave. Even though he looked extremely conspicuous within the completely dark cave, he didn't care. Even if I am found out, I will just return to the hospital. I have a way to escape this, so there is nothing to fear, he assured himself as he walked in the cave by himself. The hallucination was something brought about by himself, so how could he be afraid of it? He was fearless even though he couldn't control the hallucination. The cave was large, but since Li Huang had been here for quite some time, he could navigate it pretty easily. He soon arrived in Xuan Yang's small cave. It was simple, but the large bed that he had all for himself was enough to show how much authority he had compared to the rest of them. Li Huang was surprised to see that Xuan Yang wasn't in the cave. However, his clothes were here. Li Huang couldn't care less and immediately grabbed the jade pendant from the Taoist robe. He sneaked out of the cave and carefully examined the jade pendant under the dim light from the green stone powder. The jade pendant was surprisingly smooth and clear. Images of clouds and intricate patterns were carved onto the jade. Even an amateur could tell that this was excellent quality jade. As he carefully examined the jade pendant, Li Huang grew happier and happier. If he could truly bring it back to the real world, both his and Yang Na's university tuition fee of 4 years could be easily paid off. Hehe, Miss Yang Na, get ready to become a rich lady. Li Huang muttered those words before placing the jade pendant within his clothing and leaving. Up until this point, everything had progressed quite smoothly. Just as he reached the entrance, he encountered a group of people going up a flight of stairs. They were almost the same age as Li Huang and consisted of both boys and girls. Fear covered their faces as they were illuminated by a flickering torch. Both parties were surprised and none of them made any noise for quite some time. In the end, Li Huang was the one who broke the silence first. He raised the hand that held the green rock powder and illuminated them. Xuan Yang, your clothes. Were you assigned to the preparation room? It was not only Xuan Yang. The rest of them also had responsibilities assigned in different sectors. One of them was even the one who had fanned the furnace before. But regardless of what their usual responsibilities were, they were all wearing clothes made from coarse fabric. None of them had anything else on them except their clothes. Xuan Yang was not as arrogant as he was during the daytime. His expression quickly changed before he approached Li Huang and whispered, "Let's go. We need to leave now. It's time to leave this place. I've already bribed the disciple guarding the entrance to the cave. Leave. Ooh, you guys are trying to." Before Li Huang could even finish his sentence, Xuan Yang had already covered his mouth. As Xuan Yang covered Li Huang's mouth, the others holding torches swarmed up, staring unkindly at him. "Aren't you leaving? Then you'll die here today. We'll not allow you to report back to that baldy." Li Huang was surprisingly calm in the face of his life and death predicament. Rolling his eyes, he silently cursed the sudden turn of events in his hallucination. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the hospital, bound by a wide belt onto the bed. The other disciples surrounding him had vanished. "Nurse Wang, I'm awake. Can you untie me?" Li Huang called out into the microphone, calling for the nurse on the night shift. He eagerly wanted to see if that jade pendant was still in his clothes. However, there was no response even after he shouted for some time. Li Huang knew that Nurse Wang liked to slack off and was probably engrossed in secretly watching Mary Sue TV dramas and not paying attention. Li Huang looked down at his chest under the blue and white hospital gown. He desperately tried to twist and turn, attempting to use the pressure to feel whether the jade pendant was still within his clothes. Unfortunately, his body was restrained quite tightly, and while he felt it sometimes, at other times he couldn't feel it. After trying a few more times, he gave up. Li Huang yawned he could only lie on the bed and pray that Nurse Wang would eventually glance at the surveillance screen after she had finished her drama. It was already late at night, and even the second floor that housed the critically ill patients was very quiet. Amidst this silence, Li Huang dozed off. When he woke up, he found himself lying on the ground inside the icy cave. He was still in the same place, but the group of people plotting their escape was nowhere to be seen. "Tusk, just this group of NPCs wanted to deal with me," Li Huang said as he pulled out the jade pendant from his pocket and gently flipped it over before putting it back. After a while, he returned to the large dormitory and laid on a pile of dry grass, waiting patiently for the arrival of dawn. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep, and so he spent his time contemplating the value of the jade pendant. Li Huang didn't know how much time had passed since there were no clocks around. When he saw the disciples beside him start stirring, he sat up as well. It's morning now, so Nurse Wang should have changed shifts as well. Should I go back and take a look first? Nurse AI is a lot more professional than her. Just as Li Huang was sorting his thoughts, urgent footsteps were heard from the entrance. A Taoist disciple frantically entered. He had a top knot and was dressed in a black Taoist robe. "Hurry, Master wants everyone to gather at Huiyan Palace." This sudden command perplexed everyone, but they had no reason to delay since it was Master who wanted them to be there. Soon, all the disciples had gathered in the biggest cave in Huiyan Palace. Torches illuminated the confusion on their faces. Li Huang noticed that there were a few people missing from the group. Even besides Xuan Yang, some of the Baldy Master's personal disciples were nowhere to be seen. Oh, they also tried to escape with Xuan Yang's group, Li Huang thought, silently watching the spectacle unfold. At that moment, an ugly person stepped out from a dark tunnel, and all the Taoist disciples besides Li Huang instinctively lowered their heads. This was their master, Dan Yangzi. This cough caused everyone to tense up. There was an escape attempt late last night, and 2 of my very own personal disciples were involved in it as well. I am deeply saddened. His words expressed sorrow, but the hostility on his face was palpable. Li Huang scoffed inwardly. They were discovered just like that. Xuan Yang and that bunch are really lousy. No one dared to make any sound as they followed Dan Yangzi. Following him, they traversed caverns large and small and crossed a turbulent underground river. Soon they arrived at a damp classroom-sized cavern. Li Huang saw those who had attempted to escape last night. Not a single person was missing, and they were all tied up in a corner. Initially they were dejected, but started struggling agitatedly when they saw their master. However, the pieces of cloth in their mouths prevented them from speaking. Dan Yangzi couldn't be bothered to listen to their pleas, and gestured with one hand, pointing forward with a finger. Open. A large hole suddenly opened up in the smooth floor of the cavern, and those who had tried to escape last night instantly fell inside it. This was followed with muffled shouts and hysterical cries echoing from within the hole, together with the sound of flesh being torn apart. Faced with this terrifying scene, many of the Taoist disciples trembled with fear and wished that they could look away, move closer and observe closely. This is the fate of those who try to escape. Dan Yangzi's words caused everyone's faces to turn a few shades paler. No one dared to disobey master's orders, and everyone came to the edge of the pit. The inside of the pit was completely dark. The pitch-black circular hole was like a whirlpool that wanted to pull everyone in. After observing carefully, Li Huang saw a black cauldron within the hole, with twisted talismans on its rim. There seemed to be something moving within the cauldron, but Li Huang could not make out what it was. The only thing he could distinctly take note of was a nauseating stench of blood. Whatever was inside the cauldron, it was definitely extremely dangerous. Logically, something belonging to this hallucination shouldn't be able to harm me. Nothing like that has ever happened before. He still felt anxious despite comforting himself, and prepared himself to return to the hospital at any time. Whoosh. At that moment, a wriggling shadow shot out from within the hole, swiftly coiling around a disciple beside Li Huang and dragging him down into the hole. Everyone was frightened, swiftly retreating back to the smooth walls of the cavern. They would have long since started running if not for the fact that Dan Yangzi was watching them. The spectators were petrified with fear as they tried to make sense of what it was that they had just seen. Meanwhile, Li Huang, as the person who stood the closest, had clearly seen what it was. It was a black mass with a fleshy texture. It had clusters of black tentacles extending from its sticky and slippery skin. Just based on that, Li Huang was certain that the organism that Dan Yangzi was rearing here was not something that existed in the normal world. Even though Li Huang could not guess what exactly it was, he did not want to go over for another look. Li Huang knew that all of this was his own brain's imagination, but he had to wonder why would he dream up such a monstrosity. As he was surveying his surroundings, a sudden but terrifying thought emerged in Li Huang's mind. What if this horrifying and mysterious world was real? Li Huang's body started to tremble. He realized this hallucination was unlike anything he'd experienced before. He thought of those people who had just died before. If they had been real and not a hallucination, then would he also die if that thing had grabbed him? Li Huang was starting to get overwhelmed by the suffocating fear. He forced himself to take a few deep breaths, then followed the self-soothing methods taught to him by Dr. Li. These are all hallucinations, no matter how real they may seem. Li Huang, you definitely cannot get lost in them. Once again, they're all created by you. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yang Na is still waiting for me. I cannot let her down. I can beat all of this. I must. Feeling composed, Li Huang was ready to face the hallucination once more, determined not to let it overpower him. Currently, Dan Yangzi did not know about what Li Huang was thinking, and he wouldn't care even if he knew. He just continued to lecture his terrified disciples. Remember what you have seen today, lest any of you harbor any ill intentions. Dan Yangzi's words made everyone's hearts shiver, the fear in their eyes clear as day. With his hands behind his back, Dan Yangzi paced around in front of his disciples, his eagle-like gaze scanning their faces. Listen carefully. Assisting others in becoming an immortal is a great honor. If and when I become an immortal, I will not forget your contributions. But for anyone who tries to ruin my plans, there will be dire consequences. HMPH. He suddenly stopped in front of Li Huang, fixing his gaze on this young man whose face had a slightly different expression from the others. You are just a figment of my imagination, so why should I be afraid of you? Li Huang thought, calmly locking eyes with his baldy master. The atmosphere in the cave became tense as Dan Yangzi raised his right hand, revealing his nails that were caked with dirt. The pitiful gazes of the other disciples, locked onto their fellow disciple who had dared to provoke their master, waiting to see how he would be dealt with. Unexpectedly, Dan Yangzi's expression softened. He raised his right hand and patted Li Huang's head, dispelling the tense atmosphere. Last night when those traitors invited you to leave with them, why didn't you go? While this seemed to be a question directed toward Li Huang, it was thinly veiled praise. Just as Li Huang was about to respond, he saw Dan Yangzi raise his right hand. No need for words. Although you didn't report to me in a timely fashion compared to those traitors, you did quite well. Dan Yangzi lowered his hand and continued, I can see that you have talent. From now on, you don't need to work in the preparation room. You will now be my official disciple." Li Huang was taken aback. His status was suddenly being elevated, but he soon realized that with the loss of so many people in the cave, Dan Yangzi was probably short on helpers. "Since you are now an official disciple and have entered the sect, you need to have a Taoist name. Your Taoist name will be Xuan Yang." Li Huang glanced at the circular hole in the corner, recalling the tragic end of the previous Xuan Yang. This name is really inauspicious." Though Li Huang couldn't care much about this sudden preferential treatment, the others from the preparation room were very envious. Becoming Dan Yangzi's official disciple meant that he wouldn't be killed. Dan Yangzi knew that he needed to offer some more rewards to keep them hooked. "Xuan Yang, since you have just joined our sect, I'll show you some goodwill." Upon hearing this, Li Huang quickly walked up to Dan Yangzi, expecting to receive something. From the gourd on his waist, Dan Yangzi poured out 5 dark pills and placed them in Li Huang's palm. "Keep them well. These 5 pills are divine pills refined by me. When you eat them, not only will they increase your lifespan by 10 years, they will also temporarily grant you a huge boost in strength, allowing you to protect yourself." Li Huang's brows creased into a frown as the pills were placed before him. Could these things possibly be made using people as well? Just as he had this thought, he noticed one of the pills roll slightly. It changed from a circular to an oval shape, almost as if something was struggling to emerge from it. However, when he focused his eyes to take a closer look, he found that the pill had not changed at all. "Damn, am I going crazy? Why do I even care about the things I encounter in this hallucination? It's all fake, and I absolutely cannot get caught up in it again." Frustrated, Li Huang slapped his own head. Meanwhile, Dan Yangzi just ignored Li Huang's reaction and turned toward the remaining disciples. "See that? Going against me means death, but you will be handsomely rewarded as long as you help me." Everyone looked alternatingly between Dan Yangzi and the pills. At this moment, all of them were lost in their own thoughts. Seeing that he had managed to achieve his objective, Dan Yangzi waved his filthy sleeves, signaling for everyone to disperse and continue with their work. Li Huang no longer needed to go to the preparation room. His Taoist name was Xuan Yang, meaning that he now owned everything that belonged to the previous Xuan Yang: his status, his Taoist robe, and even the small but unique cave. However, at this moment, he couldn't care less about anything that was happening in the hallucination. He was much more concerned about his gains. Now, with his hands crossed, Li Huang looked at the 2 items placed on the white hospital bedsheet: the jade pendant and the pills. My gosh, I actually brought both of them out. But now he had a dilemma. The old problem that he had been ignoring resurfaced, and now he had to confront it. If I take these pills out of there and they actually work, does it mean that it is not a hallucination but a real place? What is happening to me? He had faithfully followed the doctor's advice and firmly treated everything there as a hallucination. But now that these things were physically appearing before him, he felt conflicted. If all that really had been a hallucination, then how did these things become tangible? What risks do they pose to me? If that place really was another world, the horrifying imagery of the mentally challenged disciple being ground into a paste and used in the concoction of a pill, Xuan Yang being swallowed by the creature inside the black cauldron, as well as many other scenes flashed through his mind, causing his breathing to become more rapid. Ah, so annoying. I don't even have anyone I can discuss this with. Feeling exasperated, Li Huang scratched his head. After venting his emotions for a while, Li Huang still had to come face to face with reality. After a long period of contemplation, he determined his next course of action. Whether it was real or fake, inside the hallucination, he would continue to act like usual, treating it as if it were real. If by any chance it was all real, this would ensure his safety, and if it turns out to be fake after all, then there was no harm in it of itself. For now, before he made any further plans, he would need to verify the authenticity and the value of the objects he had acquired. Having made his decision, Li Huang took a deep breath and picked up one of the pills with his index finger and thumb. "No, it's too dangerous to take this myself." His gaze then shifted to the patients enjoying the sun in the garden outside. After a brief internal struggle, he dejectedly put the pill down. They were just as unfortunate as him, so how could he possibly use them as his test subjects? He would need to get his hands on a guinea pig later. Then Li Huang turned his gaze toward the circular jade pendant. Compared to the pills, dealing with this item would be much easier. "All right, what do you want? I went to great lengths to be able to sneak out for your sake. If it's a prank, then HMPH. Yang Na clenched her small and white fist, threatening Li Huang. "Yang Na, I only called you here for help as a last resort. You know that I can't get out of here," Li Huang said while walking to the ward's door to close it. Then, he also drew the curtains. Upon seeing Li Huang's actions, Yang Na panicked and took a step back. "What are you doing? The nurse station can hear everything that we say over here." As soon as she finished speaking, laughter resounded from the speakers by the bedside. "Haha, don't worry, we can't hear anything. Little Li, keep at it. Ladies, can you please stop being so nosy? Go and focus your attention on the ICU." Li Huang shouted toward the speakers. Then he grabbed Yang Na's hand and led her to another corner of the room. He took out the jade pendant from his pocket and placed it in her palm, then leaned close to her ear and whispered. The more she listened, the more Yang Na's eyes widened. This can't be true. This before she could even finish her sentence, Li Huang covered her mouth with his hand. Their gazes met, and Li Huang looked at Yang Na with intense longing in his eyes. Help me. Everything I have told you is true. None of the people outside trust me. Not even my parents, they all think I'm crazy. You're the only person I can trust in the whole wide world. I'm not insane. After a few seconds, Yang Na finally nodded while biting her lips. As she was leaving, she looked back at him through teary eyes multiple times, clearly worried about Li Huang's mental state. Meanwhile, Li Huang watched her departing figure with mixed emotions. While he no longer cared about what others thought of him, Yang Na was different. Nana, please trust me, just this once. Li Huang shuffled around nervously inside his room. The time spent waiting for something always felt the longest. During this time, he had suffered from another bout of hallucination, but Li Huang quickly snapped out of it. While the doctor had told him that this wouldn't be ideal, he was afraid that he would end up missing Yang Na. 1, 2, then 3 days passed, while Li Huang became increasingly anxious. Little Li, your little girlfriend is here to visit you. Upon hearing the nurse's announcement, Li Huang jumped out of the bed like a carp and rushed toward the hospital entrance. Li Huang bumped into Yang Na in the garden located within the hospital, and they embraced each other with excitement. She suppressed her voice and whispered in his ear, Huang, it's real, the jade pendant is real. I'm not sick. Ha ha ha, I'm not sick. Li Huang exclaimed, tightly hugging the girl and twirling her in the air. The two basked in their excitement for quite a while before finally calming down. Did me asking for your help affect your life and studies? Li Huang asked Yang Na in a voice filled with concern as they sat beside a flower bed in the garden. However, Yang Na decided to dodge the question by changing the topic. She extended 4 slender fingers toward Li Huang. Do you know how much this jade pendant is worth? This much, 40,000, 400,000, and I am sure that he undervalued it. We'll definitely get a better offer if we ask around. 400,000, damn 400,000, Li Huang chuckled. Such a sum could cover his medical expenses for these few years, and there would even be some left over. Even more importantly, this was just the beginning. Miss Yang Na, are you ready to become a wealthy wife? Li Huang's teasing made Yang Na blush slightly. Stop joking. All of this is so strange. Are you sure that it won't harm your body? It's fine. I'm perfectly okay. What could possibly happen to me? Heck, with the current situation, I might have to lengthen the duration of my treatment. After all, this is precious. I can't be cured too quickly. Hearing this, Yang Na's expression tensed up. She worriedly replied, Huang, these are 2 separate matters. I don't want money. You must not stop your treatment or your medications. Promise me, or I won't help you anymore. Li Huang had thought of many reasons to refute her, but a warm feeling arose in his heart as he looked at her concerned eyes. Okay, I promise you. Yang Na smiled and gently patted his head. That's more like it, you stinky head. Just as the two were discussing how to sell this jade pendant, a few burly middle-aged men bustled past with riot forks. Confused, Li Huang asked one of the familiar faces, what happened to Master Zhao? Did something happen? Don't ask what you shouldn't, little Lei. Get back to your ward quickly. Also, if you happen to meet old Liu, remember to report it immediately. That guy must have secretly spit out his medications again. That person hurriedly said, then turned back and rushed toward the stairs. Aren't there 2 layers of iron barricades surrounding the critically ill zone? How did old Liu manage to escape with his small physique? Li Huang thought as he looked toward the critically ill zone with eyes full of doubt. Back when he could not differentiate between hallucination and reality, he was kept there for a period of time. Those memories were not very pleasant. Li Huang saw that the other patients were being escorted back to their wards by their respective nurses. Seeing this, he turned to Yang Na and said, it's a little chaotic here, so you should go back first. Call the hospital tonight and we'll talk over the phone. Okay, take care of yourself. Also, remember what you just promised me. Yang Na said before turning around to walk toward the distant hospital entrance. 400,000. Li Huang sighed as he walked toward his ward. Quite a few new ideas and questions started popping up in his mind after confirming that the jade pendant was worth so much. Was it a hallucination or a reality? Then again, if something from there was so valuable, then it didn't matter whether it was a hallucination or reality. He hadn't even taken a few steps before a familiar cry resounded behind him. Li Huang turned back, only to see a bald and skinny old man knocking Yang Na to the ground. Li Huang's blood instantly boiled over as he witnessed such a scene unfold. He gritted his teeth and dashed up fiercely. Old Liu, that's my girlfriend, let go of her. Hoo-hoo, a whistling sound filled the air as a hexagonal brick flipped and flew toward Li Huang, directly smashing into his head. Li Huang felt the world spinning around him, and then he fell heavily onto the ground. His vision gradually turned red due to the wound that had opened up on his head. A pair of bloated feet covered with the hospital gown walked across Li Huang's reddened vision, toward the screaming and struggling Yang Na. The heavy footsteps gradually approached Yang Na. There was only one thought running through Li Huang's mind. I must not let Yang Na be harmed. Trembling, he fished out one of the pills given to him by the master and stuffed it into his mouth. It mixed along with his own blood that was flowing out of the wound on his head. In an instant, an extremely hot stream of energy surged out from his abdomen into his four limbs, filling him with strength. At the same time, his fuzzy mind instantly turned incomparably clear. Bang! He delivered a firm punch onto the fatty's chin. Impact caused some of the fatty's yellow teeth to fly out, barely leaving him with any teeth. Drenched in blood, Li Huang paid no attention to the fatty who had now fallen onto the ground. Instead, he took large strides toward old Liu and stomped on his skinny chest. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking resounded over and over. At the same time, old Liu was spitting out blood, his bones breaking into pieces like noodles. Meanwhile, Yang Ne was sobbing on the ground, clutching her tattered sweater. Seeing this, Li Huang clenched his teeth, causing his gums to bleed as well. His bloodshot eyes stared unwaveringly at the two people on the ground. He stomped on the concrete floor with one foot and then leapt toward them like a cheetah. Huang, stop, what are you doing? Li Huang lay on the bed, wearing the hospital's specialized straitjacket. He looked up at the intravenous drip above him, seemingly waiting for something. Then the ward door squeaked open, and in came a voice. Hey, little Li, weren't you recovering well before? What happened so suddenly? Li Huang's attending physician walked in, looking at him with a disappointed expression. Upon hearing this, Li Huang, whose head was wrapped in bandages, anxiously explained his case. Doctor, they were the ones who attacked Yang Ne first. I was forced to fight back to protect her. The doctor adjusted his glasses with his finger and said, you call that fighting back? That's more like killing. Liu Jianai is still admitted to the ICU. Your kick nearly killed him. You have spent quite some time here and know how the others are. Did you really not consider Master Liu's condition before you took action? I had assumed you to be a sensible kid. When Li Huang thought of the frightened Yang Ne, he continued to remain indignant. So what if he has a mental illness? Does that give him a free pass to do whatever the heck he wants? If I had to choose between Yang Ne being harmed or being sent to prison, I would pick the latter in a heartbeat. You hearing Li Huang's retort, the attending physician was at a loss for words. Finally, he just sighed and shook his head. Forget it, the hospital director has called the families of both parties. You don't need to worry about these matters anymore. Upon hearing that, Li Huang turned away and curled toward the other side of the bed where no one was facing him, contemplating whether the jade pendant worth 400,000 would be enough for compensation. However, he wasn't all that worried. Now that he knew that those pills were indeed effective, Li Huang suddenly felt that he had many new choices in his life. Feeling that his young patient's spirits were low, the doctor tried to console him. Little Li, don't worry, you won't be sent to jail. The hospital can issue a certificate for you. Focus on recuperating properly, and we'll handle the other matters. There's no need to thank me after all, I'm still your attending physician. And I have to care more for you as well since you're so young. Li Huang felt his hand pat his own shoulder. But little Li, tell me the truth. How did you manage to injure them to that extent? That's not something the average person can achieve. Were you in a normal state, or were you going through a stressed hallucination? Li Huang's heart skipped a beat, his attention focusing on his shirt pocket. That was me. I specialize in psychology and have some expertise in this area. Think well before you answer me again, and don't try to hide your illness. I especially hate it when my patients try to deceive me. Though the doctor's tone was friendly, Li Huang could sense the heavy atmosphere in the room. What should I do? I can't let him know about the existence of those pills. Just as Li Huang was anxiously trying to find a way to avoid the question, his surroundings started to fade, and the doctor's voice started growing hazy. Just a few seconds later, he found that he had once again slipped into the hallucination and that he was lying on the stone bed inside Xuan Yang's solitary cave. He sat up and supported his head, surveyed the simple furnishings around him, and smiled. No matter what happens, this is also a way out. He did not plan to return so quickly this time around, in case the doctor was the one waiting for him. He stepped out of his room and saw some of his fellow disciples entering and leaving the cave's passageways. His mind started to plan his next moves. Since those pills were effective, he knew that he could not be as careless in the future. He had to manage his standing in this place properly and maximize the benefits he could reap from there. Fortunately, his status was elevated from a mere guiding drug ingredient working away in the preparation room to one of Baldi's official disciples. This allowed him to have much more freedom of movement. When he saw a bearded man who was also wearing a set of Taoist robes walk by him, Li Huang's eyes gleamed, and he immediately chased after him, shouting, "Senior, senior." The bearded Taoist turned to find that it was Li Huang who was calling out to him. He replied indifferently, "Junior Xuan Yang, what's the matter?" Li Huang imitated the tone they spoke in. Junior just became Master's disciple and would like to receive Senior's guidance. What should I be doing next? Cultivation of immortality. Li Huang mumbled to himself. He had never heard of any immortal using humans to refine pills to achieve immortality. Can Master really become an immortal? The bearded Taoist had a look of self-satisfaction as he said, of course. Master even has supernatural powers. You just need to serve him well. From talking to this senior called Xuan Yin, Li Huang also got a clearer idea of the hierarchy within this cavernous Taoist temple. There were 5 official disciples, 1 personal disciple, and only 1 temple master, which was Dan Yangzi himself. Aside from these people, the rest were just auxiliary staff members, such as the cooks, the guiding drug ingredients working in the preparation room, or the young assistants tasked with doing miscellaneous work. In total, there were around 180 people. This was the first time that Li Huang got a comprehensive understanding of this Taoist academy. They didn't have a lot of people, especially after the last batch of disciples died. While they were conversing, the pill furnace appeared before Li Huang again, and along with it came a sense of suppression. White smoke faintly wafted out from within, as though it was being used to refine something. This time, accompanying Dan Yangzi was his inner circle disciple as well, who had a gloomy expression. After waiting for a while with Xuan Yin, Li Huang was assigned his task. It was the same task as the previous Xuan Yanto: retrieve ingredients and keep a proper inventory of the preparation room. Li Huang arrived at the preparation room, which was covered in white dust. The workers within looked toward him, a tinge of fear in their nervous expressions. Initially, the young girl suffering from albinism pursed her lips and took a few steps forward in an eager manner, but in the end, she did not say anything and slowly backed away. The other party's status had changed from a fellow oppressed to the oppressor. Li Huang looked at them while his mind whirred. The dynamics of his relationship with them had changed, and perhaps he could use this fact to gain some benefits. Do you guys have any money on you?" asked Li Huang. This question left everyone stunned. "Money, don't you understand? Silver, gold, or jade will do too," Li Huang asked again. If he were being honest, Li Huang really did need money now. It was unknown just how much compensation he would need to provide old Liu with, and his own family was from an ordinary background. If the compensation was huge, his mom might even have to sell the house. Hence his urgent need for money. "Since it cannot be spent here, better to pass it all to me as protection fees. I'll have your backs from now on." His words were quite straightforward, so everyone understood them and began to search their pockets. They did not beg for Li Huang to protect them, but only hoped that he would not bully them after they handed over their items. A blackened and shattered silver piece about half the size of a thumb, a copper hairpin, and around 40 round copper coins with a square inner hole. All these items were his harvest. Li Huang sighed when he saw all these things. It seemed that he had miscalculated. These guys wouldn't have much money at all. From the looks of it, even his medical insurance would be worth more than all this junk. Just as Li Huang was preparing to leave, he saw the girl suffering from albinism shyly remove one of her shoes before removing a golden anklet that had a red thread tied around it from around her almost transparent ankle. Li Huang's eyes widened as he estimated the weight of the golden anklet in his hand. Even though it was somewhat light, it was still made of gold and should be worth a decent amount. Satisfied, he stuffed these objects into the wide sleeves of his Taoist robes. He then pointed to the girl suffering from albinism and said, "Listen up, from now on she's in charge of the preparation room. All of you should obey her instructions." Seeing everyone nodding hesitantly, he took the prepared ingredients and rushed off toward the pill room. On the way, he stole glances at the waists of others he saw, hoping to find another jade pendant. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. When Li Huang returned to the furnace room, he saw the large and oppressive pill furnace slowly opening. At the same time, Dan Yangzi flicked his sleeves, causing several dark blue pills to be arranged neatly into rows in front of him, and then be poured into the khaki gourd hanging on his waist. As he watched this, Li Huang burned with envy. These should be the supernatural powers that Xuan Yin had told him about. He wondered if he could learn them somehow. If I could bring this ability back to reality, then focusing purely on money would be quite short-sighted. Li Huang bent down to place the ingredients in his hand, ready to observe and listen. Currently, he did not understand much, so it was better to just watch and absorb as much as he could. Xuan Yang. "Another task so soon? Am I really just an errand boy now? I can't keep running around like this. I've got to think of a way to convince Baldy to pass his supernatural powers on to me." In response to his name being called out, Li Huang clasped his hands together and bowed toward Dan Yangzi. "Master, what are your orders? Go to the preparation room and bring the guiding drug ingredient called Bai Ling Miao." Li Huang's heart skipped a beat. His right hand reached into his sleeve and touched the golden anklet that had a red thread tied around it. Bai Ling Miao seemed to be the name of that young girl suffering from albinism. Upon seeing his new disciple not reacting, Dan Yangzi turned to look at him. Li Huang clenched his teeth. He had just told them that he would protect them, but now he had to send her to her death immediately after. It was honestly rather indefensible. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Sensing that Dan Yangzi's tone was becoming antagonistic, Li Huang sighed helplessly before closing his eyes. When he reopened them, he was once again returned to the pristine hospital ward, bound to the bed. What should I do? If it had been before, then he would have just followed the orders without any hesitation. But the problem was that there was a very real possibility of that world being real. If he really brought her to Baldy, it would likely result in her death. This fact weighed heavily on his conscience. After the nurses released him, Li Huang bit his nails and paced back and forth in his room. What should I do? What should I do? Before he could come up with any ideas, the door was pushed open and his attending physician walked in. He smiled bitterly. He was trapped on both sides and now he had nowhere else to run. The doctor pointed at him with a frustrated look on his face and said, "Hey, we'll talk one-on-one after the visitors leave." Visitors. Before Li Huang could respond, he saw his weary-looking mother enter the room with a bag of fruits. "I heard that you got into a fight at the hospital. How's your head? Why are you wrapped in bandages like that? Does it hurt?" She rushed over and examined him anxiously. "Mom, it doesn't hurt. I'm fine, really. It's them who caused trouble." Li Huang immediately reassured her. After he spent some time consoling her, at least Li Huang ensured that his mom wouldn't shed tears. Faced with his next of kin, even his troubles at the other end had to take a step back. Li Huang selectively reported some positive news. "Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. My illness is much better now and I've also been keeping up with my studies. I'll be able to take the entrance exam once I'm discharged. Stop hiding things from me. The doctor has told me everything. Go on, tell me what exactly happened that day. Who started the fight?" Li Huang used the calmest tone he could muster to explain to his mother, but that did not seem to appease his mother's anger by much. "That's perfectly justified, so what compensation are we talking about? They are the ones who were in the wrong. Even if they have some mental illness, it's the hospital's responsibility to take care of them. Our family has never bullied others, but we don't let others bully us either. If they want to file a lawsuit, then the truth will still be on our side in the court." Sun Xiaoqin said as she slammed the table in agitation. Li Huang continued to soothe her while glancing at the doctor who was awkwardly touching his nose beside them. Mom, don't get so worked up. You came all the way here to visit me, so let's enjoy our time together." Sun Xiaoqin suppressed the rage in her heart and bent down to take out the fruits from her bag. "Don't bother yourself with this matter. Mom will settle it. Come, these are your favorite grapes. Eat more, you have become so skinny now. The hospital food isn't that good, right?" "No, the hospital food is not bad." Li Huang sat beside her and began to eat. Li Huang felt at ease as he listened to his mother's complaints while eating the sweet grapes. He liked this sort of feeling. He had not experienced familial warmth for a long time, ever since he had entered the hospital. As he looked at his mother, Li Huang almost wanted to spill out everything that had happened to him. But just as the words reached the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. "No, she's different from Yang Na. If I speak of it, she'll only think that my illness has become even worse. I cannot let her worry anymore. I'll only tell her once everything is stabilized." Just as the mother and son were happily chatting, the attending physician's phone rang. After listening for a bit, he said, "Madam Sun, Mr. Liu's family has also arrived. Let's go have a look. Son, stay here and rest. Also, eat more. I'll get some more for you once you're done," Sun Xiaoqin cheerfully said to Li Huang, then puffed her chest and turned toward the door. She seemed like a rooster about to enter a confrontation. Without even knowing why, Li Huang felt an immense sense of peace as he watched her departing figure. Due to his mother being so strong-willed, Li Huang felt very secure as long as he was by her side. She was just like a large umbrella above his head, one that protected him from the turbulent wind and rain. All his worries from before seemed to vanish in an instant. "Keek, the lobby will definitely be bustling later on." Li Huang took another yellow-green grape and bit down on it, causing the fresh juices to burst forth in his mouth. At that moment, Li Huang's body shook violently for a while, and his surroundings started changing once again. "Oh no, Mom's visit almost made me forget about how to trick that Baldy. What should I do now?" When his surroundings stabilized, Li Huang found that he was already standing in the preparation room. Dan Yangzi was also standing nearby, looking quite displeased. Meanwhile, the other attendants were huddled in a circle with their heads drooping. Dan Yangzi flipped his filthy hand to reveal a black, viscous object wriggling within the palm of his hand. Each movement was accompanied by a sound as though it was a toad trying to lick its eyeballs. Wasn't it supposed to be that he would be using Bai Ling Miao to refine pills? Did the script change? Li Huang hesitated for a second, then asked, "Master, what is that?" "HMPH, it's good stuff. Taesui, black Taesui." "HMPH, it's good stuff. Taesui, black Taesui." Dan Yangzi's icy cold voice reverberated in the small preparation room. Li Huang tilted his head slightly before once again glancing at the disgusting object placed in Dan Yangzi's hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was quite similar to the thing inside the black cauldron. No, the thing in Dan Yangzi's hand was definitely the same man-eating creature. This thing is a black Taesui. Is he planning to use this thing to refine these pills? Such a strange taste. With a flick of Dan Yangzi's wrist, the squirming black Taesui flew through the air in an arc before landing directly on Li Huang's foot. The sticky and soft texture sent shivers down Li Huang's spine, and his legs involuntarily trembled as he backed away. Li Huang stared at the dust-covered black taisui that sat on the floor before looking toward Dan Yangzi in confusion. He could not understand what all this was supposed to mean. It's a reward for you. Pick it up and swallow it. You were just a guiding drug ingredient before, but you can't be so careless anymore after all. You're my disciple now. Swallowing it can help suppress your hysteria. Li Huang could not understand what he was saying, and he didn't want to understand it either. His young face turned pale, and he kept backing away, shouting, I won't eat it. I'm not sick. You won't eat it. HMPH, that's not your choice. Changaming Changren. Dan Yangzi lifted his chin slightly, and then two Taoists with swords on their backs swiftly approached Li Huang, each grabbing one of his arms. Dan Yangzi then gestured with his right hand. The black taisui, which had been squirming toward a corner of the room, flew straight into his hand. As Dan Yangzi started approaching Li Huang with that nauseating thing, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. An icy coldness permeated his entire body from the inside out. He instinctively wanted to struggle and escape, but the hands of the two seniors were clamped down on his shoulders firmly like iron chains. Fortunately, he had one last resort. With rapid breaths, his chest heaved intensely. In his trepidation, he clenched his teeth and closed his eyes tightly, using all his strength to curl his thoughts and physical body inward. Huang, what happened? Are you in pain? At that moment, Yang Na's gentle voice melodiously floated to Li Huang's ears. When he opened his eyes, he saw a girl in a high-necked white sweater before him. Overwhelmed with emotions, he rushed toward her and hugged her tightly, almost as if grasping onto his lifeline. The young girl's face blushed slightly. She struggled to escape his grasp as she spoke softly. Huang, let go of me. There are others watching us. Li Huang looked up and saw his mother standing beside the attending physician, smiling at them. Oh my son is quite amazing. Li Huang felt a gradual sense of calm chasing away the terror in his heart as he looked at the clean and tidy hospital ward, the bright sunshine outside the window, and his beloved family. The attending physician adjusted his glasses, frowning as he approached Li Huang. Little Li, just what did you see in your hallucination? Your emotional fluctuations have been quite intense lately. What's been going on? Have you been following my instructions? Li Huang's heart skipped a beat as he thought about what he had just experienced. He anxiously asked, Doctor, is there any medications that can temporarily suppress these hallucinations? I really can't take it anymore. I need a break. All right, I'll prescribe you with some antipsychotic medications. But little Li, medications are only an adjunct. If you want to completely get rid of the hallucinations, you will still need to follow my instructions, the doctor said as he wrote the prescription on his tablet. Li Huang directly rushed in when he saw the nurse deliver the blue capsules. He didn't even bother to drink any water, directly placing them into his mouth. For now, he did not want to bother with the master and his pills, and just wanted some peace and quiet. The earlier scene had really frightened him quite badly. The capsules were sticky and grainy, which made them rather nauseating to eat. However, he endured his disgust and directly swallowed them. Little Li, tell me, just what did you see in your hallucination that scared you so much? Li Huang felt much more relieved after having taken the medications. He smiled and replied, I didn't encounter anything. It's just that the guy over there was saying strange things. He was saying that his side is reality and this side was the hallucination. Ha. As soon as he spoke these words, the surrounding air seemed to quiet, while the vibrant colors in his surroundings became dull and lifeless. Yang Na, his mother, the attending physician, and the nurse all seemed petrified in place. This sudden change in the surroundings made Li Huang's body tremble, and his breathing became more and more rapid. He helplessly looked out the window. The sunny sky had suddenly turned pitch black. The originally safe and peaceful environment had all but vanished. Fear seemed to tangibly envelop him, and panic suppressed all his other emotions. Li Huang instinctively pushed Yang Na toward his mother's embrace, but upon contact with his mother, her body exploded as if it was made of bubbles. His mother, the reliable shelter that could protect him from any and all hardship, had also vanished. Li Huang's body trembled violently. He turned around only to blankly watch as Yang Na vanished completely right in front of him. His only love had also completely vanished. At this point, all that Li Huang cherished in his heart had vanished completely. Only desperation, oppression, and agony remained. Clean walls of the hospital ward around him receded rapidly, almost like a waning tide. He was once again back inside a dusky cavern located within the mountains. Li Huang's eyes were flushed red, and his veins were bulging on his forehead. He wanted to scream and pour out all the despair and suffering in his heart. However, he couldn't do it because a black taisui had tightly blocked his throat. He couldn't make any sound, and he had to endure through all the despair and suffering. Dan Yangzi had both his hands behind his back as he watched his disciple who was trembling and retching while kneeling on the ground. Then he shook his head and walked toward the door of the preparation room. Tusk, you say you don't suffer from hysteria even when you're acting like this. Your illness is the most severe in the whole preparation room. Do you think that I just randomly picked you to be a guiding drug ingredient? All right, since the hysteria is now gone, you can work well. Remember, Zephyr Temple doesn't tolerate any slackers. Come and find me for your medication on the first day of every month. After that, the other disciples followed Dan Yongzi and left. Apart from Li Huang, who was on the ground, only the other guiding drug ingredients remained in the preparation room. The guiding drug ingredients, with their strange appearances, some due to congenital and some due to acquired diseases, looked at each other, unsure of what they should do. Finally, after half an incense stick worth of time had passed, the black taesui in Li Huang's mouth finally slid down his throat, giving way to his heart-wrenching cries that echoed within the cave. Why? Why did I end up in this cursed place? Why won't this disease leave me alone? Li Huang curled up like a fetus, remaining motionless in a corner of the preparation room. The other guiding drug ingredients didn't dare to disturb him and just quietly went about their own tasks. Unknowingly, night had descended upon them, and all the oil lamps on the wall were extinguished. Darkness enveloped Li Huang like a blanket as he lay there like a corpse, unresponsive to the changes in the outside world. At around 1 a.m., a faint candlelight flickered to life at the entrance, illuminating the nearby shelves and dissipating the darkness around Li Huang's body. It was Bai Lingmiao who was timidly carrying a bundle of dried grass toward Li Huang, before carefully placing it over his body. Then she pulled out a steamed bun made with mixed grains from her pocket and placed it near his mouth. Seeing Li Huang continue to remain motionless, she pursed her lips and gently nudged him. "Senior, please have a bite. You haven't eaten anything all day." Li Huang's eyes were open. He hadn't blinked for those last few hours and was just numbly staring at the icy cold ground. He showed no signs of movement despite Bai Lingmiao approaching him. Bai Lingmiao wanted to leave, but after a moment of hesitation, she took out a jade pendant from her pocket and placed it in the palm of Li Huang's hand. "Senior, this is yours. Please take it back." This time, Li Huang finally reacted. He looked at the object in his hand and realized that it was the circular jade pendant he had stolen from the previous Xuan Yang. Li Huang remembered that he had given this item to Yang Na in order for her to exchange it for money. Just the thought of Yang Na made his broken heart start to ache once again. "How did this end up with you?" asked Li Huang. "It was Senior Li who passed it to me. Even though I said that I didn't want it, you insisted on giving it to me." Under the dim candlelight, Li Huang slowly sat up and carefully examined the jade pendant with cloud patterns on it. Before this moment, he had never felt that everything here to be so real. However, in this reality, there was only genuine despair and agony. If he was given the choice, he would prefer to remain trapped in that beautiful illusion forever. Seeing Li Huang respond, Bai Lingmiao asked softly, "Senior Li, where were you captured by Master?" "I'm from the Liang Kingdom. Where are you from?" Li Huang was stumped, but then he shook his head dispiritedly. "I don't know." He truly didn't know. He did have memories of the past. But after today's events, Li Huang himself was unable to determine just how many of those memories were true and how many were false. Even here, he was nothing more than a lunatic that could not distinguish fact from fiction. As he was shaking his head, Li Huang suddenly felt that there was something abnormal on his head. He reached out to find a blob of congealed blood in his hair. He had been injured before. Bai Lingmiao saw Li Huang touching his own hair and explained, "That was done by Senior Wang." Li Huang knew Senior Wang. He was that hair-lipped fatty who had wanted to harm Bai Lingmiao. "After he did that, you killed him with one kick." Li Huang's mind played the scene in the hallucination, where he kicked old Liu and sent him flying. Remembering the scene, he lowered his head, silently chuckling he was insane enough. Then Li Huang reached into his pocket and fished out the golden anklet with a red thread tied around it and placed it before Bai Lingmiao. "This is yours, take it back." Bai Lingmiao looked at her own anklet and pushed it back with both her hands. "Senior Li, you were right. There's no use for this here, so you can take it." Li Huang looked blankly at this golden anklet. This object had no use to him now, since everything he cared for had all but vanished. "Senior Li, I would like to use this item as compensation and ask for a favor." Bai Lingmiao's words caused Li Huang to look at her. "If you are ever able to get out of here alive, can you pass on a message to my parents? They stay at the foot of the Cow Heart Mountain in Liang Kingdom. Tell them that their daughter isn't filial and cannot fulfill her filial duty of supporting them through their old age." Bai Lingmiao's voice choked with sadness. "Senior Li, I really don't wish to trouble you, but I have no other choice. I will probably be taken to the pill room soon." Li Huang's face had been filled with despair and numbness, but upon hearing those words, his silent eyes gleamed with some light as he came to a decision. He looked at the dried grass on his body, then at the steamed bun beside him. He gently placed the red threaded golden anklet back into his pocket once again. "I'll keep my word. Since I've taken something of yours, then I will help you." Bai Lingmiao's sorrowful eyes lit up but quickly dimmed again. "Senior Li, that won't do. It will get you into trouble as well. Keek. Do you think I'm afraid of that now?" Li Huang had completely thrown caution to the wind. Since everything he cared about had vanished, what else was there to be fearful of? "All right, Senior Li, you're so mighty." A male voice suddenly rang out from outside the preparation room, causing the two inside to jump in fright. When candlelight illuminated that person, they saw a mischievous monkey-like face with thin lips. His face had patches of yellow and white, and it seemed that he had some form of skin disease like vitiligo. This person took out 2 mixed-grain steamed buns and placed them beside Li Huang to get on his good side. Heh, Senior Lei, have these steamed buns. When I was having dinner, I remembered that Senior Lee hadn't eaten anything yet, so I specially saved these 2 for you. You may not recognize Junior, since I was born and raised without a formal name. You can call me Puppy. Yesterday, I gifted 17 copper coins to you. Puppy anxiously fidgeted, while the will to flatter was plastered on his face. He evidently wanted to rely on Li Huang, and did not want to simply be a guiding drug ingredient. From the looks of it, there were clever people everywhere. Li Huang did not respond. He just picked up the 3 slightly hardened steamed buns and wolfed them down after all. He hadn't eaten for a whole day. Due to eating too quickly, he slightly choked on them. Immediately, the smart and sensible puppy ran out to bring him a cup of water. With the help of the icy underground water, Li Huang stuffed the 3 mixed-grain steamed buns into his stomach. He struggled to stand up, shaking constantly due to his legs that were numb from lying on the ground for too long. His eyes were fixed on the dark exit of the preparation room before he walked out unsteadily. His enemy was no longer that sudden illness. Now, his enemy was that baldy, Taoist Dan Yangzi, someone who used humans to refine pills. When Dan Yangzi's ugly and nauseatingly large face appeared in his mind, Li Huang's eyes were filled with a strong hostility, and he grinded his teeth with a grating sound. Just moments ago, he was wallowing in despair, but now he was filled with motivation. The only thing he had to do now was to find a way to kill him. The 3 Emperor officials emerged from the chaos. Under the order of the Jade Emperor, they took on the role of the heavenly official, earthly official, and water official. The heavenly official ruled over all that is under the heavens, the major gods, the great sages, and the emperors. The earthly official ruled over the gods of the 5 great mountains, the minor gods, the sages, and the enlightened ones. The water official ruled over the gods of the rivers, the streams, the lakes, and the immortals. The 3 emperor officials ruled over their respective realms with integrity, and the beings in the realms prospered. They took pity on the mortal realm and did many things to fulfill the needs of the mortals. With their supreme intellect and compassion, they lovingly blessed and protected the mortal realm. The sound of chanting echoed within the large cave. Including Li Huang, the 6 disciples within Zephyr Temple were sitting on a mat listening to the morning lecture of their master. There were no books to read from. Li Huang was chanting as accurately as he could along with the other disciples. Li Huang was in the midst of chanting the scripture when he raised his head. He focused his gaze on Dan Yangzi, who was sitting at the front. Hostility flashed within Li Huang's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Facing the ugly bastard, Li Huang wanted nothing more than to flay him and consume the flesh of this master of his. But he endured. He knew that he was too weak right now. His enemy was too strong, so he could not act rashly. All he could do was to endure and wait for an opportunity to arise. While it might be really difficult, and Dan Yangzi might end up discovering his plans and kill him, Li Huang didn't care about any of that anymore. When he saw Dan Yangzi shift his body sideways, Li Huang quickly averted his gaze upward, past the 3 incense sticks, and focused on the 3 deity statues placed within an alcove in the wall of the cave. The 3 deities were 3 separate gods wearing yellow Taoist robes, their eyes neither sad nor joyful, their gaze forever gazing toward the insignificant mortals. The 3 deities did not have an air of holiness. In fact, they looked quite normal. If it wasn't for the Taoist robes they were wearing, the 3 of them would look just like normal humans. While Li Huang did not recognize the 3 deities, he secretly etched their faces into his memories. The sound of chanting gradually died down. After they chanted the final verse, one of the assistants pounded a red drum thrice, signaling the end of morning lectures. All of the disciples stood up along with Dan Yangzi. They held their left thumb with their right hand and covered it with their remaining 4 fingers. Then they raised both hands above their head and paid respect to the 3 deities. After paying their respects, Dan Yangzi turned around slowly and looked at his disciples. When he saw Li Huang standing at the very end in his Taoist robes, he nodded his head with satisfaction. Xuan Yang has just become an official disciple, so he would naturally know very little about what we do. As his senior brother, you should guide him. Yes, master. A chubby man with a round face bowed toward Dan Yangzi. All right, it is now past 7 a.m. I have nothing else to tell you. Go and have your meals. Dan Yangzi said as he walked into an adjacent cave with his hands behind his back. A man wearing a Haiyuan hat followed Dan Yangzi, albeit with a gloomy face. That was senior brother Zheng Kun. Ever since Zheng Can and Zheng Zhen betrayed master, he is the only direct disciple left. Please be more respectful to him if you meet him again. His temper is even worse than master's. Xuan Yuan came up to Li Huang and explained to him about the other disciple. While there were still many things that Li Huang didn't know, it was clear that Dan Yangzi could manipulate objects through the air and possessed super strength. easily capable of picking up a stone urn weighing hundreds of kilograms. But the thing that Li Huang was the most wary of was the most frightening thing, that his master could Dohai's ability to have complete knowledge on anything happening within the cave, including the fact that he said that his master was insignificant, or knowing that Li Huang had not agreed to run away with the other disciples. If Li Huang wanted to fight against Dan Yangzi, he needed to know the details of this ability. Zheng Kun is a direct disciple, so how would I know what he has learned from master? Said Xuan Yuan. Li Huang realized that there was a hint of jealousy within this statement. The strength of a single person is way too weak here. Should I find an ally within the Zephyr Temple? Just as Li Huang had this thought, he immediately erased it out of his mind. Those who would have tried to stand against Master were most likely already eaten by the Black Taisui. The remaining people were either those loyal to Master or those who were extremely afraid of him. Let's go. We can talk as we walk. Xuan Yuan turned around and guided Li Huang toward the kitchen. I know what you're thinking. Don't try to learn Master's method of becoming an immortal. In terms of seniority, you can be considered the youngest. All you need to do is follow Master's orders. When the time comes, you will naturally learn about it. They had just arrived in the cave that was used for eating meals. The rest of the disciples were already here and eating kanji. Li Huang recognized 3 of them. One of them was Xuan Yin, while the other 2 were Chang Ming and Chang Ren. The 2 of them had a sword strapped to their backs. In addition to Xuan Yuan and himself, all 5 official disciples of Zephyr Temple were gathered here. One of the rules of Zephyr Temple is to not speak while it is time to eat or time to sleep. I will teach you the rest after our meal. Xuan Yuan had just finished informing Li Huang about the rule before he too sat down to eat the kanji. Li Huang followed suit and drank a mouthful from the black ceramic bowl. All the while, he was silently observing the other official disciples. Their faces were distinct but average, neither ugly nor nice. Li Huang felt something was off, wearing the same Taoist robe as them and sitting at the same place. When Xuan Yang was blowing his nose, his snot falling onto the ground, the other 2 official disciples frowned. Li Huang finally realized what was weird. It was their aura. Some of them had a dignified aura like that of a scholar, while some of them were rough, almost as if they were born to do menial labor. Where did Dan Yangzi find the other 4 official disciples? Did he promote them from among the guiding drug ingredients? After their meal, the other disciples set down their empty bowls and left without even looking at their new junior brother. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuan guided Li Huang throughout the Zephyr Temple and explained about the different sectors to him. From Xuan Yuan's explanation, he understood that the other 4 official disciples were in charge of different parts of the Zephyr Temple. Some of them were in charge of the assistants, while others were in charge of collecting and buying raw materials from the outside. Some of them were even given the responsibility to feed the Black Taisui. Those with more experience even had to do multiple jobs. However, it hasn't always been so busy for them. Ever since the last batch of escapees were killed, they had to take care of all the extra responsibilities. Li Huang was responsible for the same task as the previous Xuan Yang, which was to manage the preparation room. The main goal of the official disciples was to assist their master in becoming an immortal. After talking for an entire day, Li Huang gained a much deeper understanding of the Zephyr Temple through Xuan Yuan's explanation. He did his best to remember as much as he could. This was no longer a hallucination that he could just leave freely. All of this information might come in handy when killing Dan Yangzi. His relationship with Xuan Yuan was also slightly closer than before. Both of them were walking back. Junior brother Xuan Yang, there is no need to be so nervous. You probably won't have much to do since Master does not refine pills every day. Could you explain that to me in more detail? Refining pills highly depends on the weather and the time. Some of the ingredients to refine pills can only achieve their strongest effect at certain times. For example, today is not a good day to refine pills, but the day after tomorrow, between 11 p.m. 1 a.m., would be an excellent time to do so. I don't think you would understand it even if I were to explain it to you. After all, it's quite a complicated process. Just learn it from Master. Oh, I see. Li Huang brushed him off. The pills that Dan Yangzi gave him were clearly effective, meaning that the laws of this world were different from those of his original world. If he wanted to fight against Dan Yangzi, there was much more he needed to learn about this world. Is he something akin to a cultivator that I've always read about in novels? That can't be right, since when do cultivators use live humans to refine pills? And since when do they enslave people in order to achieve immortality? Based on what I know, if he was a cultivator, then shouldn't I be given a special technique to cultivate? I don't have any of that. As Li Huang's understanding of this world deepened, he felt that the laws of this world were bizarre. Dan Yangzi did not even give him the impression of a cultivator. Oh, before I forget, this is my advice as a senior brother to a junior brother. Try your best to ensure that everything is done even before Master asks for it. Take what happened yesterday, for example. Because of your hysteria flaring up again, we missed the right timing to refine the pill. So if you send in the guiding drug ingredient to the pill room before 11 p.m. on the day after tomorrow, you will technically be making up for your mistake from the last time. It should make Master happy. While our master may be moody, as long as you keep him happy, he will give you benefits. Yesterday's pill ingredient. Li Huang was shocked. Yeah, did you forget? What exactly did master ask you to retrieve? Bai Ling Miao. Li Huang's pupils shrank. So many things had happened so quickly that he had nearly forgotten about this, to think that it was not yet over. If he did not come up with a plan before the day after tomorrow, then the girl suffering from albinism would suffer the same fate as the rest of the guiding drug ingredients and be turned into minced meat. Li Huang stumbled back to his room and laid on the stone bed, the red-threaded golden anklet still pressed against his chest. It felt as if it was red hot, spurring Li Huang to quickly think of a way to save her. But Dan Yangzi was too strong, and Li Huang had no allies within Zephyr Temple. Those who had tried to flee blindly had already perished, so Li Huang couldn't really copy their plan. As he tossed and turned, the night passed. Before the morning classes, Li Huang wore his robes and started walking out of his cave. He wanted to go to the pill room and see if there was anything that could help him. Just as he was walking out of the cave with an oil lamp, a sharp face appeared within the darkness. Li Huang was startled, but he soon composed himself. The one who had appeared in front of him was Puppy. Senior brother Lei, sorry for scaring you. I didn't see you in the preparation room the entire day and got worried. That's why I came to find you. Is disciple Bai all right? Li Huang took a step back. Yeah, she's fine. You've already chosen her to be the one to take care of the preparation room, so who would go against your order? Ever since you were made in charge of the place, no one else has been taken away. You are amazing. Upon hearing Puppy spout such words, Li Huang felt irritated. He took the oil lamp and walked past Puppy. When he arrived at the pill room, he saw that some of the assistants had already started cleaning the furnace and floor using rags. One of them was even standing within the stone urn with a pig bristle brush, using it to scrape off the leftover meat within it. As Dan Yangzi's official disciple, no one would question him for entering the pill room. Li Huang walked around and observed the room. The entire room was quite simple. With the exception of the black furnace that took up 1/3 of the room, there was only the stone urn and the pestle beside it. There was nothing else in the room, not even books on refining pills or any tapestries. The room looked quite empty and spacious. What are you looking at? A familiar yet chilly voice sounded from his back. Li Huang turned and bowed. Master, I'm asking you, what were you looking at? Li Huang thought quickly and came up with an excuse. I was in awe of your amazing pill refining skills, so I came here to see if I could someday attain the same level of mastery as master. Dan Yangzi was satisfied with Li Huang's attitude. Looks like the brat has finally become obedient. He held both hands behind his back and circled the black furnace. It's good to be curious and to want to improve yourself. However, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but the Tao of external pills is not simple. Ordinary pills are easy to refine, but it is extremely difficult to become an immortal through the Tao of pills. You need to be able to refine both external and internal pills. I've almost succeeded in doing so, but I've had to expend a lot of effort in the process. Dan Yangzi was ecstatic as he pictured himself living life as an immortal. Master, are you almost at the realm of an immortal? Li Huang had just said this when Dan Yangzi reeled back from his imagination and composed himself. The path to becoming an immortal is a long road, but I know that I can be one. Do you know why? No, Dan Yangzi's eyes shone with excitement. That's because this method to become an immortal was recorded within a sacred text written by Taisheng Leijun himself. He personally gave it to me. Who else could possibly become an immortal? If he says that I can become one, then I will definitely become one. Taisheng Leijun, who is he? Is he one of the three deities? Li Huang didn't recognize that name. While he wasn't sure about the details, Li Huang still had to put up a facade. Master is right, you will definitely become an immortal and live as long as the heavens and earth. Dan Yangzi loved listening to praises like these, causing a grin to appear on his grotesque face. Ha ha ha, good. If you wish to learn how to refine pills, then let me teach you a simple one. This is the recipe to refine a blood-nourishing pill. Remember it, 600 g of crimson pills, 500 g of nut grass, 110 g of actinolite. This was an unexpected harvest that Li Huang could not afford to miss out on. He quickly tried finding some paper and ink to write down the recipe, but the entire room was devoid of any such items. He did not find anything despite doing his best to scan the entire room. Out of desperation, he picked up a piece of charcoal from under the furnace and started writing down the recipe on his robes. Start the furnace at 145 m, put in the ingredients, look closely, breathe quietly and pay attention. Refine it slowly using a weak flame. Open the furnace at 6 a.m. Use this recipe to slowly practice on your own. I'm looking forward to seeing how talented you are. Li Huang threw the charcoal away once he was done writing it down. He showed his master the recipe he had written. Master, please take a look and see if I've missed anything. But when Dan Yangzi saw the recipe written in charcoal, his initially joyous face became sour. He raised his right leg and kicked Li Huang, causing him to crash into the furnace and fall heavily onto the ground. Then Dan Yangzi muttered angrily under his breath and left. Meanwhile, Li Huang just sat still on the ground. Once he suppressed his anger, Li Huang felt that something was wrong. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why did his master act like that? He looked at the recipe that he had written. While it was not written in the best of handwriting, it was still legible. At that moment, a sudden thought popped up into his head. He looked around the empty room that was devoid of anything with words. He then thought about how none of them had any books for morning classes. Piecing together all the information, he came to a realization. Could he be illiterate? Li Huang stared at the furnace in front of him carefully. Beside it, there were 3 incense sticks that were used to record the passage of time. Without a clock, Li Huang could only use such crude methods to calculate time. When the final incense stick had burnt out, he immediately doused the flame and opened the furnace. A strange herbal smell wafted out from the inside. Li Huang was ecstatic. He did it. The pills were rolling around in a sieve. After using the sieve to separate out the waste product, he placed the irregularly sized black pills into a box to inspect them. These were the blood-nourishing pills that Dan Yangzi had taught him the recipe of. It was a simple pill used to coagulate blood. One must not consume more than 50 g of it, or they risk having all of the blood within their body coagulating. It sounded like a dangerous drug, in that it would do more harm than good, but due to how simple refining it was, Dan Yangzi chose this recipe to let Li Huang practice refining pills. After counting it, Li Huang had refined 13 large pills and 26 smaller pills, but this was not all he had obtained through this practice. He had also gained some basic knowledge about pill refinement by practicing how to refine the blood-nourishing pills. Refining pills was much harder than he had expected. Not only did he have to take into account the age of the herbs, he also had to know the direction in which the herb had grown. If a single mistake was made, the success rate of the refining process and the potency of the pills would plummet drastically. The pile of black waste beside the furnace was evidence of this. After inspecting the pills, he took out a piece of bamboo and kept the pills inside. He took a deep breath, wore his robes, and walked out. It's almost going to be 11 p.m. soon. When Li Huang opened the door to the preparation room, everyone inside immediately stood up and stared at him fearfully. In their eyes, Li Huang was the embodiment of the Grim Reaper. Li Huang gazed at them with a complicated expression on his face. Under everyone's gazes, he stood in front of Bai Ling Miao. The girl trembled, her white hair shivering ever so slightly. She tried her best not to cry, but in the end she couldn't stop tears from pouring out of her eyes. Li Huang held her hand and slowly walked toward the pill room. Walking in the damp cave, Bai Ling Miao entrusted her final words to Li Huang. Li Huang merely listened and stayed quiet throughout their walk. However, when they arrived at Li Huang's room instead of the pill room, he brought her in and whispered, "Take off your pants." Bai Ling Miao's eyes were frozen. She was quite scared by his words and actions. 45 minutes before 11 p.m., Li Huang escorted Bai Ling Miao into the pill room. Dan Yangzi had arrived at roughly the same time as him. When he saw that Li Huang had already brought the guiding drug ingredient here without his orders, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He was growing happier and happier with Li Huang. "Ho ho, good disciple, come here." With a single wave of his arm, Bai Ling Miao flew through the air and was caught by Dan Yangzi. He used a single hand to grab her neck and then threw her into the stone urn. Meanwhile, Li Huang's heart was racing as he clenched his fist. Dan Yangzi had just picked up the heavy pestle when he stopped. Her period came now of all times. The composition of the drug has changed. Dan Yangzi frowned as he saw the blood stain of Bai Ling Miao's pants. Li Huang sighed in relief. His plan had worked. Once he had understood a little bit more about refining pills, he had come up with this plan. In this world, the composition of a drug varied wildly even for rocks and herbs based on how they grew. So he assumed that a guiding drug ingredient, especially a human, could naturally be altered. With his limited knowledge, he somewhat remembered that a girl's menstruation blood was considered impure in Taoism. That was why he came up with a plan to fake Bai Ling Miao's period by smearing his own blood on her pants. Also, he had to ensure that Dan Yangzi noticed this personally so that the suspicion wouldn't be cast on him. Thankfully, everything went according to plan. It seemed that Bai Ling Miao was saved. Dan Yangzi waved his arm and Bai Ling Miao flew out from the stone urn, landing heavily on the floor. She hit the floor hard. She covered her bruised knees and could barely stand. Since Li Huang couldn't help her in front of Dan Yangzi, he stood still on the side. "Xuan Yang, take this guiding drug ingredient back." Li Huang silently sighed in relief upon hearing it. "Yes, master." When Bai Ling Miao walked back to Li Huang's side, he saw that her head had split open and blood was flowing down her cheek. "Thankfully, we were able to fool him this time around. It should take quite some time for Bai Ling Miao to get chosen again." Li Huang escorted her toward the exit. "Xuan Yang, since she cannot be used, go and bring another. I remember that there is another one with albinism. Quickly go and return, we can't miss the time." Li Huweng's body shook slightly out of surprise, but he immediately turned and bowed. Yes, master. Li Huweng didn't remember anything about when he returned to the preparation room. He just approached a boy with albinism and dragged him out of the room. The boy screamed and cried, even begging for mercy while kneeling down on the floor. There was nothing that Li Huweng could do. He could only drag him back to the pill room. After delivering the boy, Li Huweng was just about to leave when Dan Yangzi called for him. Didn't you want to learn the Tao of pills? Come and take a look. It's not every day that you would have the chance to observe the refinement of such a complex and rare pill. Li Huweng stayed and observed the entire refinement process, adding in the secondary ingredients and fanning the flames as requested by Dan Yangzi. When the flames finally went out, the furnace was opened. 7 black pills appeared in front of Dan Yangzi, organized neatly in a row. Not bad. Looks like you have some talent in pill refinement. The other disciples are not as inquisitive as you are. Come, this is your reward. Dan Yangzi took one of the pills and handed it to Li Huweng. He had just swallowed the pill when Li Huweng felt a burning sensation from his dantian. The burning sensation intensified with each moment to the point that he almost puked. Xuan Yang, go back and rest. This pill is quite potent. It will take some time for you to absorb it completely. Yes, master. He staggered back to his room and hurled a bit. However, nothing but water came out. The pill had already been absorbed by him. Soon the sound of bones cracking filled the air as his joints dislocated and his body contorted. The burning sensation coming from his dantian spread out toward his limbs. His entire body was burning, almost as if he was wearing a sweater in summer. The heat from his body was making him nauseous. He lay down on his bed and saw the ceiling shifting in his vision. He remembered how everyone in the preparation room looked at him fearfully, as well as how he had now become an accomplice of Dan Yangzi. He had done what he despised toward the other weak disciples. While Dan Yangzi was illiterate, he was no fool. In front of absolute power, nothing else mattered. I'm going to kill him. I swear that I'm going to kill him. Li Huweng howled within his heart. In his delirious state, he grabbed the edge of the stone bed with his right hand. When he swore that he would kill Dan Yangzi, his right arm's veins bulged. Crack! The stone bed cracked under his strong grip. Li Huweng was surprised at the sound. He looked at his hand and then at the piece of rock that he broke. He quickly realized that this was the power of the pill. It wasn't just his strength. There were other changes to his body as well. He felt that his eyes could see even further than before. It was as if the pill had removed all the impurities within his body. But when he remembered how he had obtained this strength, he felt sick. Senior Li, are you all right? Bai Lingmiao carefully peeked in from the entrance. Li Huweng stared at her with a conflicted look on his face, not knowing what he should tell her. Bai Lingmiao stepped into the room. Senior Li, please don't be mad at yourself. All of us know that you could have done nothing more in those circumstances. If Master calls for me again, you don't have to bother finding someone else. After all, everyone here will eventually die. Li Huweng didn't want to hear this right now. He stared at her bleeding head and took out one of the pills he had refined before. Eat this, it will stop your bleeding. Bai Lingmiao stared at the pills in Li Huweng's hand and shook her head in fear. No, I cannot eat pills. I must never eat pills. Li Huweng chuckled and threw the pill onto the ground. Yeah, there's a certain amount of poison in it. In the end, it's not some miraculous medicine. Bai Lingmiao bit her lips and asked Li Huweng a question she had on her mind. Senior Li, do you intend to fight back against Master? Li Huweng's face paled and he immediately ran toward the door and closed it. It's all right. Master can't hear us now. Master utilizes the wandering gods to help him patrol the caves. Every time there is a procession, the wandering gods must return to the procession. What are the wandering gods? Li Huweng asked. This was the first time he had heard of them. They are, as their name implies, you can't see or touch them. I've heard my grandpa say that only those proficient in Taoism can command them. Oh, Li Huweng immediately remembered this information. It was quite crucial for him. When is the procession? Bai Lingmiao was puzzled by his question. On the 1st and 15th day of each month in the lunar calendar. Senior Lei, didn't you know this? Did your parents not take you to the procession? Li Huweng shook his head. In his memories, or at least in what he thought were his real memories, he lived in the city and didn't attend any such event since they were only seen in the countryside. Senior Li, let's get back to business. Do you wish to fight against Master? His face froze a moment before he said, yes, I want to tear him apart. Bai Lingmiao nodded and sighed. Then let me help you. I might be able to do something. Li Huweng stared at her. He saw conviction within her eyes. It seemed that Bai Lingmiao was not as weak as he had thought. All right, you will be the first one to help me. Li Huweng agreed. He really needed an ally. Li Huweng thought about their circumstances and told her, we still don't have enough people. Go to the preparation room and see if any of them are unsatisfied with Master. Maybe some of the people in the cave might not want to fight against Dan Yangzi, but those in the preparation room were already doomed to begin with. Some of them wouldn't want to go down without a fight. Bai Lingmiao nodded and left. Li Huweng sat down and took out the jade pendant. He thought about the disciples who failed to escape. Xuan Yang, was this how you gathered everyone too? I hope I don't suffer the same fate as you. After taking some time to gather his thoughts, he started to focus his attention on Zephyr Temple. He started to properly take care of the preparation room, regardless of whether he had to deal with humans or items. Dan Yangzi naturally rewarded such a hardworking disciple. He taught him various basic pill recipes, treating Li Huang the same as a direct disciple. The basic pills were not very potent, allowing Li Huang to only treat some minor injuries and flu. Additionally, the pills contained a certain amount of poison. If he ate too many of them, it would cause some side effects instead. He wasn't sure if this applied to all the pills in this world or only Dan Yangzi's pills. There was one more rule. He couldn't consume two different types of pills at the same time, as it could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Rather than becoming something akin to a folk doctor, it was more apt to say that he was someone who could use poison. But the pills were not really that important. What was more important was gaining Dan Yangzi's trust and building a strong relationship with Dan Yangzi. There were even times when Li Huang was told to help Dan Yangzi refine pills. Then Dan Yangzi took in one of the young assistants as an official disciple, and so Li Huang was no longer the most junior disciple. He had become a part of Zephyr Temple. After spending some time with his master, Li Huang confirmed that Dan Yangzi was indeed illiterate. He even hated those who could read and write. He would never allow his disciples to be better than him, which was also why he sought after disciples that were illiterate. After confirming this, Li Huang was suspicious of what Dan Yangzi told him previously. Master had said that the method to becoming an immortal was given to him by Taisheng Leijun himself, recorded within a sacred text. He even said that if Taisheng Leijun told him that he could become an immortal, then he would become an immortal. Since he and the other disciples are illiterate, how could they have known the contents of the sacred text? Who told them about it? My home is located in the lower Liang City. Enter the city through the east gate and go to the 22nd house on Prosperity Street. I've hidden 2 pieces of gold within the 3rd pickle jar under my bed, between the layers of pickles. Spend wisely. It should be enough to ensure that our child grows into a proper adult. Please pass my message to my wife. A middle-aged man, his face riddled with pimples, held back his fear as he told Li Huang his final words. The man was the guiding drug ingredient needed in the pill room today. Li Huang could do nothing but listen to his final words and remember them. Staring at the back of the trembling man walking into the pill room, Li Huang turned around and left. He was feeling agitated. This was the 8th person that he had taken to the pill room. As time went on, there were fewer and fewer people within the preparation room. But what made him feel awful was the fact that he had started to grow accustomed to it, but he didn't want to grow familiar with this feeling. He refused to become Dan Yangzi's accomplice. He needed to find a way out of this and away from this terrible place. But it wasn't easy. With only himself and the malformed people from the preparation room, it was impossible to fight against the seemingly invincible Dan Yangzi. There were 2 key pieces of information he had ascertained. One was that on the 1st and the 15th day of each lunar month, without the wandering gods, Dan Yangzi could not spy on them. The other was that Dan Yangzi could not read, meaning that there was someone else in Zephyr Temple translating the sacred texts for him. Should I slip into Dan Yangzi's place and see if I can kill that person? Then I would become the only literate disciple here. He would have to use me to translate the sacred text. Then it should be very easy for me to kill Dan Yangzi. This idea had just come into his mind when he dismissed it. Firstly, while he knew where Dan Yangzi lived, he didn't know if there were any traps laid out there. Secondly, he didn't know just how strong the person reading the sacred text for Dan Yangzi was. If he just entered blindly, he might end up dying instantly. Should I poison his ingredients? No, he was the one who taught me how to refine pills. He would easily identify the poisoned ingredients and kill me. Li Huang kept thinking as he walked back, trying to find a way to kill Dan Yangzi. Just then, a moody man wearing Taoist robes and Haiyuan hat came in from the opposite direction. Li Huang recognized him as the direct disciple Zheng Kun. Li Huang knew next to nothing about him. He barely even saw him with the exception of meal times. Even then, he had only seen him a few times. Compared to the official disciples like Li Huang, Zheng Kun didn't have to bother with the daily maintenance of Zephyr Temple. As to what he was normally doing, Li Huang had no idea. Both of them were about to pass by each other when Zheng Kun leaned slightly toward Li Huang, causing their shoulders to hit each other. Li Huang felt like he had hit a piece of metal. Li Huang stared at him for just a second before he ignored him and was just about to leave when a strong force pulled him backward. Li Huang stumbled a bit, almost falling backward. However, he managed to stand his ground. "What's wrong, Junior Xuan Yang? Are my words nothing to you?" Zheng Kun folded his arms and walked toward Li Huang. "Senior brother Zheng Kun, I still need to go and tidy up the preparation room under Master's orders." Li Huang replied calmly, "Don't try to throw Master's name around. I was the one who escaped with Master back in the days when we were being chased by others who wanted to kill us. You weren't even there. Let me tell you, Xuan Yang, just do your job and don't try to stand out. Stop trying to overstep your boundaries." Zhang Kun's tone was serious. Li Huang was not angered by his words. He just stared at Zhang Kun with a stunned expression and thought about something. He remembered Chuan Yuan telling him that Zhang Kun was temperamental, but to think that he was this hot-headed. What's wrong? Why don't you try saying something? Speak up. Li Huang seemed to have realized something as his previously stunned face became animated with a hint of exaggeration. His tone was mocking Zhang Kun. It was Master's own decision to pay more attention to me. Even if Master were to tell me the method to become an immortal, there would be nothing you can do about it. Now it was Zhang Kun's turn to be stunned. He had never thought that Li Huang would say something like that. When he came to his senses, Zhang Kun formed a seal with his fingers and thrusted it into Li Huang's left chest while tearing through his Taoist robes. You think you deserve it. If Master did not tell me the method to become an immortal, then he would never tell you either. Who do you think you are, you garbage of a drug ingredient? The intense pain almost caused Li Huang to faint, but he had managed to guess correctly. He smiled even though he was in pain. Haha, looks like Master has not even told you. Maybe you are untalented. Senior brother Zhang Kun, the path to immortality heavily relies on your own talent. Since you are untalented, it's natural that Master would not waste his time on you. Li Huang's words had touched upon Zhang Kun's reverse scale. He thrusted his fingers 3 more times into Li Huang's body. You damned garbage of a drug ingredient. You seek death. Under the intense pain, Li Huang's laughter grew louder. Come and kill me. Let's see Master's face when he knows that one of his disciples is killing another one of his disciples. Seeing Li Huang's grin and maniacal laughter, Zhang Kun kicked Li Huang to the ground. Damned hysteric, Li Huang laid on the ground motionlessly for at least half a day. After some time, a pair of large hands gently picked him up. Sigh, junior brother Xuan Yang, why didn't you listen to me? Didn't I tell you to show respect to Zhang Kun? Why did you have to taunt him? It was Xuan Yuan, the kind disciple. Because of his peaceful temperament, he was the only person Li Huang would talk to regularly. Li Huang pressed against his injury and endured the pain as he said, why would he have killed me? Master's wandering gods are still around. If any more disciples were to die here, Zephyr Temple might not be able to maintain itself. Wandering gods, Xuan Yuan was perplexed. He doesn't know. Li Huang suddenly came to a realization. Wait, don't tell me no one else knew how Master had complete control of all information within the Zephyr Temple. Thinking about how the other 2 direct disciples had died, it seemed that not everyone knew about this. Nothing, I'm just saying that he wouldn't dare to kill me. You can't say that. He's a direct disciple and you are only an official disciple. He might not be able to kill you, but he could make your life harder. Haha, so what? I've been used to such a hard life ever since I was born. As he spoke to Xuan Yuan, Li Huang chuckled at what he had discovered through Zhang Kun that even the direct disciples didn't have the qualifications to learn the method of becoming an immortal. Dan Yangzi didn't even trust Zhang Kun. But most importantly, when he told Zhang Kun that Master would rather teach the method of becoming an immortal to him rather than Zhang Kun, he saw a strong sense of dissatisfaction from Zhang Kun's eyes. It seemed that Dan Yangzi's disciples were not as loyal as he had thought. He had a feeling that he might be able to exploit this. Zhang Kun's attacks had broken 2 of Li Huang's ribs, and he had also received numerous bruises on his body. Fortunately, all of these were injuries that could be recovered from by just consuming some pills. Rather than being worried about his injuries, he was much more concerned about his plan. On the first day of the next month, Li Huang went and found Zhang Kun. He once again taunted Zhang Kun, inciting the latter to hit him again. During the conflict, he let the information about the wandering god slip out, making it look like he had an accidental slip of the tongue. When he saw Zhang Kun's expression change ever so slightly, Li Huang knew that he had succeeded. Zhang Kun must have wanted to learn how to become an immortal. He hadn't known for sure how Zhang Kun would react to this information. However, he felt that there wasn't much to lose, and based on Zhang Kun's reaction, it seemed that he had succeeded. Soon it was once again the 15th day of the month. Today was a good day to refine pills, meaning that Dan Yangzi would stay in the pill room for the entire afternoon. It was also a day when the wandering gods were absent. Though the Zephyr Temple was fairly large, Li Huang had long since identified Zhang Kun's usual route. At this moment, Zhang Kun was silently meditating in one of the halls. Did I guess it wrongly? Don't tell me that he doesn't actually want to become an immortal. Another 15 days passed, yet Zhang Kun did not act this time either. Finally, when Li Huang had thought that all hope was lost, on the 15th day of the second month, Zhang Kun was nowhere to be found in his usual location at the Zhengyi Hall. It looked like Zhang Kun had finally decided to act. While Dan Yangzi was refining pills, Li Huang followed his plan and rushed toward Dan Yangzi's room. Just as he had almost reached the cave that was Dan Yangzi's room, Li Huang suddenly stopped. He saw Zhang Kun standing a distance away from the entrance to Dan Yangzi's room. Judging by his behavior, it seemed that Zhang Kun had used someone to trigger whatever traps were present in Dan Yangzi's room while he himself kept watch. From the looks of it, he was more careful than Li Huang had thought. Finally, after an hour had passed, Li Huang saw Xuan Yin sneaking out of Dan Yangzi's room. Seeing that it was safe, Zheng Kun took out 2 pairs of black talismans. Both of them placed a talisman each on their knees and disappeared like the wind. The entrance to Dan Yangzi's room had a door, and currently it had been opened ever so slightly, luring whoever was curious enough into its trap. Seeing that someone else had already gone in and come back out safely, Li Huang knew that whatever traps there were inside the cave should have been disarmed. He silently walked toward the room. This was his chance. Dan Yangzi's room was quite spacious, but it was extremely messy. There was even the stench of dead rats hanging in the air. Even though the place was vile, Li Huang immediately saw something quite valuable within the room, a single stone slab, wrapped in a net of bronze coins that was held together using black threads. If his guess was correct, the stone slab should be the sacred text that Dan Yangzi had told him about. He carefully walked over to the stone slab and read its contents without disturbing the net of bronze coins around it. While Zheng Kun wanted to secretly learn the method to become an immortal based on his surroundings, it seemed that he had failed to find anything. Li Huang read the sacred text carefully, but it was barely legible. The text reminded him of ancient Chinese hieroglyphics. However, it was more likely that the text was written in a language that was even more ancient than hieroglyphics. While the characters of the Chinese language had seen a relatively lesser amount of changes over time compared to the other languages, these characters were still extremely difficult to decipher. The more he read, the more he felt that it was wrong. Didn't Dan Yangzi say that one must cultivate both the Tao of internal pills and the Tao of external pills in order to become an immortal? However, this sacred text doesn't state this. Gandharva appears amongst every soul. And out of his own selfless accord, because he feels content, all of the souls will be content too. Wait a minute, this isn't a sacred text, it's just some random scripture. At that moment, a spine-chilling snicker sounded behind him. He quickly turned around only to find nothing behind him. Instead, he saw that there was a small hole within the cave. Within that hole was a tall green vase that was the size of his forearm. Something isn't right. Li Huang slowly made his way back to the entrance of the cave, making sure that he retraced his steps exactly. Based on the current situation, it seemed that Zheng Kun had not removed all of the dangers. Don't move. A shrill girl's voice resounded behind him. Li Huang slowly turned his head backward and saw something horrifying. There was a pale girl's head placed on the mouth of the vase. The girl didn't seem to be alive. Her skin was as pale as a corpse, yet her cheeks were extremely red due to makeup. There was a red dot on the girl's forehead. Li Huang stared at it and felt that all this was quite surreal. He immediately knew who was the one who had been reading the sacred text for Dan Yangzi. Looks like it was. Whatever that thing was. Are you with the guys from just now? You are in quite a lot of trouble, hee. All I need to do is to ring the bell and my father will immediately come back. Her braids were tied to several red threads, all of them attached to little bronze bells. Li Huang immediately realized the immense danger he was in. He quickly reorganized his thoughts and acted calmly. Go ahead and call him then. Once he's here, I will let him know that you've been cheating him. Seeing the head on the vase reveal an expression filled with nervousness, Li Huang chuckled. I was right. Looks like I'm not the only one who wants to lie to that illiterate baldy. Whatever this thing was, it was already doing something he planned to do. No one in the Zephyr Temple was trustworthy. Each and every single one of them had their own schemes. You can't blame me. The words were so complex and so I couldn't read them. Father forced me to read them, so there is nothing I could have done. The head on the vase cried. Looking at how she was almost about to break down, Li Huang amended his plan and came to a decision. Okay, then let's make a deal. I will leave this place right now, and you should act as if I was never even here. I will also act as if this place never existed. This way, everyone will be able to protect their lives. The head on the vase thought about it for a moment and agreed. Okay, then go quickly. I will also act as if you were never here. Li Huang slowly walked toward the entrance. Since the sacred text is fake, did you also lie to him about using humans to refine pills? The head on the vase smiled. Yes. Because I remember reading a recipe that used humans as ingredients for guiding drugs. So I lied and told him about the recipe as if that was what was written in the sacred text. Don't worry, the pills are not deadly. After all, I don't want my father to die. However, I'm afraid that once he knows that I am worthless, he will abandon me. Look, I don't even have any limbs. Just as she was chatting up a storm, Li Huang suddenly raised his right arm and smashed the jade pendant at the vase. The round jade pendant became a blur of white before hitting the vase hard, causing the vase to fall down on the floor and crack. The vase broke into several pieces, allowing Li Huang to see what was in the vase. A complete set of organs was tied together using black prayer beads and covered in feces and urine. Ah, father, it hurts, father, it hurts so much. The cries of the girl slowly faded away. Who did this? An incredibly furious howl spread across the entire cave system. The voice belonged to Dan Yangzi. This was the first time that he was angered to this extent. Dan Yangzi hadn't really been angry when some of the disciples tried to escape, nor was he angry when Li Huang had demonstrated to him that he was literate. But this time, he was truly angry. The atmosphere within the Zephyr Temple became oppressivate, was to the point that even the oil lamps on the walls were dimmer than usual. Under Dan Yangzi's command, everyone arrived within the large hall where the disciples had their morning classes. The air was filled with a stench of blood. Dan Yangzi had already killed some of the people who had arrived earlier, their bodies strewn across the floor. Killing people often helped Dan Yangzi calm down, but this time, this was nowhere near enough. Splat. Something fell onto the ground. At that moment, everyone saw that it was something akin to a head entangled with a mass of bloody organs. It was the very same head that was placed above the vase that Li Huang had broken. Now that she was truly dead, her cheeks had dulled in color, however. Her eyes still revealed the fear she felt right before death. Who did this? Who entered my room without my permission while I was refining pills? Dan Yangzi's voice was low but deadly, like a lion ready to pounce. You would better come clean. If you do, I will give you a swift death. If I have to find you myself, then I will make sure that you will be in so much pain that you will be begging for death. The entire cave fell silent, regardless of whether it was the guiding drug ingredients, the assistants, or official disciples. None of them moved, still staying quiet. Fine, then I will ask each and every one of you. Chang Ming, Chang Ren, what were you guys doing while I was refining pills? Chang Ming and Chang Ren were the disciples with a sword on their backs. Master, both of us were following your orders and guarding the entrance to the Zephyr Temple. We never left our post. Dan Yangzi approached them and observed their expressions. Just when Chang Ming and Chang Ren were starting to have cold sweats, Dan Yangzi slowly turned toward the person beside them. Xuan Yuan, where were you? Meanwhile, Li Huang, who was standing beside Xuan Yuan, knew that it would be his turn soon. While he was nervous, he had to calm down, stay focused. As long as he doesn't notice anything different about me, I win. Xuan Yang, your turn. What were you doing after you sent the guiding drug ingredient to me? The moment he heard this, Li Huang immediately gave him the answer that he had already prepared. Master, I went back to the preparation room to prepare the ingredients we would need for the next pill that we will be refining. Is that so? Dan Yangzi slowly walked over, his bloody stench and oppressive aura causing Li Huang's body to stiffen up to its limit. No wonder the rest of the disciples were sweating so much. Time passed by ever so slowly. Under the intense pressure, the beads of sweat on Li Huang's forehead grew larger. Suddenly, he felt the pressure weaken. Just as he thought that he had succeeded, Dan Yangzi's voice rang beside him. Did you guys see Xuan Yang going into the preparation room? Li Huang turned to see who he was addressing and saw that Dan Yangzi had already approached the guiding drug ingredients. He was asking them, think properly before you speak. If any of you can help me find the culprit, then I will immediately send you back home and even give you some money. The moment he said this, several of the guiding drug ingredients were shocked. They wanted to go home, to leave this horrible place. Master, Senior Li was indeed with us. Feeling that the situation was about to go out of control, Bai Lingmiao immediately replied. Dan Yangzi stared at her. Oh, and what about the rest of you? At this point, Puppy was visibly excited with a conflicted look on his face. He clenched his teeth and stepped forward. Master, let me tell the truth. Xuan Yang had not come to the preparation room even once. The culprit must be him. The moment Puppy said that, Xuan Yin smirked, almost letting out a laugh. His face, which had initially been pale with fear, now looked much better after realizing that he would live today. Meanwhile, Dan Yangzi turned and looked at Li Huang before approaching Puppy. Suddenly, he slapped Puppy in the face. Bullshit. Xuan Yang had personally brought a guiding drug ingredient to me. How could he bring the guiding drug ingredient if he never went to the preparation room? Are you trying to die? Puppy was visibly shaken as he fell on his knees, tears covering his entire face as he kowtowed. No, I was wrong. I was tempted by my own greed and lied. Still expressionless, Dan Yangzi continued to stare at the horror-struck Puppy. At that moment, he suddenly turned around and looked at Xuan Yin. Why were you smiling just now? Were you happy that Xuan Yang just got framed? The moment he said this, Xuan Yin wasn't able to stop his body from shaking. The pressure coming from Dan Yangzi was immense. As Dan Yangzi slowly walked toward him, Xuan Yin visibly grew more and more nervous, to the point that the people around him could tell that something was suspicious about him. When Dan Yangzi was finally standing in front of him directly, Xuan Yin was no longer able to withstand it. He fell onto the ground as a yellowish liquid slowly spread out on the ground around him. Master, I didn't want to do it. It was disciple Zheng Kun who forced me to do it. The moment Xuan Yin said that, Zheng Kun suddenly snarled, launching himself toward the exit of the cave system like a jaguar. To think that it was you, Dan Yangzi huffed. At the same time, a clear ringing sound rang out as he swung his right hand. Then a single bronze coin fell onto the ground, rolling and spinning like a top. Zheng Kun was almost out of the cave system when Dan Yangzi raised his right foot and stomped the ground, his cloth shoes kicking up a pillar of dust. Crack! The bronze coin split into 5 fragments and blew apart. However, the coin was not the only thing that split apart. Zheng Kun himself had split apart as well. All 4 of his limbs were torn apart, just like the coin. However, even without his limbs, the bloody Zheng Kun was still alive. He crawled desperately toward the entrance just like a maggot. My dear disciple, you were the one who had followed me the longest. How could you? I should have known that you were the only one who could have disarmed the restrictions that I had placed in my room. Dan Yangzi stomped on Zheng Kun's head, preventing him from crawling further. Dan Yangzi slowly increased the force in his leg, causing Zheng Kun's suffocated face to be buried completely into the ground, silencing him. My dear disciple. Did you know that I knew exactly what you were thinking? You and your brothers were nothing but ingrates. Dan Yangzi spat out those words and stomped down one last time. At that moment, Zheng Kun's head exploded under the force of this stomp. Blobs of blood and tissues flew around, with some of them even splattering onto Li Huang's face. Dan Yangzi had found the one who broke his vase, but he was not happy about it. He kicked away Zheng Kun's corpse with a complicated expression. I've been raising you like a godson. To think that you would betray me like this. The cave was completely silent with the exception of Dan Yangzi's rapid breathing. This lasted for an entire 10 minutes before Dan Yangzi pointed at Li Huang among the crowd. You, come forward and kowtow to the three deities. Li Huang was momentarily stunned by his words. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly kneeled in front of the three deities and kowtowed. When he was done, Li Huang knew what was coming as he held the incense sticks. From now on, you will be my direct disciple. Yes, master. Li Huang was ecstatic. This moment has finally come. Don't you fucking worry, Baldy. I will definitely help you attain immortality. Come with me. I need you to do something, Dan Yangzi said as he carefully picked up the remains of the head and her organs in his arms. Li Huang followed him, and soon he was back in Dan Yangzi's room. The sound of ropes flying through the air echoed in Dan Yangzi's room as the black threads binding the stone tablet flew off and entered Dan Yangzi's sleeves like little black snakes. At that moment, the sacred text was displayed in its entirety in front of Li Huang. Can you read what is written on this? Li Huang scrutinized the tablet and asked, Master, didn't you say that in order to become an immortal, we need to be able to refine both internal and external pills? However, the method to refine the internal pills isn't here. What? Dan Yangzi's eyes flickered back and forth between him and the dead girl. I am telling the truth, Li Huang said with conviction. Li Huang didn't know what kind of lies the girl in the vase had fed to Dan Yangzi. If he were to follow her original script, there was a high chance of failing, so he decided that it would be much easier to be honest and come up with something else. Furthermore, it was not as if he was lying. It was the truth. The entire method to become an immortal was a fake story that the girl in the vase had come up with. Naturally, he would also come up with his own fake story and method as well. Dan Yangzi was initially hesitant about believing Li Huang completely. But the more he thought about it, the more untrustworthy the previous method seemed. No wonder I haven't been able to become an immortal even after such a long time. She always said that the words in the sacred text changed every day and were not possible to memorize. Tui, a vile green glob, hit the girl's head as Dan Yangzi spit on her. He then turned and looked at Li Huang. So what does it really say? This stone tablet records a technique to cultivate internal strength. It says here that during the time between the New Year's Eve and the New Year, it is possible to utilize several external pills, and this technique to capture a portion of the spiritual energy that the heavens release into the mortal realm. We can then absorb it and use it to become immortals. Li Huang stared at the stone tablet and uttered each word with such confidence that it seemed like all his words were the truth. It seems that there are several kinds of pills. This one requires 120 g of cinnabar, 5 g of white strychnine, 60 g of asadin, and a wandering god. Master, what kind of ingredient is a wandering god? Dan Yangzi did not reply immediately, instead observing Li Huang for a while. Even that little girl could trick me. Are you also trying to do the same? Li Huang immediately replied. Master, this is the method to become an immortal. How could I trick you? After all, I want to become an immortal too. Good. Dan Yangzi clapped and laughed happily. Then let's become immortals together, both master and disciple. Meanwhile, Dan Yangzi had been silently observing Li Huang's expression and only nodded after he was certain that there was nothing wrong with Li Huang. Yes, don't worry about the pills. Now tell me how to use the technique. When both of us have mastered it, we will proceed to refine the pills. There is still quite some time before the new year. Yes, master. Li Huang then proceeded to teach him how to use the internal and external heavenly circulation technique that he had come up with. Li Huang was in Dan Yangzi's room for quite a long time. He only managed to get back to his room late at night. Li Huang happily walked down the tunnels with his lantern illuminating the path in front of him. He was satisfied with how things were going and how quickly he would be able to achieve his objective. He was delighted with this opportunity after having waited for so long. When he came to the preparation room, just as he had expected, the guiding drug ingredients inside still hadn't gone to sleep. As he walked in, all of them surrounded him, their eyes filled with happiness and excitement. Everyone knew what today's developments meant for them and Li Huang. Li Huang had already told them about what might happen today beforehand. Don't worry and just wait for my good news. All of you will be able to go home soon. As Li Huang said this, everyone almost cried from happiness. They would finally be able to go home. Senior Li, I will treat you as my adoptive father. You are practically a living saint. One of them who was affected by hand, foot, and mouth disease was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Li Huang with gratitude. Everyone else saw this and followed suit. Li Huang made some effort to calm them all down. If it weren't for all of you this afternoon, then I would have been dead. Shouldn't I be the one kneeling in front of you now? All of them stood up, their faces lit up with their bright smiles. Li Huang stared at their happy faces, feeling something warm in his heart. In this bizarre world, these malformed people were more or less his comrades. Senior Li, how was my acting? That Baldy was so stupid that he fell for my act. Puppy pounded his chest with pride. Not bad. If it weren't for you, Dan Yangzi might not have been fooled so easily. While everyone was praising him and asking questions, a certain someone was worried about him. Senior Li, are you all right? Did he hurt you? Bai Lingmiao came up to him, her eyes filled with worry. Li Huang suddenly remembered how Dan Yangzi wanted to become an immortal with him. This would also mean that Dan Yangzi wanted Li Huang to test the pills first. I don't need to tell her this. He has to rely on me to translate the contents of the sacred text now. Don't worry, he will never harm me. After exchanging some pleasantries, Li Huang became serious. The first day of the month is almost over, and the wandering gods will soon return from their procession. I need your help. Did your grandfather tell you any other stories like these? He still hasn't figured out what kind of ingredients he should list to refine the fake pills. Merely cinnabar or other minerals containing mercury would not be enough to satisfy him. Li Huang needed ingredients that were extremely toxic or vileth, worst of their kind. He still remembered just how strong Dan Yangzi was. He needed to make sure that Dan Yangzi would die this time. Upon hearing Li Huang's question, Bai Lingmiao's eyes widened. Yes, there are quite a few more stories that my grandfather has told me. He told me not to run out of the village, otherwise I would be captured. He told me that the people outside the village are ruthless and would strip me of my skin, forcing me to wear flayed dog skin instead. After that, they would then use us to perform on the street and fool people into thinking that the dogs are smart and can listen to orders. He also told me that the children would never be able to grow after all that because the dog skin would be fused to their body. Li Huang shook his head. No, I meant stories that are used to scare children, something akin to the wandering gods. Wandering gods? Bai Lingmiao furrowed her brows as she tried to think back. My grandfather would tell me random stories from time to time, mostly about giant man-eating insects living within the hills. He didn't really tell me any stories similar to that of the story of the wandering gods. Who told your grandfather about the story of the wandering gods? Bai Lingmiao's eyes shone with innocence as she replied, it was his grandfather who told him, and I will pass down the story to my grandchildren one day. Li Huang shook his head. From the looks of it, he might need to revise his plan a little. Senior Lei, I know of a story. A frail teenager suddenly spoke up. His joints were twisted abnormally, with one shoulder being higher than the other. He was propping himself up against the wall. Even within the preparation room, he was one of the more abnormal ones. Senior Li, my surname is Zhao. I'm usually called Wu at home, but you can call me Zhao Wu. Li Huang was desperate for ideas, so he couldn't really care about who was talking. Sure, tell me about your stories. Zhao Wu looked around and whispered to Li Huang. You wanted something vile and evil, correct? I've heard my elders tell stories of something known as Mountain Grandma. Mountain Grandma, what do they look like? Li Huang tried to recall if he had ever seen pictures of anything like it, but nothing came to mind. In fact, he had never even heard of the term before. SHH, Senior Li, don't be too loud about it. This thing is very dangerous. I've heard that the Mountain Grandma has very keen hearing. If you keep on talking about her, she will definitely come and find you. Oh, Li Huang was intrigued. I've heard my uncle say this before. The Mountain Grandma would appear in different forms in front of different people. Some would see her as a monster with long ears, while others would see her as an older family member that was long dead. But in all of the stories, one thing remained constant. Those who stayed with the Mountain Grandma for a certain period of time would transform into one too. Li Huang rubbed his chin, deep in thought. What a weird world we live in. There are so many crazy things in this world. All right, this should do. Anything else? Yeah, there's something called the companion fish. It's also very vile. Li Huang learned many weird names from Zhao Wu. He decided that most of them would be the ingredients of the fake pills that he would use to kill Dan Yangzi. If Li Huang were to only list out poisonous ingredients, Dan Yangzi might discover his plot. But if he were to add in some of these ingredients that he might not even know about, the plan would be much more likely to succeed. He needed to use ingredients that even Dan Yangzi might not know. The more ingredients like that there were, the more likely he would think that the pills would turn him into an immortal. Hearing Li Huang's praises, Zhao Wu chuckled. I've heard these from my uncle. He used to be a wanderer, so he traveled a lot and learned a lot about the world. He had just taken 2 steps when a giant blocked him. The man was at least 1.9 million tall. Li Huang recognized him. Everyone in the preparation room simply called him Simpleton. He was cross-eyed and drooling. He wasn't really a simpleton, it was just that he had difficulty processing information and had a slower response rate. I know some too. Li Huang sighed and patted his bald head before leaving. The next day arrived. Li Huang was called to Dan Yangzi's room early in the morning. I've more or less mastered the internal and external heavenly circulation technique. Now tell me the ingredients used to refine the pills. Yes, master. Li Huang approached the stone tablet and once again began to inspect it. He tried to make his words as believable as possible. Take 2 hearts of the mountain grandma and extract their essence. Master, what is this? Meanwhile, Dan Yangzi was pacing about in his room, his face full of uncertainty. Is that so? I need something this vile to become an immortal. Master, what is a mountain grandma? Ignore it. Keep reading. 1 companion fish. Take its gills and soak it in 100 g of asadin. Li Huang combined his own knowledge and Zhao Wu's knowledge to come up with an extremely believable pill recipe. It had taken him all night to consolidate all the information. After Li Huang read the ingredients for the fake pill out loud, Dan Yangzi was surprisingly excited and kept on mumbling. When Dan Yangzi finally compiled and analyzed the ingredients in his mind, he felt very shocked. Yes, that's right. Asadin is a cold ingredient by nature, and so it would require something with a hot property like a companion fish to balance it out. This is amazing, and to think that we would need to use the hearts of mountain grandmas to refine a pill. Why did I not think of it before? Since humans can be refined into pills, then naturally evil beings such as these should be able to be used to refine pills too. Dan Yangzi started reasoning with himself as he tried to make sense of the ingredients. Li Huang realized that Dan Yangzi could be really smart at times, but downright stupid at other times. He never trusted anyone besides himself. It all boiled down to superstitions. In a world without gods and demons, being superstitious would be seen as foolish, but even in a world filled with supernatural beings, being overly superstitious would still be foolish. Just then, Dan Yangzi reached into his sleeves and pulled out a bronze handbell that had a dent. Li Huang noticed that it was similar to the bells that were used to control zombies in the movies he had watched before. Dan Yangzi shook the bell violently, and a screeching sound was heard. The sound was so loud that it made Li Huang feel like his head would split open from the pain. He barely had enough energy to close his ears and clench his teeth. At the same time, he noticed that the bell had not only affected his hearing, but also his sight. Everything around him started to twist and turn, almost as if the entire world was being shaken. What is this? What is Dan Yangzi doing? Did I make a mistake? Have I been found out? Just as Li Huang thought that he had failed, he saw the edges of everything around him start to twist and turn before gathering in front of Dan Yangzi. The edges of the table, the edges of Dan Yangzi's sleeves, and even the edges of the sacred text were gathering in front of Dan Yangzi. He couldn't really see what that item was, but he was certain that it was made from the edges of everything, and that it was alive. For a moment, Li Huang thought that he was seeing illusions and shook his head. But then that thing split into 2 in front of Li Huang's very own eyes. When he saw the 2 wriggling things in front of Dan Yangzi, Li Huang had a hunch. Are these the creatures that will gather the ingredients for Dan Yangzi? Just as he had this thought, Li Huang saw Dan Yangzi lower his body and scoop up some dirt before shoving it into his mouth. Then he started talking with the things. His voice was oddly different and sounded extremely unnatural, yet the creatures somehow understood him and quickly left after Dan Yangzi finished instructing them. When they departed, everything returned to normal. Don't worry. Even if the ingredients on the sacred text are hard to get, I can still obtain them. It's a good thing that I still have some people outside, Dan Yangzi said happily. Yeah, Master is someone who will definitely become an immortal. Nothing in this world is too hard for you. But Master, what were those things? Hee. It seems that you still have much to learn. Those are the wandering gods that the sacred text mentioned. Due to the dangerous situation Li Huang was in for the past few months, he had never had the time to consider this, nor did he have time to contemplate the world he was in. What is a mountain grandma? What are the wandering gods? None of this existed in his original world. If it weren't for the pork and lamb that he had eaten in this world, he might have thought that nothing in this world was ordinary. This is a good treasure. I had to use a lot of my power just to take it. Dan Yangzi placed the bronze bell back inside his sleeves. Take. Yeah, of course, I had to take it from someone else. Do you think anyone would give it to you for free? That's what I should do if someone has something that I don't. This was something that I learned when someone took my bun from me when I was 5 years old. When I was younger, I robbed people and took their money. Then I started stealing and taking techniques, treasures, and disciples. I've even taken the entire Zephyr Temple. Even the statues of the 3 deities have not condemned me, Dan Yangzi said with satisfaction in his voice. You should listen well when adults talk. That is what it means to have manners. I'm only teaching you now because I treat you like my own family. But Master, what if you can't take something away from someone else? If I can't take it away, then I would partner up with someone else to try and take it. You are literate, yet you don't know how to use your brain. If you can't take it even after joining forces with a partner, then poison them. If you can't poison them, then frame them. Do every shady thing you can to get what you need. The few sentences Dan Yangzi had just uttered were enough to show Li Huang just how he did things. He would do anything and everything he could, regardless of the method, to obtain what he wanted. Master, you're quite wise. Yeah, so what if I can't read? So what if I can't understand many things? They told me that my ways were vile and evil, so I decided that I will become an immortal. I will show them just who is stupid and vile. Dan Yangzi's last few words rang out as a shout, his ugly face filled with wrath. Li Huang didn't know who Dan Yangzi was referring to, but it was clear that both of them had a deep grudge against each other. Since then, Li Huang spent most of his time with Dan Yangzi, including eating and sleeping. Both of them researched the method of becoming an immortal. During this period, Li Huang perfected the recipe little by little, increasing the credibility of the sacred text. The ingredients that Li Huang had requested soon arrived. One of those items was sticky and pale white in color, covered in soft black fur. The other was a clump of faintly glowing black boil. Li Huang was not only disgusted by the ingredients but also amazed by Dan Yangzi's power. To think that he could actually acquire them. Master, should we refine them now? Li Huang asked. No need, there's still a bit more time before the new year. Let's go have our New Year's Eve meal. Dan Yangzi's words surprised Li Huang. New Year's Eve dinner, was this a tradition? Li Huang quickly followed Dan Yangzi out of the pill room. They soon arrived in the cave meant for eating meals. The other 3 disciples had already arrived. They were Chang Ming, Chang Ren, and Xuan Yuan. When he saw the empty table, Dan Yangzi frowned. Why did you not prepare the utensils for the dead disciples? Quickly prepare them and get ready to welcome them and celebrate the new year. Soon, every dead disciple had their own set of utensils, and the round table was filled with them. Dan Yangzi smiled and nodded with approval. He sat on his chair while Li Huang sat on his right side. The left side was left empty. That seat was meant for Zheng Kun. Plate the dumplings. A steaming plate of dumplings was carried in by the assistants. The aroma was quite tantalizing, as the assistants used metal spoons to carefully place the dumplings inside everyone's bowls, including those meant for the dead disciples. Ho ho, it's going to be a new year soon, so relax and eat, said Dan Yangzi, even though he said that everyone, including Li Huang, only ate after Dan Yangzi had taken the first bite. Dan Yangzi picked up a white dumpling with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth, chewing it with much delight. The pork lard and chives blend together quite well. What's this? A coin, haha, this is a sign of good luck. Li Huang stared at the dumplings for quite some time before digging in as well. Dan Yangzi smiled when he saw Li Huang eating the dumplings. You guys are lucky to be able to eat such amazing dumplings. When I was your age, I didn't even know what dumplings looked like. I had only ever heard about how delicious they were. Then on one of the New Year celebrations, I had the chance to smell a delicious aroma coming from one of the houses. On that day, I learned what dumplings looked like when I barged in there. I didn't even play with their beautiful daughter that day. I cut her down and directly started eating the dumplings that were on the stove. I remember eating at least half a kilogram of dumplings. Back then, they had the same stuffing as well pork lard and chives. The other disciples only smiled weakly, while Li Huang stuffed his cheeks. Dan Yangzi saw the tears on the corners of Li Huang's eyes and sighed. He carefully took his own bowl and gave Li Huang his own share of the dumplings. Sigh, looks like you have had a very tough life too. Eat slowly and don't choke on them. The New Year's Eve dinner of 5 soon ended amidst the clanking sound of the bowls. Just when Li Huang thought they would begin refining the pills, he saw Dan Yangzi take out a stack of red envelopes from his sleeves and pass them to his disciples, including the dead ones. Come now, it's almost the new year. Place them beneath your pillows. When I was your age, I had no elders to give me my red envelopes. Dan Yangzi placed the final red envelope beside Zheng Kun's bowl before smiling at Li Huang. You don't need a red envelope. Come now, let's become immortals together and share the same longevity as the heavens and earth. Li Huang smiled and laughed happily. As you wish, master. Let's head back to the pill room, start the furnace, and refine the pills. You will control the flames. Yes, master. Before him were 2 fist-sized red pills with a metallic luster, 2 pills with a fleshy texture that seemed alive, and 2 decaying black pills with a pungent odor. Li Huang nodded in satisfaction. He had used everything he could think of when refining them. With so many ingredients, these pills were most definitely lethal and wouldn't leave behind any possibility of life. A stick of incense was lit up beside him, representing the time remaining before the beginning of the new year. According to his fabricated cultivation technique, he had to start cultivating at the moment the new year started and absorb the spiritual energy that descended from the heavens. Li Huang sat down cross-legged and prepared himself, picking up the fist-sized red pill. He was about to die, yet he was unexpectedly calm. Yes, he had not prepared any contingency plans. Li Huang understood that he would definitely have to consume these pills, otherwise Dan Yangzi would never consume them. His amiable attitude during the New Year's Eve dinner was nothing but a facade. The matter of attaining immortality together was just a way to use him as a test subject. However, Dan Yangzi would have never anticipated that Li Huang wouldn't care about his own life at all. Li Huang had long since grown indifferent about his own life and death in the first place. He never even belonged here. His only reason for staying alive was to watch this disgusting bastard, Dan Yangzi, being lured into his own grave. At this point, Dan Yangzi was seated opposite him, and he had also picked up a red pill. Under both of their gazes, the incense stick gradually burned up. Just as the incense stick was about to burn out, Li Huang took a deep breath and stuffed the pill in his hand into his own mouth, and then swallowed it whole. Meanwhile, Dan Yangzi, who had also been preparing to take the pill, paused and focused completely on observing Li Huang's actions. Li Huang had an excited look on his face, not paying any attention to Dan Yangzi. He then swallowed the remaining 2 pills directly. Then he closed his eyes and formed gestures with his hands before resting them on his knees. Sweat slowly trickled down his cheeks as his body began to tremble, while an uncontrollable ecstasy gradually appeared on his face. There's so much innate spiritual energy. This is how it works, I understand. I'm really going to attain immortality. A hint of anxiety appeared in Dan Yangzi's eyes, but he still didn't consume the pills immediately. It wasn't until he saw wisps of white smoke rising up from the top of Li Huang's head that he hurriedly swallowed the 3 pills. Then, the cross-legged Dan Yangzi closed his eyes and began to practice the internal and external heavenly circulation technique. At that moment, Li Huang slowly opened his eyes to watch his master, his smile wider than even before. When he saw the white smoke rising from atop Dan Yangzi's head and dark substances crawling through his veins, Li Huang relaxed from his cross-legged sitting posture. He clutched his stomach that was suffering from excruciating pain and began to howl maniacally with laughter. H-A-H-A-H-A, Baldy, Baldy, you can't attain immortality. The only thing you will become is a ghost. Let's meet again on the bridge of helplessness, ha-ha-ha. Dan Yangzi seemed to have heard him but showed no reaction. With his eyes closed tightly and his teeth clenched, he sat cross-legged on the spot, excitedly circulating the internal and external heavenly circulation technique. You're still cultivating. All of that was made up by me. I copied it all from Xiangxia novels, ha-ha-ha. Ouch, my stomach hurts, ha-ha-ha. Li Huang slowly crawled to Dan Yangzi's side, laughing at his pale white face. He raised his trembling right hand and slapped it onto Dan Yangzi's face. Hey, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Another slap followed, but there was still no reaction from Dan Yangzi. Trembling, Li Huang took out a pill from his pocket and stuffed it into his own mouth. Immediately, his veins bulged and his body became filled with strength. I told you to stop cultivating. Can't you hear me? Li Huang punched Dan Yangzi's face, deforming his mouth and nose. At that moment, Dan Yangzi, whose mouth was now filled with blood, suddenly opened his eyes and glared vehemently at Li Huang. Then he flicked the sleeves of his Taoist robe, sending Li Huang flying. Get lost. You demons won't hinder me from becoming an immortal. I'm about to attain immortality. The ancestors are about to receive me. Li Huang didn't get up from the ground after he was thrown aside. He simply lay there and looked at Dan Yangzi, mumbling to himself, he's gone mad. His obsession with becoming an immortal has driven him completely crazy. Ah, my stomach really hurts. Just like that, one person sat while the other person laid down as some time passed. In the meantime, the pain in Li Huang's abdomen became more and more intense and his body instinctively curled up like a shrimp. Ouch, why is it so painful? When will this suffering end? Maybe I should have prepared a knife to slit my throat. Li Huang writhed on the ground in pain. Amidst the intense pain, Li Huang's consciousness gradually blurred. In his confusion, he once again saw Yang Na's face. Yang Na, are you here to receive me? Yang Na's face quickly melted before rearranging into the face of his attending physician. Bed 14, impaired consciousness. Preliminary diagnosis, food poisoning. Quick, bring in the electric suction for a gastric lavage. Li Huang slowly closed his eyes and an extremely faint voice slipped out from his lips. Gastric lavage my ass. Don't forget, we are in a psychiatric hospital. Where would you find a gastric lavage machine? Can't you guys at least make the hallucination be more logically consistent? After uttering this last sentence, Li Huang lost consciousness. He was very comfortable now, his stomach no longer hurting. Amidst his daze, Li Huang felt his body falling continuously without ever reaching the bottom. Huang, you have to hang on. You promised me. A hazy yet urgent female voice rang beside his ear. After some time, Li Huang suddenly opened his eyes. He propped himself up with both his hands and began to vomit uncontrollably. He expelled a mass of black liquid mixed with fragments of hair, flesh, and dumplings, as well as a few pieces of internal organs. The pieces of flesh in the black liquid quivered a little before they stopped moving. Meanwhile, Li Huang was stunned by the sudden turn of events. He was still alive. How was that possible? If he was still alive, then Dan Yangzi. When this thought struck him, Li Huang broke out in a cold sweat. He subconsciously turned around to look across, his mouth uncontrollably gaping open as wide as possible. Damn, did he become some kind of a god? What, then? He saw his master's body had been completely deformed. His grotesque head had been split open, and 3 fleshy mouths were protruding from within. Inside each of the mouths were 3 or 4 smaller mouths with disgusting yellow teeth within. The mouths twisted around one another and opened wide toward the ceiling. Besides his head, his body had also undergone some significant changes. Feathers were stuck to his flesh with an asphalt-like substance and protruded from his flesh forcefully like thorns. What's this? 3 flowers blooming, with feathers sprouting from the body during ascension to immortality. Isn't this a sign of one becoming an immortal? Just as this thought passed through Li Huang's mind, those 3 mouths opened as wide as possible, and then 3 different voices belonging to Dan Yangzi in his youth, in his middle age, and in his sunset years rang out. So that's how it is, I understand. Ha ha ha. Bang. There was an explosive sound, and Dan Yangzi's strange body immediately burst apart, flesh and blood scattering across the entire pill room. In the pill refining room of the Zephyr Temple, Li Huang sat there, covered in Dan Yangzi's blood, too stunned to react. Were those 3 pills so powerful? Did we make pills or explosives? After a long while, he got up from the ground and touched his face. Then he bent down and began to examine Dan Yangzi's scattered remains. After some time, he was not able to see a single piece of moving flesh. Even Dan Yangzi's bronze bell had been dented. Li Huang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dan Yangzi had been well and truly killed by him. But now that he's dead, what should I do next? Li Huang stood on the spot, unsure of what he should do next. He had thought he would be very happy after he managed to avenge himself. But when this moment really arrived, he found himself at a loss. All the planning these past few days had revolved around killing Dan Yangzi. However, he hadn't imagined that he himself would survive. Now that Dan Yangzi was dead, Bai Lingmiao was safe. He had achieved everything that he had promised to do. What should I do next? Just as he was contemplating this issue, the door to the pill refining room was suddenly opened. Chang Ming and Chang Ren stepped in warily, each holding a sword. They looked around and did not see Dan Yangzi, then turned their vigilant gaze toward the blood-soaked Li Huang. Hey, where are you from, demon? Speak. Where's our master? Master, you're currently stepping on him. Besides, I'm Xuan Yang, my 2 dear seniors. This reply made Chang Ming and Chang Ren subconsciously look down and raise their feet to see internal organs scattered around them, causing their pupils to shrink intensely. Li Huang looked around, then picked up half of Dan Yangzi's face. Look, he really is dead. He died because of me. Logically, he should have died a long time ago for killing people so indiscriminately, but that's not why I killed him. I did it for personal revenge. Just as Li Huang was about to explain his reasons to the duo before him, Chang Ming and Chang Ren exchanged glances. Without a single word, they sheathed their swords and dashed out of the door. Hey, wait for me to finish explaining before you leave. Li Huang shouted, feeling exasperated. When there was no response even after shouting at them for a while, Li Huang smiled bitterly. He clutched his stomach, which was still aching ever so slightly, and walked toward the door. Baldy's dead. He's dead. Everyone can go out now. You can all go home. Li Huang shook that dented bronze bell vigorously and shouted loudly. It was the first day of the new year. The piercing, clanging sound from the bell did not attract any wandering gods, but did attract the young assistants and the guiding drug ingredients. When they saw that half-face clutched in Li Huang's hand, they were overjoyed and kowtowed on the ground. Meanwhile, Li Huang slowly walked through the entire cave system. He wanted to bring this piece of news to everyone within the Zephyr Temple. More and more people joined his ranks, shouting alongside him, Baldy is dead. He is dead. We can go home. Li Huang smiled toward her, then happily displayed Dan Yangzi's half-face. Baldy is dead. You can all go home to celebrate the new year. You can all go home. Hey, Senior Lei, you can go home too. We can all go home. Li Huang's face froze for a moment, but then he continued to wave the bronze bell with all his strength and hollered with all his might, Dan Yangzi is dead. Come out, you can all go home now. But not everyone in Zephyr Temple was elated by the news. Just as Li Huang walked close to Dan Yangzi's residence, he heard the clinging sound of metal from afar. Li Huang led the crowd over. Outside Dan Yangzi's dirty residence, he saw Xuan Yuan standing in confrontation with Chang Ming and Chang Ren. Both sides had drawn their weapons, and the atmosphere was very tense. Li Huang saw the so-called sacred text that was circled in black lines and copper coins, and he naturally realized what they were fighting over. Junior Xuan Yang, come quickly. Let's join forces to kill these 2 accomplices of Dan Yangzi. Then we can share this sacred text that gives the method to attain immortality. Xuan Yuan urged Li Huang. He no longer had an amicable look on his face. Meanwhile, Chang Ming took a step forward and pointed his longsword directly at Li Huang, who was standing at the entrance. Get lost if you don't want to die. Master taught you the path of pill refining. In this situation, do you think you would be able to handle both of us who are trained in the path of swordsmanship? Seeing the scene unfolding in front of him, Li Huang sighed helplessly. That is not some sacred text granting the secret of immortality. There are only ancient scriptures written on there. Whatever I said earlier was fabricated by me to deceive Baldy. Don't believe Baldy's nonsense, he was full of lies, pretending as if Taisheng Leijun personally gave that sacred text to him. Given his personality, it's likely that he stole or looted it from someone. Seniors, let's go. However, Chang Ming and Chang Ren just held black talismans between their fingers and swiped them against their blades. An eerie wind suddenly started blowing through the room. Junior Xuan Yang, if you don't wish to get involved, then cut your nonsense and get lost. Chang Ming and Chang Ren raised their swords and said in unison. At that moment, Li Huang felt Bai Ling Miao timidly tug at his Taoist robes. Then, seniors, you guys can continue. We'll meet again if fate allows. Li Huang put his hands together and bid farewell to both parties before bringing everyone else toward the entrance of Zephyr Temple. The moment Li Huang closed the gate, rumbling sounds rang out from within. Within the black passageways of the cave system, a group of people were excitedly and emotionally returning home. Each of them held an oil lamp with trembling hands. The tunnel was quite unfamiliar and rugged, and some parts even required ropes to climb. Li Huang did not recall ever being here before. Even so, he clearly knew that this was the Zephyr Temple's exit. He could see the hands of the people around him trembling more and more violently. After walking for a period of about 2 incense sticks, they could see a vague light in the distance. When the people saw that light, their pace became even more disorderly, and some of them even started sprinting. As they ran, the light in the distance became larger and larger until it filled everyone's vision. After exiting the tunnel, almost everyone squinted and shielded their eyes. After having lived in the cave system for so long, the outside world was simply too bright for them. They were finally able to see the scenery outside the Zephyr Temple once their eyes gradually adapted to the brightness. The distant skies had flowing clouds, while the faraway mountains had green forests. Everything appeared pure and beautiful, almost as though they were viewing an ink painting. Right at that moment, the first rays of the New Year's morning sunlight peeked through, shining upon their faces. Li Huang squinted at the sunrise and mumbled to himself, "Did I spend a whole night with Baldy in the pill refining room? Even the sun is out now. The weather is pretty good today." Suddenly, someone beside him moved. It was a child with tears streaming down his face. He single-mindedly dashed toward the small road leading toward the forests. This started a chain reaction as more and more people ran toward that direction. They wanted to get as far away from this terrible place as possible. In just a while, there were only 7 or 8 people from the preparation room left, all of them looking toward Li Huang. "Senior Li, we should leave as well." Bai Ling Mia was smiling very happily with tear stains still on her face. "Hold on for a moment," Li Huang said before pulling out some paper notes from his pockets and passing them to Bai Ling Mia. "These are the last words and the addresses of the guiding drug ingredients who had to die. When you guys go out, find some messengers along the way and pass them along." For a moment, Bai Ling Mia was at a loss as she held onto those paper notes, frozen on the spot. Then Li Huang once again smiled toward the remaining people before turning around with the oil lamp in his hand and walking back into the darkness of the Zephyr Temple, all alone. "Senior Li," Bai Ling Miao's frantic cry made Li Huang turn around. He was holding a lantern in the darkness while looking toward the others standing in the sunlight. He once again waved them off. "Go on, all of you can go back home now. Senior Li, come together with us. Staying together on the way back will be safer too. Or did you forget something inside?" Zhao Wu said while lying on Simpleton's back. His expression was rather nervous. It was as though he could sense that something was amiss. "Keek. Go together to where?" Li Huang said as he turned around before once again heading toward the darkness. "Let's go back home together to celebrate the new year. Senior Li, where is your home?" Li Huang just chuckled soundlessly in the darkness before carrying the lantern and walking back to where they came from. "Home? I don't have one now. I have not been able to return to my home since a long time ago." Then Li Huang silently walked back into the darkness. Zephyr Temple was currently very peaceful, and only the sound of his footsteps was accompanying him. Amidst this peaceful environment, Li Huang suddenly began to hum a song, his footsteps becoming lighter as he swung the lantern from side to side rhythmically. As he continued humming, Li Huang returned to his residence. He then closed the door and placed down the lantern on the table. Not even bothering to wipe off the blood that had splattered on his face, he slowly lay down on the stone bed before closing his eyes. "It's the first day of the year. I haven't eaten that disgusting black taisui this month. I should be able to see Yang Na again soon, right?" Li Huang's lips curled slightly upward at the thought. He silently waited for his childhood sweetheart to bring him back to the world that he belonged to. Having not slept for an entire night, Li Huang's consciousness soon began to fade gradually. However, at that moment, the door suddenly opened just before he could slip into the beautiful dreamland. Li Huang rubbed his eyes and sat up only to see Puppy, Zhao Wu, and the others standing at the door. Bai Ling Miao stood there uneasily, her gaze darting around for a while before it finally settled down. "Senior Lei, if you can't go back to your home, then come to mine. My house is very spacious, and the room in the east wing is empty." Li Huang looked at the kind girl before him before shaking his head gently. This place is comfortable too, I have grown quite used to it. Only a raving madman would choose to stay in such a dark and ominous place. Bai Ling Miao's lips quivered slightly as she found Li Huang's words to be quite unbelievable. I once had a home and a family, but Li Huang looked up toward the pitch-black roof. His expression was complex, as though he was recalling something. Puppy thought for a while, then shot a few glances at the others and whispered, since Senior Li wants to stay here, should we just leave? Shut up. Bai Ling Miao's sudden outburst caused Puppy to jump in fright. This was different from the submissive young lady that he knew. Meanwhile, Bai Ling Miao stepped up in a hurry and stubbornly said, do you think that your current actions would make your family happy? If your family knew you were like this now, what would they think? Li Huang smiled bitterly before his expression turned extremely agonized as he said, how would I know what they would think? I don't even know if they truly exist. I might just be a madman who is all alone. Everything around me could be completely dreamt up by me. Bai Ling Miao reached out with her almost transparent hands and grabbed onto Li Huang's hand. Senior Lei, you are not alone, you still have us. Li Huang just blankly stared at the girl before him, looking at her determined and delicate face. At that moment, he felt that his understanding of this girl was very shallow. Why is she so kind to me? Suddenly, his surroundings began to change again. The cave system around him started to switch back to white hospital walls. At the same time, Bai Ling Miao's features melted and reformed into Yang Na's face. Her tearful face was filled with worry. Nana. Li Huang dashed across the room, hugging her tightly with an extremely pained expression. Huang, you cannot give up on yourself. You must live on, no matter what you encounter. All right, you must persevere no matter what you encounter. Never ever give up. Yang Na's voice quivered. Soon that face morphed into that of his mother. Son, you cannot die. If you end up dying, how will your old man and I survive? After this, that face rapidly morphed into various people that Li Huang recognized, all of them encouraging him. Suddenly, everything around him froze. Then the bright hospital ward quickly became dim. Li Huang slowly released the person he was embracing, only to find that he had actually been embracing Bai Ling Miao. While the girl in his arms was slightly embarrassed, she didn't evade his gaze. Senior Lei, let's go. I'm uncomfortable with staying here for much longer. Then she pulled out those paper notes from the pouch at her waist and said, Senior Li, there's no use passing these on to me. After all, we are all illiterate. Right, Senior Li, only you are capable of handling this. At that moment, the others standing at the door chimed in. I can raise Simpleton stuttered as he tried to speak. However, before he could finish what he was saying, Zhao Wu covered his mouth. Even if you can read, you would better pretend that you can't. Meanwhile, Li Huang silently looked at the paper notes containing the last words left behind by those people with an inscrutable expression. Bai Ling Miao then used both her hands to push those paper notes toward him. Senior Li, you were the one who personally promised them. A true man doesn't go back on his words. The reality and the hallucination constantly alternated within his brain. Finally, Li Huang reached out to retrieve those notes. Let's go. Li Huang had decided that no matter where he was, he would do his best to live well, not just for himself, but also for those family members who may or may not even exist. Upon hearing those words, everyone broke out into relieved smiles. While they did not know what Li Huang was thinking, it was fine as long as he did not choose to stay in this cursed place. The group then flocked around Li Huang and walked out of the dusky room together. They were about to start heading toward the entrance when Li Huang suddenly called out for everyone to stop. Hold on. Since we've decided to leave this place, we have to plunder it a little. Simpleton, carry Zhao Wu with you and lead the others to the kitchen. Take the food supplies that we can carry while traveling. We won't last if we don't have anything to eat. Li Huang then brought Bai Ling Miao to the pill refining room to take some of the pills that he could recognize. Li Huang had practiced the Tao of pills for some time now and could be considered half a doctor with these items. He did not know how long they would have to travel before they could reach their homes, so it was better to be well prepared. However, he only took the pills that he recognized. He did not even dare to touch the ones that he didn't recognize and were refined by Dan Yangzi, much less take them with him. When they regrouped with the others in Zhengyi Hall, Li Huang said, Hold on, there's one more thing I have to take with me. Li Huang then carried the lamp in his hand and carefully made his way toward the cave that held the black Taisui. Since he planned to go with Bai Ling Miao and the others, Li Huang had to suppress his hallucinations. Otherwise, he would forever be stuck alternating between reality and hallucination and would not be able to do anything productive. The black Taisui reared by Dan Yangzi was the key to suppressing his hallucinations. The group came before the cavern and stopped. They could see the black Taisui climb out from the dark cauldron. This was the first time they saw the true appearance of a black Taisui. It was a large, slimy, and sticky black mass. At first glance, it seemed like there was hair covering its entire body. However, upon closer inspection, it was revealed that they were actually slender tentacles, or filaments that had yet to mature. Its entire body was like a giant maggot that expanded and shrank freely. At the same time, there were several openings along its swollen body that released a nauseating stench whenever the creature quivered. This scene made everyone feel weak in their knees, in fact. They were so shocked that they almost turned around and fled. However, Li Huang could astutely sense that something was amiss. This black Taisui was significantly smaller, and the black liquid was constantly leaking out from beneath it. What's going on? Could its life be interlinked with Dan Yangzi's? Li Huang felt his heart sink. With that in mind, he quickly dashed out. When he returned, he was holding parts of Dan Yangzi's remains. Li Huang then dashed to the black Taisui's side and knelt down on one knee. He then laboriously collected the squirming rotten flesh into his embrace and pushed Dan Yangzi's remains in toward the gaps on the black Taisui's body. However, once he stuffed the remains in, even more black liquid seeped out from the black Taisui's body, and its body shrank even further. Li Huang's face was filled with anxiety. It was as though he was not holding a wriggling black creature, but his own sick child. Unsettled, he grabbed the sides of the black Taisui and gently shook it. Hey, don't scare me like this. What am I going to do if you end up dying? However, the black Taisui showed no response. There were no signs of any movement from its body. As it turned smaller, Li Huang decided to be ruthless, opened his mouth, and began to forcefully bite down on its body. Li Huang's sudden actions dumbfounded Bai Ling Miao and the rest. They could only stand on the spot and watch the bloodied senior Li carry the quivering creature, tearing into it with big bites. From their perspective, Li Huang was behaving more like a monster than the black Taisui. Puppy moved to Zhao Wu's side and whispered, "Should we go off on our own? If we go with him, I'm afraid he's going to eat me up while I sleep." Fear crept into their eyes as they continued to watch him. Meanwhile, the shrunken black Taisui's flesh had visibly tightened when Li Huang started to bite it. This made Li Huang start to feel like the item he was gnawing at was a tire, but he couldn't care about such things anymore and continued to devour it in big mouthfuls. However, no matter how much he ate, he could not catch up to the rate at which it was dissolving into black liquid. Not long after, there was only a layer of black skin left in his lap. "Senior Lei, have you eaten your fill?" "Can we leave now?" Puppy asked warily. Li Huang tossed the sticky and smelly layer of skin onto the ground with regret. He did not know how long its effect would last this time before his next hallucination. He could only hope that he would find another black Taisui or some other way to suppress his hallucinations. "I'll change my clothes first," said Li Huang. The remaining items were practically worthless. There was no point in gathering the cultivation technique manuals since Dan Yangzi could not read. Li Huang took off his sticky Taoist robes and changed into a brand new green set, immediately feeling refreshed. After he finished changing, he led the group toward the entrance while explaining the rationale behind his actions. When Li Huang explained that he had merely been trying to use the flesh of the black Taisui to control his hallucinations, they could finally put their minds at ease. "Ah, I see. I had just assumed that Senior Li was hungry." Puppy cracked a joke to lighten the atmosphere. There was a new fork in the passageway in front of them, with one of the paths leading to Dan Yangzi's residence. Li Huang stopped, feeling curious. Should we go in and check the aftermath of the battle between our three seniors? While he did not want to get involved in their feud, he did not want to see a new Dan Yangzi being born either. "Let's go and take a look." Li Huang led his group toward the direction of Dan Yangzi's room. When they reached outside Dan Yangzi's residence, Li Huang found that the door that he had closed previously had not been opened. This showed that nobody had left Dan Yangzi's room. "Seniors, are you guys finished? We're leaving," Li Huang called out. After waiting for a while without any response, he pushed open the door. A pungent stench of blood welcomed them, while a palm dripping fresh blood appeared before them. Everyone looked upward, only to see an even more gruesome scene. Xuan Yuan was dead, killed in a terrible fashion. His body was almost cleaved in half by a sword. Meanwhile, Chang Ren was also dead, stabbed in the back by someone else. Xuan Yuan was more of a scholar than a warrior, so this could have only been done by his brother, Chang Ming, and the one who survived till the end, Chang Ming, was not in good shape either. His body had been pierced through by the black lines and copper coins hanging around the sacred text. Pinning him to the wall, he seemed to have triggered one of Dan Yangzi's traps. Chang Ming was not yet dead. His eyes were filled with desire, continued to stare resolutely at that so-called sacred text containing the method to attain immortality. Cough, cough. Upon seeing Li Huang walk in, Chang Ming, who was pinned to the wall, seemed to want to say something. However, the copper coins embedded in his neck had completely severed his trachea, making him unable to speak. Li Huang walked up to him and smiled before bending down to pick up his sword. This was a longsword that measured 1.2 meters long. The blade reflected the cool light from the oil lamp, making it seem very sharp. Li Huang exerted some of his strength to brandish it for a few strokes and then said to Chang Ming, "It's a good sword. Senior, it seems like you won't be able to use this sword for now, so Junior will make good use of it from now on. While Junior is not a swordsman, it's better to have a weapon in my hands than having to use empty fists out there, don't you agree?" Chang Ming tried to use his expression to hint at something, but Li Huang could not understand him. Li Huang then took the scabbard from Chang Ming's body before sheathing the sword and hanging it on his back. Next was the most important part, the sacred text. Li Huang turned toward the sacred text without any sort of protection. At that moment, Chang Ming suddenly started struggling intensely. However, the copper coins on those black lines dug even deeper into his body, and soon the light in his eyes quickly became dim. Senior Chang Ming is dead. Puppy's eyes widened in shock. Li Huang looked at the so-called sacred text before them and sighed softly. So many people had died just because of this object of unknown origins. Li Huang leaned closer to examine it. He was even more focused than when he had been under Dan Yangzi's tyranny. However, after repeatedly looking through it, he still felt that this was a scripture. With some guesswork, it looked like a text advising people to do good. Li Huang took a step back, then reached behind him with one hand and slowly unsheathed his sword. Clang! The sharp sword struck heavily onto the stone slab that was engraved with scriptures. Clang! The longsword and the sacred text collided, giving off an extremely piercing collision sound. Everyone else within the vicinity subconsciously covered their ears and took a few steps back. It couldn't even leave a mark. Isn't Chang Ming a swordsman? His sword can't even cut it. However, this sword shouldn't be something ordinary. Li Huang raised the sword and contemplated for a while. Then he grabbed the hilt with both hands and swung it down heavily once again. He gritted his teeth and hacked the sword several times before there were any changes in the situation. However, this change was not in the so-called sacred text, but the longsword in Li Huang's hands. Clang! The force of the impact caused the blade to break apart, ruining the sword. He looked at the broken blade, feeling a little stunned. The weapon he had just come into possession of was gone just like that. He looked around and took a few quick steps toward Chang Ren's dead body, pulling out his sword. Thankfully, there's a spare. He sheathed the sword and circled the sacred text, pondering what his next move should be. He had planned to destroy this so-called sacred text, but from the looks of it, it was indeed worth something and might even be a treasure of sorts. Since he had made the decision not to give up on living, something so valuable couldn't be simply left behind like that. No matter what, I have to take it out of here first. Then we might even be able to pawn it for some money if needed. Li Huang had completely abandoned the unrealistic hopes of using this thing to turn into an immortal. He had seen the aftermath of those who had tried it before, and he did not wish to suffer the same fate. While Li Huang struggled to lift the stone tablet, which was far heavier than he had imagined, he was still able to manage somehow. After he wrapped the stone tablet in a cloth and placed it on his back, Li Huang turned toward the others waiting outside. Let's get out of here. They dumped the oil lamp inside Dan Yangzi's smelly cave, setting it ablaze. The flames soon spread, igniting everything that was flammable, including the bodies of Chang Ming, Chang Ren, and Xuan Yuan. The flames grew quite rapidly, and Li Huang got to witness just how naturally combustible human corpses were. As they walked back along the original path, they began to set fire to all the rooms. The blazing flames danced and came together. They burned anything and everything they could within the Zephyr Temple. The thick smoke started to make them cough, and so they quickened their pace. After 3 incense sticks worth of time, everyone was standing under the sunlight and silently watching the smoke billowing out of the Zephyr Temple's entrance. The heavy smoke rose upward, carrying with it all of the Zephyr Temple's darkness and evil, and dispersing it all into the bright skies. Li Huang looked up and chuckled before turning toward the distant path in the forest. He gazed at it with a sword and a stone tablet hanging on his back. Let's go. The rest of the group followed suit while carrying food. Unknowingly, Li Huang had become their leader. As they gradually approached the distant path in the forest, Li Huang was no longer as gloomy. This place seems special. I'm quite looking forward to the people or the events that the future will bring. The sunlight illuminated his face, and his mood brightened as he breathed in the fresh air. Senior Li, please slow down. My eyes hurt. Li Huang turned back to find that Bai Ling Mia was covering both of her eyes under the sunlight. He walked over and held up her face to examine it. To his surprise, he could see the blood vessels behind her eyeballs through the center of her pupils. As her dark red blood vessels were illuminated by light, it became slightly pink in color. This should be some kind of defect. He was not a medical expert, but he could at least guess at this. He recalled that elderly people suffering from albinism that helped with fortune-telling and massages were mostly blind. It seemed that Bai Ling Miao's disease would cause her eyes to have some defects and render them much weaker than that of the average person. This won't do. Li Huang tore off a piece of cloth from his green Taoist robes and then gently covered her eyes. From now on, cover your eyes in the daylight, but I won't be able to see anything. It's okay, I'll guide you. Li Huang grabbed Bai Ling Miao's soft right hand before leading the rest toward the path in the forest. While Bai Ling Miao stumbled initially, she soon began to run together with Li Huang. Dujudo. The old and wrinkled Lu Zunyuan forcefully tapped his smoking pipe on the side of his theatrical trunk. After tapping out all the black tobacco that was stuck within, he replaced it with some fresh tobacco from his smoking pouch and lit it with his tinderbox. He took a satisfying puff before turning in the direction that the horses were facing and asking, "You skinny boy, are you done?" "Almost," a youthful voice replied. "You lazy boy, why does it take so long for you to relieve yourself?" Others might end up thinking that I'm mistreating you by making you eat soil. Lu Zhongyuan smoked while grumbling discontentedly about his younger son. He looked behind his carriage, at the entire troop that was standing on the forest path. Aside from one horse-drawn carriage that carried costumes and musical instruments, there was his older son and two distant nephews from the village. While their troop was small, these were his hard-earned assets that he had spent years gathering. It was this troop's work that allowed his entire family to eat well during these difficult times. "Dad, have some water and buns." Lu Jiren passed some food and a gourd of water to his father. "Why are we eating when it's not mealtime yet? Do you think this food is free? Do you know just how much food costs now? Your daughter is already 2 years old, but why are you still acting like such an immature child?" Despite the scolding, Lu Jiren wasn't angry, he just smiled innocently while moving away and passed the food back to his wife. "You got scolded again. You were just asking for it." Luo Huanhua placed the food back into the cart and then playfully poked their baby daughter, who was sitting on the trunk. "Being scolded won't take any skin off my back. Ever since Mom passed away, Dad's temper has just been like that. Have you spoken to Dad about what I told you last night? Let's bring it up again next time. There hasn't been a good chance and he is tight on money right now," Lu Jiren said as his face soured. "Tusk, is he so tight on money that he cannot even buy some fabric for his own granddaughter's clothes? She's always wearing these costumes. Well, the costumes can also—" Ghost. A terrified shriek interrupted their conversation, at the same time causing the atmosphere around the troop to stiffen. Not long after, the others saw a half-naked young boy shouting at the top of his lungs and dashing out from the forest straight into Lu Zhongyuan's embrace. "What ghost? How can there be any ghosts in broad daylight? Hurry and put on your pants." Even though Lu Zhongyuan berated his own son, he still stepped before Lu Ziyukai, shielding him. He gripped his smoking pipe tightly and looked warily toward the forest. At that moment, some figures could be seen moving, and it seemed like some people were approaching them. There's shit, stop pushing, I'm not blind. Don't tell me that you want to eat it. Even if you are a simpleton, you shouldn't be eating shit, right? Puppy, stop talking. There are people in front of us. All right, Senior Lee." It wasn't long before Lu Zhongyuan saw the people walking out of the forest. "No wonder my son thought that they were ghosts. They look so frightening." Lu Zhongyuan took a deep breath when he saw them walking out. Skinny guy with black and white markings on his face, a white-haired lady, a twisted man on the back of a giant of a man, and there was even someone with hair all over their face. Lu Zhongyuan had traveled and seen a lot. Even so, the scene in front of him was enough to frighten him. "Father, I'm scared," Lu Ziyukai said as he walked backward. It was as if he wanted to hide his entire body behind his father. "And you think I'm not scared?" Lu Zhongyuan silently scolded his son in his heart. If it weren't for the young Taoist and the young assistants who looked quite normal, he too would have made a run for it. Lu Zhongyuan stammered as he spoke to Li Huang. "Respected sir, are these the monsters that you've subjugated?" The moment he said this, several pairs of eyes filled with hostility focused on him. "You damned geezer. Are you asking for a beating? Who are you calling monsters?" At that moment, Lu Zhongyuan saw the Taoist motion for the man with black and white markings on his face to stop talking. This made him even more certain that the Taoist was the one in charge of all of them. "Old man, may I ask where this road leads to?" "Wooly gang. It's just slightly further ahead. In fact, we're pretty close to it, hee." The moment he said this, he stealthily took his pipe and used it to burn the rump of his horse. The horse neighed loudly and ran down the path along with their stuff. "My horse, Aya, quickly, follow it." Lu Zhongyuan pretended that he was anxious as he took his people and quickly ran for his horse, using this opportunity to make a quick getaway. They ran so fast that they were gone in an instant. They continued running for 2 hours until Lu Zhongyuan saw his youngest son vomiting due to the stress. Finally, Lu Zhongyuan blew a whistle, signaling the horse to stop. Instead of caring for his youngest son who was vomiting, he went and checked on the horse that was pulling. Their cart horses were much more expensive than the people in the troop. As night approached, the sky slowly turned dark. What were those things? I swear they looked so terrifying. Lu Jiren was sweating buckets as he panted. Lu Zhongyuan kicked him. "Don't you see that it's getting dark soon? Quickly go and gather some firewood." Soon, a warm fireplace was made just slightly off the forest path. They roasted some multigrain buns till they were soft and mushy before passing them along to everyone, trying to use the taste of the food to calm themselves down. "Look at how frightened you guys look. Remember, when you are on the road, you need to be calm even if you encounter something strange like that. You must remain level-headed," Lu Zhongyuan said to the others. "Father, maybe they were not monsters. They looked like humans to me. The young Taoist even called you old man." Listening to his daughter-in-law, he shook the gourd of water in his hand. "No matter what they are, don't go trying to interact with them. If we want to survive out here, we need to remember not to interact with others if we can avoid it." He passed the gourd of water to one of his nephews and then looked at his granddaughter, who was in his daughter-in-law's arms. Lu Zungyun fell more and more in love with his granddaughter as he looked at her munching on a small piece of bun with her newly grown teeth. He turned back to his cart and took out a single salted duck egg from inside a round jar. Then he carefully opened the egg and exposed the fatty yolk inside it before passing it to his granddaughter. Come, suck on this. This is some good stuff. Seeing his granddaughter sucking on it voraciously, Lu Zungyun smiled contentedly. Even though he was somewhat disappointed that it wasn't a grandson, she was still a part of his family, and he took great care of her. Sensing that this was a good opportunity, Luo Huanhua said, "Father-in-law, look at how much Qi has grown. I think it's time for her to get a new set of clothes. I don't think it's appropriate for her to wear a costume every day." When Lu Zungyun heard that, he knew that his daughter-in-law was asking for money. His smile disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a stressed expression. He was just about to decline when he saw the loose costume that his granddaughter was wearing, causing him to sigh. He smoked his pipe for a while before he walked to his cart, his face filled with wrinkles. He then took out a long bronze key to open up one of the chests. He rummaged around for a bit before taking out a stack of bronze coins. He counted 50 before placing the rest back inside. Don't buy the fabric for the clothes in the cities. It would be too expensive there. We will reach Wooly Gang in 2 days. Once we get there, go and ask around to see who is willing to sell some fabric. Ask around multiple houses and buy roughly a meter or so from the one that is the cheapest. Oh, and remember to buy fabric made of cotton and not linen. She's still young and it might not be suitable for her to wear rough linen. I understand. Luo Huanhua was quite happy as she took the coins. She had thought that it would already be very good if she was allowed to purchase some linen, but to think that her father-in-law would be so generous this time around. The child was still quite young, so she wouldn't need a lot of fabric to make a set of clothes for her. She might even be able to save some of the money for herself. Lu Zungyun split the white of the salted duck egg amongst the rest of them after his granddaughter had finished eating the yolk. While everyone only got a little bit, they were happy to just be able to taste the salt and egg. It wasn't every day that they got to eat protein. There was nothing else to do after they finished dinner, and it was already quite late into the night. Lu Zungyun told all of them some random stories before everyone went to sleep. Lu Juren was the one in charge of keeping watch in the first half of the night. It had been a long day and he was already very tired, but he still forced himself to stay awake. He stared at the bonfire, making sure that it didn't die out. "Son, go and get some sleep, I will keep watch." Lu Zungyun sat beside his son while smoking his pipe. Lu Juren yawned. "No need, father, I'm not that sleepy. You should get some sleep first." "No, go and sleep now. As an old man, I don't need to sleep a lot." Just as the two were telling each other to go and sleep, Lu Zungyun suddenly used his hands to cover his son's mouth. Then he silently pointed toward a dark figure that had appeared from the depths of the forest. A shrill sound of female laughter soon rang out from their right. Both of them stared in the direction of the voice but couldn't see anything. "Hey, tell me, do I look like a human or a god?" The shadows of the trees in the forest shifted. It was as if something was walking toward them. Lu Zungyun was scared, cold sweat drenching his shirt. He had experienced many things in his lifetime and knew that something was trying to ascend to godhood through him. He knew that he must not answer the question wrongly. If he did, there was a chance that everyone here would perish. But the problem was that he didn't know what the thing was. Why was it asking him? At that moment, a strange rustling sound was heard as the trees in the forest shook. Tell me, do I look like a human or a god?" The thing in the forest shook the branches, her voice growing louder and sharper. "You look like a human. Please spare us. We are all hardworking people who are just trying to survive." Lu Zungyun was overtaken by fear and started groveling on the floor, kowtowing endlessly toward the direction of the voice. He continued groveling until he saw a pair of feet wearing red-colored embroidered shoes at the edges of the forest. He felt chills running down his spine as he slowly raised his head and saw a girl wearing a padded flower jacket standing there, her feet looking comically small. Her face was large and white, but her mouth was very small by comparison. Her eyes were like black beads, unmoving and unblinking. Her white face was especially conspicuous within the darkness, almost looking like a floating balloon. You think I'm a human." Girl with the tiny feet covered her mouth as she laughed before walking closer toward the bonfire. When Lu Zungyun saw her body wriggling around as if she didn't have a skeleton, he knew that he was fucked. It was a real spirit this time. "A child. Everyone, wake up, I need a boy's urine." Lu Zhunyun's horror-filled voice woke everyone up. Lu Juren grabbed a burning stick from the bonfire and threw it toward the spirit. However, the burning stick just passed right through the body of the girl. The girl with tiny feet slowly approached the bonfire before stopping. She then turned toward the eastern direction. At the same time, the tree branches before Li Huang shook as he and the rest of his group appeared from the forest while holding a few glowing rocks in their hands. Bai Lingmiao, who had already taken off her blindfold, saw that something was wrong. "Senior Li, that girl might be a spirit. She has another face on the back of her head." Li Huang unsheathed his long sword and stared warily at the girl with tiny feet. What are you? He can't you see? I'm a human. Her voice rang out once again as she moved her body like a centipede, quickly approaching her new targets. Meanwhile, Li Huang wouldn't give up easily. He immediately took out the bronze bell from his left sleeve. There was a dent on the surface of the bell. As soon as he shook it, the ear-piercing sound of the bell rang out, and everyone, including Li Huang, had to cover their ears as they started experiencing head-splitting pain. However, Li Huang did not stop. He continued ringing the bell. Soon, he saw everything within his vision, including the spirit, start to shake. At that moment, the padded jacket of the spirit exploded, releasing a cloud of black fumes. The bronze bell was effective against her. Meanwhile, the spirit screamed in pain and ran back into the depths of the forest, her body slowly disintegrating. Soon, she disappeared from everyone's field of vision. The ringing sound of the bell soon stopped, and then Li Huang examined the bronze bell with a surprised expression. To think that not only could this thing be used to call the wandering gods, but you could even use it in situations such as these. Unfortunately, every time he rang the bell, the most he could achieve was to cause the edges of the world to squirm and shake. The wandering gods never appeared in front of him. He didn't know whether it was due to the dent in the bell or if there were some other causes. At the same time, the more he learned about this world, the more bewildered he was. What were all these monstrosities? Compared to that scary thing, those weird-looking people behind the young Taoist were much better. With the young Taoist here, at most they just looked scary, but the spirit from just now could have taken their lives. Sigh, this damned animal. If it hadn't suddenly run away earlier, how could I have possibly abandoned you? Lu Junyun gestured his smoking pipe toward his horse, tapping it gently. After tapping his pipe a few times, he suddenly shouted toward the people behind him. Huanhua, quickly go and bring out some buns and water. Bring the largest and highest quality white buns. Also bring 5 salted duck eggs. Li Huang was not used to such hospitality, especially with how friendly Lu Junyun was acting toward them. Old man, there's no need to go to such lengths for us. Can I ask you some questions? Ask away. You just saved all our lives earlier. Ask me anything. Lu Junyun patted his chest with pride. Lu Junyun even wiped the mouthpiece of the pipe he was smoking with his shirt before lighting up a puff and passing it to Li Huang. Li Huang still knew nothing about this world. If he wanted to survive here, he needed to learn more about it. Lu Junyun was stunned by his question. How would I know? Young Taoist, you were the one who chased it away. Shouldn't you know more about it than me? Looking at the old man's confused eyes, Li Huang realized that he had asked the wrong person. The old man might not even know as much as him. I heard you shouting and asking for a boy's urine. Would it be able to hurt that thing? Yeah. These kinds of things are afraid of filthy things. I've heard that it could work even if we were to use our snot. But the best item would still be a young boy's urine. It's filled with yang energy, and at the same time it's considered really filthy. Really? Have you used it before? In the face of this question, Lu Junyun, who had been certain of what he had said until now, suddenly turned sheepish. He chuckled as his eyes darted around. Maybe. It was the elders in the village who always told us this technique. Since they told us about it so often, I guess it should work. Li Huang sighed. Why is it another folklore passed down using word of mouth? This place is much too backward. All right, old man. Then let me ask you something you would know the answer to. Have you encountered these kinds of things before? If yes, how frequent was it? Now, if I were to encounter these kinds of things every day, then I would have quit running around with my troop and taken my son back to our village to tend to the fields, Lu Junyun said as he placed his pipe in his mouth and took another puff. I've traveled the lands for so long and have only encountered spirits a total of 4 times, he continued. I see. Li Huang surveyed the forest around him. He had gained a slightly better understanding of the world he was in. After living with Dan Yongzi for such a long time, he had thought that things like the black Taisui would be everywhere around him. However, that didn't seem to be the case. Even though everyone had heard of these kinds of things happening, from the looks of it, it was still very rare to experience such things. Sai, you don't need to worry about these kinds of things. As long as you gather more people when you travel, you should be fine, Lu Junyun told Li Huang based on his experience. Oh, is it because the more people we have, the more yang energy we would have, and thus those things wouldn't come to disturb us? Yeah, Lu Junyun placed some new tobacco cuttings into his smoke pipe and continued smoking. Even if they want to eat people, how many people could they possibly eat? Even if we meet one, all we need to do is run faster than the others. Rather than worrying about these kinds of things, I would rather worry about bandits and man-eating insects. Li Huang didn't know what else he could say. It looked like his knowledge of this world was still insufficient. Come, the buns have been cooked. You should eat them while they're hot. Luo Huanhua approached them with some buns that were lightly grilled on sticks. Li Huang accepted the buns and passed them to some of the young assistants that he had picked up along the way. These assistants were the children who used to do the menial tasks back in the Zephyr Temple. They had made a run for it without any preparations as soon as they left Zephyr Temple. When Li Huang and the rest found some of them, they had already fainted due to extreme hunger. And so, Li Huang had picked them up along the way. he didn't have the heart to let them be on their own. Staring at the hot food, the rest of them immediately started eating. It was already late, and they were starving. Seeing Simpleton consuming one bun per bite, Lu Jungyun's eyes twitched a little. These are white buns. It's something so expensive that I wouldn't even eat it usually. Damn, maybe I shouldn't have taken out so many of them. Just then, Li Huang asked Lu Jungyun about something he knew. Old man, do you happen to have a map? I'm not from around here and was lost in the forest. I have no idea where we are right now. Li Huang was indeed lost. The only things around them were trees. Without being able to pinpoint their location, they were effectively stuck here. The others didn't know where they were either. The rest of them came from places that were quite far away from here. They only knew about the street they used to live on or which area they had lived in within their town. But when Li Huang asked them about how to get there, they didn't know. It seemed that Dan Yangzi avoided finding guiding drug ingredients from just a single area to cover up his tracks. A map? No, I don't have one. However, I know the roads around here. Where would you like to go? I need to go to many places. Please take a look at these and see which of these places is the closest, Li Huang said as he took out many pieces of paper from his sleeves. Huh, what's this? What are the words written on these? Lu Jungyun stared at the papers, his wrinkled face scrunched up as he tried to read the words. Even though the meaning of his name was scholar, he wasn't one. If he was, he wouldn't have needed to organize his own theater troupe. Lu Jungyun could read only some words. Under Li Huang's guidance, he finally understood the addresses that were written on each of the pieces of paper. Thankfully, he knew most of the places written about on the paper. After all, he had traveled the lands for a very long time. But even if he knew where these places were, it didn't mean that Li Huang could get to them easily. Wow, you even have to go to a place in the Liang Kingdom. It was the country that waged war with our Qi Kingdom 2 years ago. Lu Jungyun squatted down, using his smoking pipe to draw a rough map on the ground. If Li Huang were to describe the map, it looked like a giant piece of biscuit fell onto the ground and was shattered to pieces. They were currently on the top left side of the map. As they moved to the right, there were numerous kingdoms that they would have to go through. It seemed similar to ancient China when the kingdoms were not united. Li Huang noted as he stared at the map. While Li Huang didn't have high expectations, he more or less confirmed the fact that he had not traveled back in time to ancient China. Based on the map, it seemed that he was in a much more special place. I've only traveled through the northern border region of our kingdom. I am familiar with most places around here, but I have no idea where most of these kingdoms are. All I know is that they put on a very different kind of show there, much different from ours. Bai Lingmiao felt anxious. Her home was located at the base of the Cowheart Mountain in Liang Kingdom. From the looks of it, her house was very far away. Li Huang felt the slight shift in her mood and comforted her. Don't worry. Lu Jungyun stared at Li Huang and the malformed people behind him. His mind had started to become more and more active now that they were out of danger, and he no longer had to fear for his life. Young Taoist, one of your destinations is the town of Jianai. We will be passing by that place too. How about we travel together? Jianai village. Whose village is this? Li Huang asked as he rummaged through the pile of paper. Senior Lei, it's my village, Zhao Wu suddenly said. There's an escort service in that town. If you pay them some money, they will be able to send letters to the entire Namping area. Li Huang no longer hesitated, placing all the papers back into the sleeves of his robe. All right, old man, looks like we will have to travel together till Jianai village. Both the map and the information he had gotten from the old man were not enough for Li Huang. He needed to reach a place where he could get more information. There was much to do, including the fact that he had to find more black taesui to suppress his ailment and send out the letters, and they even needed to prepare more food for themselves. If possible, Li Huang even needed to find some other sects. This was a dangerous world. They would all perish if they didn't have enough strength. Li Huang didn't want to get kidnapped by someone like Dan Yangzi again. Lu Jungyun was happy and immediately waved his hand in front of himself. No need to be so courteous, in fact, I should be the one thanking you. Even though he said that, Lu Jungyun was extremely happy on the inside. With such a Taoist by his side, it was akin to getting free protection. At the very least, this was enough to recoup the cost of those white buns and 5 salted duck eggs. Yawn at that moment, Simpleton yawned loudly. He had eaten and wanted to go to bed. Seeing how everyone's eyes were half shut, Lu Jungyun stood up. Oops. It's already this late into the night. Young Taoist, please go to bed. I will watch over the fire. No need, let me do it instead, said Li Huang. He wasn't trying to be friendly, he just didn't want to trust anyone. Everyone was tired after their journey. Soon, both groups of people huddled near the fire and drifted to sleep. Only Li Huang and Lu Jungyun stayed awake as they kept watch. The next morning, Li Huang was woken up by Puppy, who was in charge of keeping watch in the second half of the night. Senior Li, they are already packing their stuff. Let's go, we need to move as well. Li Huang picked up his sword and the stone tablet. He led everyone else to follow the troop. While they were traveling together, both parties were quite cautious of each other. The two groups didn't speak to each other, only whispering to their own companions. On the other hand, Li Huang and Lu Junyuan were happily chatting away at the front. Li Huang needed to learn more about this world from Lu Junyuan, while the latter wanted to solidify their companionship. After all, to Lu Junyuan, praises were free, and more praises were always welcome. Oh my, to think that you are so strong even though you are so young. It looks like your future will be limitless. Haha. Haha, please don't think too highly of me, old man. Do you know of any famous sects around here that are similar to the one I am from? Li Huang asked Lu Junyuan about something he needed to know. Of course I do. In the western capital city, there is a monastery. I've heard that anyone who prays there for a son has their wishes come true. A monastery. Li Huang remembered what Dan Yangzi had said before. He was once chased and hunted down by monks. Could this be the very same monastery? Li Huang silently noted down the location. Compared to the man eating Dan Yangzi, the monastery should be a place with good people. But you are a Taoist. Is it appropriate for you to go to a monastery? Li Huang stared at the Taoist robe he was wearing. Luckily, Lu Junyuan had reminded him. It seems that I will need to change out of my robes. Either way, I'm not a real Taoist. How's your business been recently? Is everything going all right? Sensing how Li Huang had changed the topic, Lu Junyuan understood and didn't press on. Sigh, not really. The kingdom recently had a drought and then a flood shortly after that. The people don't even have much money. Nowadays, there are so few people who would pay to watch such shows. Even the rich people would not hire us to perform at funerals. They just make do with dinner and wrap it up. What a bunch of unfilial punks. It will all come to pass. You just need to endure for a couple of years. Yeah, there's nothing much we can do but to endure. I've been thinking of traveling along my route 100 more times when the times get better. Once I've accumulated enough money, I will finally be able to buy a theater for my family in western capital city. If I manage to do so, then I will be able to die happy. With a theater, at the very least my sons and grandchildren will not have to suffer as much as I did. All they would need to do is to study back at home. Who knows, maybe we will get lucky and someone in my family will become a scholar. If that happens, then from then on we would be able to live in peace. Lu Junyuan chuckled at the thought as he smoked his pipe. Li Huang listened to Lu Junyuan's goals and felt somewhat envious. To think that he would still have a goal to look forward to even though he was already so old. The more they talked, the friendlier the atmosphere between them became. At the very least, the Lu family no longer treated Puppy and the rest as monsters, but as people with ailments. To begin with, it was not their choice to be inflicted with such ailments. Everyone was just trying to live the best life they could. By the time they arrived at Wuligang, Luo Huanhua was already friendly enough with Bai Ling Miao to allow her to carry Qi. Standing in an empty field that the farmers would use to dry their grains, Lu Junyuan took a look at the village and saw that many of the farmers were having their dinners just outside of their house and said, "All right, there's quite a few people here in Wuligang. Lu family, open the boxes and set up the stage. It's time to earn some money." They needed to perform, and Li Huang's group was not in a rush to travel. Everyone was already tired from the journey, and so this was a good opportunity to rest. While Li Huang was not interested in such old-school performances and operas, the rest of them were clearly interested. They decided to help out with setting up the stage. They took some bamboo stakes and red clothes to set up the stage. Li Huang was trying to sleep on a stack of dried rice stalks when he felt someone poking at his nose. He opened his eyes and saw Bai Ling Miao grinning at him. She raised both her hands, and a golden item dangled in front of Li Huang. She excitedly said, "Senior Li, look, this is such a clean bronze mirror. I can use it to see myself clearly. This is what they use to put on their makeup. It's not sunset yet. Why have you taken off your blindfold? Aren't you afraid of?" At that moment, Li Huang saw his own reflection in the mirror and was shocked and didn't recognize the face in the mirror. "Senior Li, what's wrong?" Bai Ling Miao asked, having sensed that something was wrong. "Junior Bai, did I look like this even back when I was in Zephyr Temple?" Li Huang gingerly touched his face. "Yeah, you've always looked like that. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with your reflection?" Li Huang set down his hands and touched his reflection in the bronze mirror. However, it didn't change. In the mirror, he no longer looked like a teenager. It seemed that he had been in this world for quite some time. If the world with the hospital was my reality, then I would have been 17 years old. So how old am I now? He couldn't come up with an answer when he asked himself. His memories were all jumbled up, and now he didn't even know how old he was. Based on his reflection, the only thing he could predict was that he was no more than 30 years old. Li Huang tried searching his memories for any mentions of his age, but there were none. "Senior Li, is everything all right? Please don't scare me." Seeing Li Huang's reaction, Bai Ling Miao was quite nervous. "Nothing, I'm fine, I was just thinking about something." Quickly return the mirror back to them. They would need to use it to perform their show. "All right." Bai Ling Miao took the bronze mirror and walked backstage. Yeah, Lu Juren started singing on the stage. Meanwhile, Li Huang once again laid down on the rice stalks. "Sigh, I feel like my entire life is a joke." He thought that he would be much more emotional, but he was surprisingly calm. Now he just had another objectivito find out just how old he was. The night sky was clear and had a moon, so the simple stage could be seen by everyone in the village. Hearing the news of a theater troupe arriving outside the village, almost everyone in Woolly Gang came out to watch the show. Most of them had nothing to do anyways. They would usually tend to the fields and sleep. To the farmers, having a troupe performing in front of their village was one of the rare opportunities to enjoy some entertainment. The Liu family's troupe was small. With the exception of the granddaughter, there were only 6 performers. Due to that, they had to exclude some of the performances. There were too many things to do, including having to play the musical instruments, applying makeup, and performing. Luckily, the farmers were not a picky bunch. All of them took a stool and happily watched the show. Meanwhile, Li Huang and his group were resting on a bunch of dried grass stalks and admiring the show from afar. The sound coming from the stage was loud enough for them to hear. Li Huang had never watched one before, and so he didn't know what it was that they were performing. The only one he could recognize on the stage was Lu Junyuan. The latter had put on black makeup while carrying a large halberd. It looked extremely tiring for him to perform on stage at his age after all. He had to sing while swinging the halberd around. Excellent. The sound of cheering suddenly rang out, surprising Li Huang. The show continued as the area in front of the stage was filled with people. The entire Liu family poured their heart and soul into their performance on the stage, captivating the farmers below. The only one who wasn't interested in the show was Li Huang. Soon the moon had crawled to the middle of the sky, and the performance of the Liu family came to an end. Just then, Li Huang saw Luo Huanhua appear on the stage in tattered clothes. She was carrying her daughter and a basket woven using dried grass. My cruel uncle-in-law has chased me away. I'm just like a lone swan drifting in this world. I have suffered so much. Just like the wild grass that people step on, both me and my daughter are cold and hungry, and have had to endure so much. The only thing we could rely on is the food and the money that people donate to us. As she sang, Luo Huanhua pinched her daughter lightly on the buttocks. At the same time, the 2-year-old child started crying as if she understood what she had to do. Li Huang didn't know what she was performing, but soon he saw the farmers below the stage start standing up and taking out some coins before throwing them up onto the stage. They all threw a single bronze coin or two. Since most of them were farmers, in addition to money, most of them also threw some food such as corn cobs or potatoes onto the stage. Some of the wealthier families even threw out some salted fish and preserved meat. Meanwhile, Luo Huanhua did not decline anything, thanking everyone for their generosity. Is that their way of asking for payment? Li Huang was quite surprised by this. Meanwhile, Luo Huanhua was humbly kneeling on stage as she carried her crying child and sang, all the while picking up the items and placing them into the basket she was holding. She would even bow down toward the people below as a token of appreciation. Li Huang sighed as he saw how hard it was just to survive in this world. As Luo Huanhua was happily picking up the money and food, a small chunk of silver was thrown up on the stage. Her eyes lit up and she inspected the chunk of silver. When she realized that it was worth at least 500 bronze coins, she started performing even better, thanking the fat old man who was wearing silk clothes. Great, your singing is amazing. The old man raised his head and threw out another piece of silver. Feeling exhausted, Li Huang yawned and rolled on the rice stalks. He told Zhao Wu, who was just beside him, I'm going to sleep now. Help me keep an eye on everyone. No problem, Senior Lei. By the time Li Huang opened his eyes again, it was already late in the morning. The others around him were chatting leisurely. It seemed that everyone had made do with the rice stalks and decided to sleep outside for the night. Further down, the stage had already been disassembled by the Liu family as they kept it in their cart. Zhao Wu, how much food do we still have? Li Huang suddenly asked. Not much. If we ration it, then we would probably last only 3 days, replied Zhao Wu. Li Huang took out the money he had taken from the guiding drug ingredients before. He counted tens of coins and one small blackened piece of silver and passed it to Zhao Wu. Go and buy some food. We might need to travel for quite some time. There were quite a number of young people among their group, so they would need to eat a lot. They had initially taken quite a large amount of food from the Zephyr Temple, but most of it was already gone. Zhao Wu perched on Simpleton's back, and they were just about to enter the village when he thought about something before calling for one of the assistants. He entrusted the money to him and informed him of what to do. Meanwhile, Li Huang was staring at the Liu family's stage from his makeshift bed. Old man, when will we depart? Li Huang asked Lu Junyuan. Lu Junyuan replied quickly, feeling anxious, young Taoist, please be at ease. My daughter-in-law took her daughter somewhere early this morning. As soon as they return, we can depart. They went somewhere, isn't that her? Li Huang replied, feeling puzzled. When Lu Junyuan followed Li Huang's finger that was pointing toward the entrance of the village, he saw his daughter-in-law holding onto some fabric while carrying her daughter and walking toward them with a face full of smiles. Looking at his daughter-in-law, Lu Junyuan was angry at how carefree she was. He took his smoke pipe and went over to scold her. In the face of his anger, Luo Huanhua said defensively, "But weren't you the one who asked me to go buy some fabric in the village? You were the one who said that buying fabric in towns would be expensive." After scolding her a bit, Lu Junyun turned around and chuckled. "Young Taoist, we can depart any time now. Let's go. Hold up, we can't leave just yet." When I went to buy the fabric, I managed to get a hold of a business opportunity for us. Li Huang and Lu Junyun asked at the same time. "What business? What else?" "Of course, it's an opportunity to perform. Our employer would be the old man who gave us a lot of money yesterday. Why don't you go and discuss it with him? He said he wanted to discuss the details with you." When he heard this, Lu Junyun didn't move immediately. He slowly turned around, chuckling sheepishly at Li Huang. Even though he didn't say anything, Li Huang knew what he was thinking. "Don't worry, it's more important to earn money. It will just mean delaying our departure for a day." Li Huang once again sat down on the rice stalks and took out the dented bronze bell from his sleeves. Due to his boredom, he decided to examine it closely. "If I can summon the wandering gods, I will be able to increase my fighting strength, but I can't summon them with this bell as it is now. I need to find a way to fix it." After examining it, Li Huang didn't see any issues besides the dent. "If I can fix it, does that mean it will become usable once again?" Li Huang thought about it before picking up a stone from the ground. He placed the bell on a relatively flat piece of rock before starting to pound it with the stone. A sharp ringing sound rang out, immediately giving him an explosive headache. Could barely continue holding the stone in his hand. "No, I can't do it this way. I need to ask if there's a blacksmith in the village," Li Huang thought as he cradled his spinning head. Just then, Li Huang saw the assistants exiting the village with 2 sacks full of food. He stored the bell and approached them along with Zhao Wu, who was perched on top of Simpleton. "Senior Li, we were only able to exchange for these," said the assistant sadly. "While they were just children, they were extremely capable. If not, they would have long since been killed by Dan Yangzi." Li Huang opened the sack and saw they contained only dried sweet potatoes. "Senior Li, these lack the nutrients that we need. At the same time, Simpleton would easily end up eating half a kilogram of these for every meal. Additionally, eating too many of these may also result in heartburn," said Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu's statement caused Simpleton to lower his head in shame. I will eat less. Don't abandon me." On the other hand, since there wasn't enough food, Li Huang was desperately trying to think of a plan. Lu Junyun had already told him that there would still be some time before they would arrive at Jianai village. If they were to run out of food halfway through, they might need to chew on tree bark for the rest of their journey. He rummaged around in his robes and found a red threaded golden anklet. He thought about it before passing it back to Bai Lingmiao, who had been holding on to him. "Take this and exchange it for something." Li Huang took out the jade pendant that he had stolen from the previous Xuan Yang and passed it to Zhao Wu. "Senior Li, I don't think we would be able to exchange it. There's no pawn shop here, and none of these farmers would be able to give us the change, nor would they be able to realize the true worth of this pendant. Even the jade pendant can't be used to exchange for food. Then what should I do?" Just as Li Huang was trying to figure out what to do about the food crisis, he saw Lu Junyun bringing his daughter-in-law out of the village and toward him. "Young Taoist, I might need a favor from you. We will need you to help us with this particular business opportunity. Would you be willing to help us?" Lu Junyun asked in a sheepish voice. "Old man, I can't sing or dance. I'm afraid that I might not be able to help you," Li Huang said, feeling bewildered. "Don't tell me he wants me to go up on stage and perform a sword dance. No, it's something that you can definitely do." Lu Junyun carefully glanced around him before whispering, "Old man who wanted us to perform for the dead." A show for the dead. Li Huang felt his heart skip a beat. This was definitely something ominous. "It's actually nothing much. We just need to perform in front of their ancestors at their ancestral hall. Since it's just that, why don't you perform without me?" Li Huang had a feeling that it wouldn't be as simple as it sounded. "This is actually the first time I'm performing for the dead, and so I feel a bit scared. I would love to have someone like you to watch over us so that we can perform in peace." "Old man, I'm afraid that this is not something I can help you with." Li Huang already had a hard time just trying to hide and survive. In reality, he wasn't really strong or talented. Even though Lu Junyun said that nothing would happen, it was not something that Li Huang would want to bet on. At most, there were just 2 groups of people traveling together. Lu Junyun wasn't someone who Li Huang would risk his life to save. If Lu Junyun decided not to guide them to the next village because of this, then Li Huang would rather split up with him and find someone in the village to ask for directions. Surely there would be someone else who would know the way. "Young Taoist, please don't be rash. I haven't even finished speaking yet. Let's split the earnings in half, how about that?" Lu Junyun became quite excited when he talked about the reward. "Originally, I didn't really want to accept the job, but Old Hu promised to give us 10 pieces of silver. A single piece of silver is worth 1,000 coins. 10 pieces of silver are equivalent to 10,000 coins. That is a huge amount of money. Even if you want to ascend to immortality, you would still need money to eat before you actually manage to become one." These words caused Li Huang to look toward the 2 bags of dried sweet potatoes. He really needed the money. Not only did he have to take into consideration their food ration, but he also had a feeling that they would need to spend quite a lot of money once they arrived at the Giant Eye village. It would be hard to complete their objectives without enough money. Young Taoist, please, I beg you. I'm even willing to split it 60-40 with you. It's not easy trying to earn money these days. Lu Jungyuan cried as he tried to persuade Li Huang. If he failed to persuade Li Huang, then he would have to decline Old Hu. After all, even if he could earn a lot of money, he would need to be alive to be able to spend it. At that moment, Li Huang suddenly turned and faced Lu Jungyuan. Is there a blacksmith in the village? Under Lu Jungyuan's guidance, Li Huang soon arrived at the workshop of the only blacksmith in Wuligang. What do you need me to make? A large man with a thick beard looked at Li Huang's Taoist robe and huffed. His well-built muscles could be seen quite easily due to him being shirtless. No need to make anything. I need you to fix this bell without pounding or melting it. Can you repair it? Li Huang took out the bronze bell. If he could fix it, then he might be able to summon the wandering gods. If he could do so, then he would be willing to accept Lu Junyuan's request. If he still failed to summon them, the money might not really be worth it. Without pounding or melting it, what kind of bullshit? The blacksmith took the bronze bell and inspected it. Then he took out 2 pliers and called out to his assistant, "Come and help me." The pliers were long and easily clasped the bell. He used the 2 pliers to grip the dented part. They intended to use the gripping force of the pliers to flatten it out. Both of them used their full strength, but the bell did not budge in the slightest. However, Li Huang had somehow expected this result. What kind of bronze is this? Why is it so hard? The blacksmith was almost about to ring the bell out of curiosity, but was stopped by Li Huang. Staring at the 2 pliers, Li Huang gave it some thought before taking out a palm-sized gourd. Then he took out a small pill from within it and ate it. This was one of the first pills that Dan Yangzi had originally given to him. He had already eaten 2 of them before, one to save Yang Na and the other one to kill Dan Yangzi. After eating this one, he would only have 2 more of them left. As soon as he ate it, a stream of hot energy exploded in his dantian and spread out all over his body. Then he took a deep breath and gripped the pliers, pulling. It won't budge even with 2 people pulling at it together. Just what do you think your Doi the blacksmith had just said that when the creaking sound of metal being bent was heard, the dented bell was slowly being pulled back to its original shape. The blacksmith was completely stunned by what he saw. Soon, the bronze bell had been restored to its former glory. The young Taoist is quite talented. Lu Junyuan chuckled as he bragged a bit in front of the blacksmith. In his heart, Li Huang was omnipotent. This much was nothing. After repairing the bell, Li Huang left the village and entered the forest on his own. However, he didn't enter too deep into the forest. Looking at the bronze bell, he rang it feeling hopeful. As the bell rang, he felt the entire world start spinning around him. However, he did not stop and continued to ring the bell. He felt everything around him turning, their edges starting to blur and twist before congregating into a single spot. It's working. Li Huang's heart started to race. Under the ear-piercing sound of the bell, a wandering god soon appeared in front of him. This time, however, there was only one of them, unlike the time Dan Yangzi summoned them. The wandering god looked like a bundle of squiggly vibrating lines. Its body did not have a distinct shape. Li Huang couldn't stare at it for too long. He had a feeling that if he did, the wandering god would disappear. He was just about to speak when he suddenly remembered what Dan Yangzi did last time. He scooped up a handful of dirt before placing it in his mouth. While the dirt was not very appealing, he endured the stench and talked. A bunch of gibberish came out of his mouth. He was trying to ask if the wandering god understood him, but instead his voice was contorted into a strange hum. Somehow understanding Li Huang's words, the wandering god replied with a strange hum of its own. Strangely enough, Li Huang also understood its intention when he heard that hum. The wandering god was saying that it would assist him. This meant that his fighting power would increase from now on. Li Huang leaned forward with excitement and asked the most critical question. He once again let out a strange hum. While the wandering god remained static, it hummed in a slow and firm tone. Li Huang once again confirmed what it meant and got back the same answer, causing him to sigh. There really are no free lunches in this world. Asking for its help requires a sacrifice. The sacrifice that the wandering god needed was 3 months of the summoner's lifespan per order. However, when Li Huang asked whether Dan Yangzi had to pay the same price, the wandering god remained silent. Soon, the sound of the ringing bell slowly faded as Li Huang clutched his head and stood in place for a bit as he recovered. After a while, he slowly walked back to Wuligang. "Young Taoist, why is your face?" When Lu Junyuan saw Li Huang's muddy face, he was confused. "About your proposal, I will accept it," Li Huang said as he clenched the bell in his hand tightly. "Hooray, that's amazing. I need to go and inform Old Hu immediately." Lu Junyuan was beyond ecstatic. A normal family wouldn't be able to afford to hire an entire troupe to perform for their ancestors. The Hu family was considered the largest family in Wuligang. with a third of the village's population sharing the same surname. Li Huang learned from Lu Junyuan that the person who hired them to perform was not only from the richest family in Wuli Gang, but also the eldest member of the Hu family, Hu King. Currently, Li Huang was walking with Lu Junyuan toward the Hu family's ancestral hall. Old man who has already guaranteed that nothing will happen. He has hired some other troops before, and nothing happened to them either, said Lu Junyuan, trying to calm himself down. Li Huang just ignored that statement. As far as he was concerned, it was just something Lu Junyuan was saying to reassure himself. He gingerly touched the bronze bell on his waist and sighed. I should be fine since I have this. Still, I hope nothing ends up happening. Giving an order to a wandering god would cost me 3 months of my lifespan. They continued their journey through the village and soon arrived at the Hu family's ancestral hall. The place was illuminated by many lanterns. There were many people in the hall, so much so that Li Huang was not even able to squeeze through the crowd. He tiptoed to assess the situation and saw a lot of people kneeling on the ground, lighting up incense sticks to pray to the black memorial tablets. Hey, that's old man Hu. He invited us for a meal after we are done with the performance, Lu Junyuan said as he pointed toward the person standing closest to the altar at the front of the crowd. It was an old man wearing silk clothes. After a while, the people stopped praying and respectfully took the memorial tablets belonging to their ancestors and placed them on the tables they had prepared beforehand. Soon, the hall was filled with their ancestral tablets that were placed on the tables. There was a long table with many delicacies placed in front of all the memorial tablets. Li Huang saw that they had prepared red candles, incense sticks, gold ingots, and yellow papers, placing them all in plates meant for their ancestors. As if they were afraid that their offerings to their ancestors were not enough, there were even several paper dolls depicting them serving tea and water on both sides of the wall. They would most likely be placed next to the tables of the ancestors to serve them in the underworld. Old man Hu is so generous, to think that he would even hire a troupe to perform a show for his ancestors. Yeah, no wonder old man Hu and those near him did not suffer from sickness and disasters these past few years. Looks like their ancestors are blessing them. Say, I wonder if I will ever get such a grand treatment after I die. Pray that your descendants end up earning a lot of money like old man Hu. Hiring a troupe to perform a show for the dead costs a lot of money. Listening to their conversations and seeing the grand ceremony in front of him, Li Huang calmed down a little. Looks like nothing will happen. He leaned toward Lu Junyuan and asked, Old man, you've traveled the land for so many years compared to the spirit we met in the forest. How much more frequently have you met a ghost? Aren't they the same? Lu Junyuan was surprised by his question, his eyes wide with shock. What? They are two separate things. One is formed after a person has passed away, while the other. Li Huang stopped, not knowing how to explain it. What Li Huang understood was that regardless of whether it was the mountain grandmas or the wandering gods that Dan Yangzi had used to refine pills, or even the girl with tiny legs they had encountered in the forest, they were not ghosts. At least, he did not see them as ghosts. Just as he was thinking about the difference between ghosts and those things, all of the memorial tablets belonging to the Hu family's ancestors had been placed onto the tables. Then Hu King led a group of his family members and approached Lu Junyuan. Troop leader Lu, you should know the rules about performing for the dead, right? Once our ancestors appear to enjoy your show, us their descendants will have to leave this place and lock ourselves in the room. Please take care of our ancestral hall in the meantime, old man who instructed patiently. Of course, please rest assured your ancestral hall is in good hands, said Lu Junyuan, smacking his chest with pride. Even though none of the Hu family members would be there, Lu Junyuan would never dare to make a mistake. If something were to happen to the ancestral hall of the Hu family, they would bury him and his family alive. Oh, and once you start your performance, those in the realm of the living should not speak to the performers. This is because our ancestors should not feel like their show is being interrupted. As for what to perform, just perform something jovial and bubbly. My ancestors had shown me a dream where they said that they were bored by how monotonous everything was down there. Also, you don't have to perform for the entire night. My son will come and place our ancestors' memorial tablets back in their respective places during the 5th section of the night. You can rest after that. Lu Junyuan was nodding like a chicken pecking grains. No worries, old man Hu. We will not break the rules. With the help of the Hu family, the stage was set up quite quickly. There were only 5 people on the stage. Luo Huanhua was a girl and was not allowed into the ancestral hall tonight. Under Hu King's direction, the crowd soon dispersed and returned to their homes. The sound of instruments soon started to echo in the ancestral hall. The Lu family had started their performance while Li Huang remained backstage. Time slowly passed, and the entire Wuli gang soon turned quiet as the villagers went to sleep. The village was completely dark, with the exception of the ancestral hall, which was brightly lit with lanterns. This was the first time Li Huang had seen a performance for the dead. He peeked through the curtain to observe the surroundings outside. It was quite eerie, even for him. The stage was bursting with action, but no sound came from the audience, not even a single clap. There were only rows of black memorial tablets engraved with the names of the ancestors and the offerings meant for them. Still, this was nothing compared to the Zephyr Temple. From the looks of it, the Lu family was still inexperienced when dealing with this situation. In just a few minutes, Lu Juren had forgotten his script numerous times due to his anxiety. Lu Jungyuan, who was playing the gong, also made mistakes out of nervousness. As time passed, they started to adapt to the situation, and the show became smoother and smoother. Amidst the silence of the night, the sound of their singing resonated loudly within the hall and even outside. Soon, Li Huang sat down and closed his eyes to rest. He got bored and started humming along with their singing. Soon, it was 9 p.m. Li Huang understood now that the people here separated the night into different sections, so 9 p.m. 11 p.m. would be the second section of the night, 11 p.m. 1 a.m. would be the third section, 1 a.m. 3 a.m. would be the fourth section, and 3 a.m. 5 a.m. would be the fifth section of the night. The rooster would usually start crowing at 5 a.m. He yawned. For some reason, he was much sleepier than on other nights. Unfortunately, he couldn't sleep for the night since Lu Jungyuan had already hired him, so he took out the sacred text and slowly started to examine it, trying to combat his sleepiness. This had been his habit for the past few days. Every time he needed to stand guard during the night, he would start examining the sacred text. He examined it again and again, but other than confirming that it was indeed some sort of scripture, he hadn't found anything else about it. The second section of the night soon passed, and it was now the third section. The ancestral hall continued to remain normal as nothing unusual had happened. Li Huang raised his head, staring at Lu Jungyuan, who was looking into the bronze mirror and doing his makeup. His heart must be bleeding right now. He will have to pay me 6 pieces of silver for absolutely no reason. He thought about it and figured that nothing would happen tonight. After all, this was the ancestral hall of the Hu family. The descendants of the Hu family had gone out of their way to invite the troupe to perform for their ancestors. There was no reason for the latter to cause any problems for them. Just as Li Huang had thought that tonight would be a peaceful night, something strange happened. The singing came to a sudden stop without any warning. Sensing something amiss, Li Huang's face stiffened. He immediately placed the sacred text on his back and opened the curtain to see what was happening. He found everyone frozen in fear, regardless whether they were on stage or playing the instruments. He followed their gaze and was horrified. There, sitting on a stool, was that thinged girl with tiny feet whom they had encountered in the forest a few nights ago. It was enjoying the performance as it sat beside the black memorial tablets. This damn thing followed us all the way here. Did it possess one of us? Keep going. Don't stop the performance. Li Huang said as he took one of the wooden stools and sat just below the stage, directly in front of it. Li Huang's back gave the members of the Lu family a lot of courage. They took a deep breath and looked at each other with uncertainty. Then, through sheer will, they continued on with their performance. Meanwhile, the thing, gaze concentrated its gaze on the stage. Directly ignored Li Huang's aggressive actions. It was almost as if it was really here just to enjoy the show. If it doesn't do anything, then I won't do anything either. I want to see if it is still able to remain here when it's daytime. Li Huang would only act if necessary after all. Giving even a single command to the wandering god would mean having to give up 3 months of his lifespan. A light fog gently embraced the ancestral hall, making the entire place feel slightly oppressive. At that moment, it suddenly moved. It raised its plump right hand and took 2 of the red candles before placing them in its mouth. The sound of candles being eaten rang out. It ate quite quickly. Soon, all of the candles on the tables around it had been eaten by her. The sound of the performance stopped. Lu Ziukai, who had been performing on stage, was close to fainting from fear. Muffled crying sounds could be heard. Suddenly, the paper dolls placed by the Hu family started to move. The paper dolls were adorned with black hats and bright red cheeks as they started taking the plates filled with red candles from the other tables before placing them in front of it. Hee. At that moment, it suddenly let out an eerily high-pitched laugh. Everyone from the Lu family was paralyzed with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Don't stop, keep performing. At that moment, Li Huang's angry voice exploded in the silent ancestral hall and dispelled their fears. Sing. Yeah, the oldest and the most composed of the group, Lu Jungyuan, started singing loudly. Under his lead, the sound of the instruments also resumed, becoming even louder than before. They sang with all of their power as if they were trying to drown the fear in their hearts. All of them sang till their veins started to bulge and sweat started dripping down from their foreheads. It stopped laughing, staring blankly at Li Huang and all of the paper dolls. Meanwhile, Li Huang ignored the paper dolls and continued to stare at it. The third section of the night soon passed, and it was the fourth section of the night. The Lu family had been performing all this time, not daring to stop. Their voices were hoarse and their throats were in pain, but they continued on. Shit, it's still trying to drag this on. How long is it going to continue this way? Li Huang silently cursed. Just as he was thinking about summoning a wandering god to deal with it, even at the cost of 3 months of his lifespan, the situation changed once again. At that moment, the black memorial tablets started shaking and thumping on the tables. Bada bada. Memorial tablets started thumping on the tables over and over. It sounded like rain hitting the ground. At this point, the members of the Liu family almost collapsed from fear. It would already be very scary if one of the memorial tablets started moving, let alone all of them. Seeing their reactions, it chuckled. Soon, it started roaring with laughter. Its voice was so sharp that even Li Huang's ears were starting to hurt. However, when Li Huang saw its reaction, he suddenly smiled. I think I understand now. Every single one of your actions were meant to scare them. There are two possibilities. One is that you like to scare others for entertainment, however, I don't think that's the case. The second possibility is that you feed on people's fear. After all, candles shouldn't be your main diet, right? When Li Huang saw that thing standing up in anger and staring daggers at him, he knew that he had guessed correctly. Old man, don't stop singing. Did an old man who instruct you to perform something jovial? If you are afraid, just close your eyes and sing. Hee, do I look like a human or a god? Seeing that its plan had been discovered, it started snarling and closed in on Li Huang. You look like a bitch. Li Huang unsheathed his sword and rushed straight toward it. Once he understood what it wanted from them, all of his doubts about it were dispelled. It seemed that the thing wasn't as strong as he had thought. It was just toying with their hearts. Soon both of them clashed and Li Huang swung his sword. The cold blade of the sword easily split the thing in half, and even the candles in its stomach were split in half as they fell onto the ground. At the same time, one half of its body continued flying toward Li Huang's back. It was trying to touch him, but when the pale fingers were mere inches away from his back, it suddenly recoiled from a searing pain. Oh ho. Li Huang noticed what had happened. It seemed that the sacred text was capable of repelling such things. Li Huang let go of his sword and gripped the block that was engraved with the sacred text. He then swung it hard toward the thing's face. The thing revealed an expression of fear and tried to dodge as the sacred text swung by it. The situation had suddenly changed. Now Li Huang was the one holding the sacred text and chasing the thing. Li Huang was the source of its fear now. Within the ancestral hall, Li Huang chased the thing for quite some time. Even though it had tiny feet, it ran at a shockingly fast speed. Li Huang couldn't even get close to it. Li Huang was already panting as he stared at the thing across the table. This can't go on any longer. Is there any way to chase it away? Fuck off, don't let me see your face again. The thing stared at him angrily before moving to a dark corner of the ancestral hall and disappearing. Li Huang took a lantern and inspected the corner, but found nothing. At that moment, Lu Junyuan took the sword that Li Huang had thrown away and ran over to give it to Li Huang. Just as Li Huang sheathed the sword, he saw Lu Junyuan's smiling face sheepishly asking him, "Do I look like a human or a god? Hehehe." No wait, the performance hasn't stopped. This one is a fake. However, Li Huang realized it too late. Just as he reacted, the fake Lu Junyuan pounced, its pale claws piercing through Li Huang's body. Li Huang felt a bone-chilling cold spread throughout his body as if he had been plunged into freezing water. His emotions fluctuated as everything around him turned dark. Just as Li Huang was about to lose consciousness, he quickly grabbed the bronze bell hanging from his waist and swung his arm. The bell's signature piercing sound resounded, causing him to quickly snap back to consciousness. Bang! The back of Li Huang's head hit the ground hard, his head ringing from the impact. However, he ignored the pain and continued to ring the bell. I almost got fooled by this thing. Soon, the edges of the tables, the stage, and even the memorial tablets started wriggling before congregating onto a single spot. Li Huang pushed through the intense pain and pointed at the thing. The wandering god that he had summoned understood his order and pounced on the fake Lu Junyuan. Seeing that Li Huang now had a helping hand, the thing wanted to escape, but it was too late. The wandering god had already arrived beside it. But instead of attacking the body of the fake Lu Junyuan, it pounced onto the ground and into its shadow. The wandering god's body appeared to be made from razor-sharp lines, which it used to slice up the shadow into little pieces, causing the thing to howl like a beast in pain and struggle on the floor. So its real body is the shadow. No wonder it didn't die even though I cut it in half earlier. Under the wandering god's assault, the shadow dispersed, causing the fake Lu Junyuan's body to deflate as it ultimately became a pile of black goo. Just as Li Huang thought that everything was over, the wandering god quickly returned and circled around him. What the? Is it not over? Li Huang had been prepared to stop ringing the bell, but seeing how it might not yet be over, he quickly swung it even harder. Upon realizing that hiding wouldn't work, the girl with the tiny feet appeared from a crack, staring angrily at him. Oh, so it can split itself in half. It seems that the fake Lu Junyuan was made by its other half. Just as he had this thought, another girl with tiny feet split from the body of the first one. Then the thing started splitting itself into more and more bodies. Soon, they started splitting into numerous bodies, each getting smaller and smaller. Li Huang immediately ordered the wandering god to attack all of them. At this point, the thing was only the size of his palm. However, it was futile. The wandering god's attacks were much slower than the rate at which it was splitting. All of her clones circled around Li Huang as they continued splitting while chanting something, their bloody mouths opening and closing eerily. The god of happiness is happy and laughing. He dresses jovially and greets everyone happily. The god of happiness dances and parties. All families change their couplets to greet him. The god of happiness is angry and sad. The skull he carries brightens even the seas. The god of happiness is hungry and thirsty with a liver on the left arm and intestines on the right arm. The village elder greets the god of happiness. Just as they finished chanting, all of them exploded into black goo that showered the entire area. The area around Li Huang became pitch black. While he didn't know what that thing had done, he knew that something was definitely off. He stopped swinging the bell and tried to run. However, when he tried moving his feet, he found that he couldn't move them. It was as if his legs had been nailed to the ground. At that moment, a soft force pushed his chin upward and forced him to stare toward the sky. The sky was pitch black, but somehow, Li Huang saw something moving in the darkness, something quite large, the god of happiness. Just as he had that thought, something emerged from the darkness. Oh shit, it must have detected my thoughts. I must escape. Li Huang wanted to escape, but his body refused to move. He strained his body as hard as he could, his breathing turning rapid as his veins began to bulge. At that moment, his arm suddenly tore off his Taoist robe and was forced upward. It was as if he were greeting the thing in the dark. Meanwhile, the thing in the darkness became clearer and clearer. Li Huang could finally identify parts of its face. At the same time, his eyes started bleeding and blood streamed down his face. I cannot look at it any longer. I must close my eyes. Li Huang used all of his strength to no avail. He could see the head of the god of happiness, that is, if that big mass of black goo could even be called a head. Just as the thing was about to emerge completely from the darkness, a peculiar sound rang out from behind it. Tack, tack. The thing in the darkness suddenly stopped and shrunk, almost as if something was pulling it back into the dark. At the same time, the sudden sound of a rooster caw sounded all around them, and the dark sky shattered like a mirror. Li Huang finally regained control of his body as he cracked his bones and crumpled down to the ground. He was panting hard as he stared at the large stone bricks with both of his hands supporting his body. Shit, what did that girl with tiny feet summon? What just happened? Many questions kept popping up in his mind. He held onto the edge of a table and slowly sat down. Before looking back up into the sky, he saw nothing, almost as if everything had been an illusion. Meanwhile, the sky was starting to grow bright. The fifth section of the night had passed. Soon, the members of the Hu family would come and place the memorial tablets of their ancestors back on the altars. The stage was still filled with singing and dancing. Lu Jungyuan and the rest had performed for the entire night. Even though their voices were shaking and hoarse, they dared not stop. Looking at the black memorial tablets, Li Huang suddenly realized that the sound just now had been from them slamming onto the tables. Li Huang was shocked. Did the ancestors of the Hu family help me? Just as he did so, the tablets once again started shaking and slamming the table lightly. Seeing the increasingly strong slamming, Li Huang took a step back, fully alert. What the? Did I do something wrong? It's almost daytime now, so why aren't all of you going back? Just as he was wandering about, all of the memorial tablets fell backward. Then a familiar voice rang out by his ears, chilling him to the core. My dear disciple. Father, father, look, there's braised meat. Lu Ziukai had a meatball in his mouth, but was already staring at the next plate that was coming to their table. Just as the sizzling braised meat had just been served, 6 pairs of chopsticks stabbed into the plates. By the time the chopsticks left the plate, even the preserved vegetable under the pork had disappeared. Look at all of you. You are all eating as if you were starving ghosts. Eat slower or people might think that we are a family with no manners, said Lu Jungyuan. Dad, stop preaching. We rarely get a chance to eat such good food. And look at the meat on your chopsticks. You ate just as much as us. The youngest son taunted his father, getting a solid whack on the head in the process. Seeing his brother getting hit, Lu Juren quickly tried to calm the situation down. Dad, it's all right. Let them eat as much as they want. We went through a lot yesterday just so that we could have this one meal. The moment he said this, everyone who had performed yesterday revealed a solemn look on their faces. Last night was way too frightening. It had been so frightening that they had nearly peed their pants out of fear. Luckily, they had such a strong Taoist handling the situation below the stage for them. All of them turned to stare at Li Huang, who was sitting outside all by himself. Their gazes toward him were filled with admiration. If it wasn't for him, they all might have died. The Taoist was quite young, so young, in fact, that he didn't even have a mustache, and yet he was so strong. At that moment, another item was served, once again drawing their attention to the food. Chicken, it's roasted chicken. Their chopsticks once again started attacking the food on their plates. Seeing how their chopsticks were almost about to shred the chicken, a smoke pipe blocked them and guarded the chicken. Stop. Don't touch this chicken. I want to invite the young Taoist to come and eat with us. But Dad, Taoists don't eat meat. Are you going to ask him to break the rules? You stupid shit. Monks are the ones who can't eat meat. If I come back and see that the chicken has been touched by any of you, then be prepared to be whacked by me." Lu Junyuan stared at his youngest son before wiping his oily mouth with his hands. He then wiped his hands on the table before approaching Li Huang. "Young Taoist, he. Young Taoist, his face was filled with wrinkles as he called out toward Li Huang. "Young Taoist, you worked quite hard last night. How about you join us to eat? The Hu family has prepared a lot of juicy and nutritious food for us." Li Huang was deep in his thoughts and turned to look at him before gingerly asking, "Old man, you saw how the memorial tablets moved on their own, right? I was not hallucinating all that, right? Yo, young Taoist, I don't know about any of that. I didn't even dare to take a single glance toward you last night. I just closed my eyes throughout the performance." Li Huang sighed, recalling that singular sentence he had heard at the end. Even though it was faint, he could easily recognize the voice. It was the voice of his master, Dan Yangzi. Only he would call him a dear disciple. He should be nervous about having heard his master's voice, however. He was not nervous, just confused. As he was now, he wasn't even able to trust himself. "I know that I suffer from hallucinations. It would be reasonable to hear minor things like that, given that I haven't eaten a black taesui in quite a while. But then how should I explain the memorial tablets suddenly moving on their own, or the god of happiness that appeared and disappeared so suddenly?" Li Huang thought back to how Dan Yangzi's body had contorted into that ugly creature. Don't tell me that he really became an immortal. No, that can't be it. The so-called method to become an immortal was just some random garbage I came up with. How could it have been the correct method? Unless he turned into something else. But then what did he end up becoming? Why is he still following me? Li Huang was growing visibly irritated. "Young Taoist, what were you thinking about? We are close enough now, aren't we? You can tell me if you have something that is bothering you." Lu Junyuan's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. He had made a decision. "Regardless of whether it's real or fake, there's nothing I can do about it right now. I need to go to Western Capital City and visit the monastery first. If it's real, then maybe they will know what to do. I know far too little about the world. It's nothing, old man. Let's eat. I was just thinking about some random things." Hearing that, Lu Junyuan happily nodded. Then both of them entered the room and went toward the dining table. However, when they reached the table, Lu Junyuan's face stiffened. Everything on the table, except for the chicken, had been eaten cleanly. The plates had even been licked. That was such a nice meal. I guess this would be how an emperor feasts. Lu Ziukai stretched his body as he unbuckled his belt, his mouth smeared with oil. Lu Junyuan could only chuckle, feeling embarrassed after all. It wouldn't really be nice to scold his son when there were outsiders around. He could only take the roasted chicken and place it before Li Huang. "Young Taoist, the chicken is quite juicy. Forgive me for not being able to serve the rest of the dishes for you." Li Huang smiled and started eating a piece of the chicken. "It's all right. The chicken is plenty delicious." Li Huang had just eaten a few bites when a crowd of people entered the room from the corridor. The man leading the group was Hu King, the old man who requested Lu Junyuan's services. "Not bad. It seems that my ancestors are quite satisfied with your performance." Even the candles on the tables were eaten. This is a joyous sign. Listening to the praises, Lu Junyuan chuckled humbly. "It was nothing much. It was something we could do. Troop leader Lu, if you're passing by again, please come to our house for a cup of tea," Hu King said politely. After he said that, he waved for a man beside him to show a tray covered in red cloth. He took off the red cloth and revealed 10 pieces of silver. "Here is the payment, just as we had agreed. Please receive it." After Old Man Who left them, the Lu family surrounded the tray, their eyes filled with greed as they stared at the pieces of silver. Just as Lu Ziukai was about to touch the largest sum of money he had ever seen in his life, a smoke pipe whacked his hand. Then Lu Junyuan took 4 of the pieces of silver and placed them into his clothes. As for the remaining 6 pieces, his eyes were filled with reluctance. Still, he smiled and placed the tray containing the rest of the pieces of silver near Li Huang, who was eating the chicken. "Ho ho, come, young Taoist. We had agreed on splitting the reward 60-40. This is your portion of the payment." Li Huang looked at the 6 pieces of silver and accepted them directly. After all, he needed the money. "Young Taoist, please take your time eating. We will go and prepare first. We will depart tomorrow." After eating until they were full, the members of the Lu family felt groggy. They went back to rest and get some sleep since they hadn't slept at all last night. After they left, Li Huang was the only one left in the room. Staring at the roasted chicken that was even larger than his head, he called for the Hu family's servants. "Is there something I can use to store and carry this?" Soon, Li Huang exited Wuli Gang with a donkey cart filled with bags of food. He had to properly budget the 6 pieces of silver. Even though this amount was not enough to buy a horse, it was still sufficient to buy an old donkey and a cart. At the very least, they would no longer have to carry food by themselves. When Li Huang came out of Wuli Gang, he saw that everyone was huddled in the rice field amidst the dried rice stalks. They hadn't entered the village as they were afraid of scaring the villagers. At that moment, Li Huang saw that they were roasting some sweet potatoes. He reached into the cart and took out the roasted chicken. "Here, eat this." The people in their group had been eating dry rations for so long that upon seeing the chicken, they exploded with happiness and rushed over. A single chicken was then portioned and shared between 10 people. While they didn't have much, they ate it carefully, even going so far as to chew the bones as they ate it. Senior Lei, where did the chicken come from? And the donkey cart, just where did you go yesterday? Bai Ling Miao asked while carefully chewing a piece of chicken. Li Huang lied down on a stack of dry rice stalks before slowly recounting the incident that happened yesterday. After hearing how Li Huang had risked his life to obtain these things, Bai Ling Miao placed down the piece of chicken and slowly approached him. She was worried about him. Senior Li, we are so sorry for dragging you down. If it wasn't for us, there would be no reason for you to fight so hard. Li Huang opened his eyes and looked at the girl wearing a green-colored cloth as a blindfold. It's not your fault. Since that thing could appear in the ancestral hall, it means that it had been following us all this time. Even if it hadn't appeared yesterday, we would meet it again sooner or later, Li Huang explained. Also, Li Huang paused and remembered the times he was stuck in his hallucinations back at the Zephyr Temple. We still don't know who will be dragging who in the future. He looked at the girl and gently held her hand. Just as Bai Ling Miao was about to pry her hand off in embarrassment, she stopped. Li Huang slowly closed his eyes as he lay down on the dry rice stalks. Then he gently loosened his grip on her hand. However, just as he was about to let go of her hand, Bai Ling Miao's soft hand tightened its grip on his hand. They rested properly for a single night before the two groups resumed their journey. Their next destination was Jian'ai Town. It would be the first proper town that Li Huang would visit in this world. Young Taoist, the distance between Wuligang and Jian'ai Town is not large. Based on our speed, we should be able to reach it in about 4 to 5 days, Lu Jungyuan reported to Li Huang. Li Huang turned around and looked at Zhao Wu, who was being carried on Simpleton's back. You are going home. Are you happy? He had heard before that Zhao Wu's home was located in Jian'ai Town. After traveling for the past few days, he had come to understand Zhao Wu a bit more. Zhao Wu was smart, but because of his body and the fact that he was illiterate, he was not able to show his full potential. Zhao Wu, we are about to reach your home. Shouldn't you invite us to stay at an inn? Puppy chuckled. However, Zhao Wu's reaction was unlike what everyone had expected. He just smiled bitterly and said, so what if we are about to reach my home? I'm crippled. I can't even carry anything. To the people at my home, I'm nothing but a parasite. Everyone fell silent the moment he said that it was a truth that had been eating away at their hearts. All the people in the preparation room, except Li Huang, were more or less afflicted with some ailment. Even if they were to return back to their hometowns, they would still be shunned by others. While it felt amazing to have escaped from Zephyr Temple and from death, returning to their homes, which were filled with hostility, was not an entirely exciting prospect for them. Seeing the atmosphere turn sour, Li Huang turned around and told Zhao Wu, who said that you are useless. Since we have nothing to do while we are traveling, I will teach you how to refine some pills. Memorize as much as you can. Selling some of these pills back at home shouldn't be too bad, at least you won't starve. Hearing this, Zhao Wu perked up, a deep thirst being reflected in his eyes. Senior Li, I don't want to learn how to refine pills. However, can you teach me how to read? Why do you want to learn how to read? Isn't it better to learn how to refine pills and become half a doctor? At least you can then earn a living. Li Huang was puzzled by his train of thought. While being literate was extremely useful, it takes a normal person up to 5 years in school to learn how to read. It was an almost impossible task to make someone who couldn't even write their own name become literate in just a few days. It would take years of effort. It's all right. I will try and learn as much as I can. Facing Zhao Wu's deep thirst for literacy, Li Huang couldn't really understand it. However, since Zhao Wu wanted to learn, he was happy to teach. Simpleton, place Zhao Wu on the cart. I will teach him. Since Zhao Wu didn't even know any of the basics, Li Huang could only teach him some common words and force him to memorize them. He was teaching Zhao Wu quite intently when he realized that it had suddenly gotten quiet. He raised his head and saw that everyone was listening to his lectures, including the people of the Lu family. Not only were they listening, they were even looking at him with eyes filled with respect. It was as if Li Huang was doing something sacred. Young Taoist. Lu Jungyuan chuckled as he took out 2 preserved sausages while dragging his youngest son toward Li Huang. Just as Li Huang wanted to see what Lu Jungyuan was about to say, a cloud of dust billowed from behind them. Soon a horse stopped in front of them before a plump man jumped down. Lu Jungyuan recognized him as someone from Wuligang. He paid his respect to the man and said, Ayo, aren't you the youngest son of the Hu family? Where are you going in such a rush? Nowhere, I just want to follow you. This way I can listen to your performances every day. The youngest son of the Hu family was quite excited. Even though he looked like an adult, his tone was still quite childlike. Yo, please don't make such jokes. Quickly go back and don't make your grandfather worry about your safety. Don't worry, I will pay you, he said as he took out a solid gold chain and forcibly placed it into Lu Jungyuan's hand. Lu Jungyuan alternated between looking at the gold chain and the man, feeling quite conflicted. However, a group of people riding on horseback soon arrived beside them. "Father, don't take me back. I refuse to go back. I want to become a performer," said the Hu family's youngest son. At that moment, the sound of a slap was heard as the youngest son of the Hu family was slapped by his father. Everyone was shocked to see his face swell up. "You want to become a performer? Are you stupid? They are the lowest of the low. If you become one, then I will personally kill you." As the man said that, he took the gold chain back and took his son before rushing back to Wuli Gang. Once they left, Li Huang stared at Lu Jungyuan, waiting to see what he was about to say. Lu Jungyuan stood there in shame. He held the sausages in his hand and wanted to say something, but no words came out. It was the first time that the experienced old man looked just like a lost child. In the end, he didn't say anything. He forced a smile before nodding. Then he dragged his son back to his carriage, his back looking even more hunched than before. They had left Wuli Gang quite some time ago when the narrow forest path finally became wide. Soon, they were accompanied by other carriages, carts, and even farmers carrying their own luggage. Soon the ground around them was covered in many footprints, and as they encountered an increasing amount of animal excrement, Li Huang knew they were getting closer to Jian'ai town. Zhao Wu, do performers like the members of the Lu family have a very low status in society? Li Huang asked Zhao Wu, who was studying diligently. Zhao Wu, who was using a stick to practice writing, stared at Li Huang in surprise. Yet, even though a lot of people clapped and cheered them on from below the stage, they are treated just like the prostitutes in run-down brothels. Liking them is one thing, but their status is an entirely different matter. "Performers and troops are considered the lowest among the 9 classes," whispered Zhao Wu while carefully looking toward the members of the Lu family who were in front of them. "Really, what are the 9 classes?" Li Huang asked, feeling puzzled. If it wasn't for that incident, he might never have known this. The people with the highest status are the emperors, the kings, and the ministers. The second highest are the officials, the generals, and the soldiers. The third highest are the nobles and the merchants. The fourth highest are the people from the various sects. The fifth highest are the artisans and the craftsmen. The sixth highest are the doctors and the farmers. The seventh highest are the shamans, the beggars, and the slaves. The eighth highest are the robbers, the thieves, and the liars. Below them are the people belonging to the lowest class, performers and the prostitutes. Not only is their status low, but even the treatment they receive is different. Those belonging to the bottom 3 classes are not allowed to marry into a wealthy family, are only allowed to wear certain types of clothes, are not allowed to ride horses or sedans, nor are they allowed to wear anything made with silks or brocades. They even have to be thrice as humble as the others in front of other officials. When Li Huang heard how Zhao Wu could recite all that so easily, he was surprised. "To think that you know so much, it's nothing, really. I've lived in a town before, so this much is natural." That said, where were you living before this? All this should be common knowledge known by most of the people. Even before this, Zhao Wu had known that something was different about Li Huang. Now, he finally had a chance to ask about it. "I come from a very far place." Li Huang didn't bother explaining. Either way, they would never understand. Seeing how Li Huang avoided giving him an answer, Zhao Wu did not press it any further. "We are at least somewhat lucky at the very least. Our emperor allows everyone to take the official exam regardless of their class or status. I've heard that in certain places, those from the bottom 3 classes are barred from taking it, meaning that their entire family would be forever stuck as members of the lower class. Performers can only continue to perform for their entire lives." "Is that so?" Li Huang managed to learn something new about the world today. "And what about me?" "As a Taoist, what class do I belong to?" Li Huang asked. "Taoists are not considered a part of the 9 classes. Instead, they are a part of the 3 religions. Most people would respect Taoists or avoid them altogether if they are afraid of them. After all, no one wants to get involved with the supernatural." Zhao Wu's explanation reassured Li Huang, causing him to stop thinking about taking off the Taoist robe he was wearing since they would be traveling the lands. Having the conspicuous Taoist robe should give them a lot of benefits. "Oh right, Zhao Wu, what about someone like Dan Yangzi? Would his position be considered very high?" Li Huang asked a very important question. "I will have to be honest about that when I don't know about it either. Prior to being kidnapped by him, I had never known anyone as strong as him. I just thought that the things I had heard were exaggerated." "Really," said Li Huang. "Maybe information is not very fluid here. There should be quite a lot of people as strong as Dan Yangzi, but even Zhao Wu hadn't heard of him before, and he is a local." Li Huang guessed that someone like Dan Yangzi was likely someone who was being suppressed by someone or some sect. If not, then he wouldn't have had to run deep into the forest and secretly try to become an immortal. "Young Taoist, look, we can see the gate. We will reach Jian'ai town soon," shouted Lu Jungyuan suddenly. Hearing Lu Jungyuan's hollering, Li Huang raised his head and looked forward. After days of traveling, he finally saw a short wall covered in moss. The wall signified that they had reached their destination, Jian'ai town. The Lu family managed to enter the town successfully, but Li Huang and the rest were not as lucky. Due to their appearances, the town guards soon came up to confront them. The head of the guards drew his swords and stared at Li Huang carefully. Hold up, stop, what are you? Head guard Yan, it's me. These are people I know. They are good people. They came here to send me back to my home. Zhao Wu greeted the head guard with respect. Seeing that it was Zhao Wu, the head guard lowered his swords. He knew that they were not enemies. Zhao Wu, where have you been? Also, ask your friends to put on something to cover themselves up. Don't let them scare the people in the town. Yeah, they are doing well. Your second sister even got married to a good family. Go back and find them. In order to avoid getting into any more trouble, Li Huang decided to follow Zhao Wu to a stall that was selling bamboo hats with black veils and buy a few of them. However, even after wearing those hats, they were still quite conspicuous. Even so, they were not as scary as before. After confirming with Lu Junyun about when they would be departing again, Li Huang asked Zhao Wu, "Where is your house? Let's go and find your family first." As everything around him was familiar to him, Zhao Wu got more and more excited. He didn't need a bamboo hat since everyone in the village knew about him. Zhao Wu crawled out of the cart with all his strength and leaped down, his four limbs twisted in different directions. While Jianai Town looked quite big with all the people, it wasn't really that big. Zhao Wu managed to arrive at his home quite quickly. His family managed a small business as grain dealers. Seeing his family working inside the house, Zhao Wu shouted in a tearful voice, "Dad, I'm home." At that moment, Zhao Wu's shaking voice attracted the attention of the people inside. Fifth brother. A strong man who had been carrying a bag of rice while shirtless immediately dropped his cargo and ran toward Zhao Wu, hugging him tightly. Soon after, a girl ran out from inside the house, her braids dangling in the air. She too started circling around Zhao Wu excitedly. While they were embracing each other emotionally, Li Huang, who had been observing everything from the sidelines, noticed something other than the two siblings. The rest of the people in the house were completely calm. This wasn't like a normal house. Senior Li, what's wrong? Bai Lingmiao, who had always been sensitive, immediately sensed that something was wrong with Li Huang. However, Li Huang just patted the back of her hand and said, "Nothing," in a small voice. "Fifth brother, quickly come in. Where have you been all this time? Both I and sixth sister have been so worried about you. We thought that something had happened to you." Seeing the topless man carrying Zhao Wu inside, Li Huang followed them. He had a feeling that the situation was not as simple as it looked. "Why are you back?" As soon as Li Huang heard what the man with the abacus said in such a calm voice, he knew that he was right. The excited expression on Zhao Wu's face immediately disappeared, replaced with a moody one. His voice shook as he spoke. "Father, I was kidnapped by someone and brought far away. My friends over there helped me so that I could come back." Looking at the group of people standing in front of the entrance with their black-veiled bamboo hats, he grunted impatiently. "Go away, Shu. How am I supposed to run my business when you are all blocking the entrance?" Li Huang was quite pissed at that man's attitude. "Why are you treating us rudely? We are not related to you in the slightest." At that moment, Li Huang took the sword that was in Zhao Wu's hands and unsheathed it before pressing down the sharp blade onto the table, almost splitting it apart. "What are you trying to do? The head guard is my cousin." Zhao Wu's father crawled backward in fear. Li Huang took out a piece of silver and shaved a small piece of it before placing it right in front of Zhao Wu's father. He then pinched the small piece of silver and pushed it toward the man. "I'm here to buy rice." Now in the backyard of the grain shop, Zhao Wu was pouring tea for Li Huang. "Calm down, Senior Li. That's just how my father is. However, he has a good heart." Li Huang drank the tea in one go. He couldn't afford to care too much about this matter. After all, there were other matters to deal with besides sending Zhao Wu home. These are the last words of the guiding drug ingredients whose families should be located within the kingdom. Since you know Jianai Town the best, find a reputable escort service and send these to their respective recipients, Li Huang said as he took out 8 pieces of paper and passed them to Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu received the pieces of paper with both hands and nodded. "Don't worry, Senior Li. I will make sure that this is done properly. Sure, you should rest well in your home now. We are leaving." Li Huang said as he stood up. Zhao Wu was quite sad about parting ways. It was very likely that this would be their last time meeting each other. "No need to trouble yourself." Li Huang patted Zhao Wu's shoulders. Based on the attitude of Zhao Wu's father, it was likely that having lunch here would be way too troublesome. "Remember to memorize the words that I've taught you in these past few days, especially your name. At the very least, you will not be completely illiterate if you are able to at least write your name." Just as Li Huang was saying goodbye, one of the guiding drug ingredients, who had black hair all over her body, whispered to Zhao Wu, "Make sure to find out and confirm if it was your dad who had sold you off. It might not have been just a simple kidnapping." These words shocked everyone, leaving them unable to say anything. It was only after Zhao Wu's third brother brought them their rice that they left. They were walking on the streets, trying to find an inn to stay in. "Why do you think that Zhao Wu was sold off by his own father?" Li Huang turned and asked the girl. The girl was afflicted with hypertrichosis. She usually stayed silent, but her words today had shaken everyone. Even a tiger would care for its cub. "Maybe he's not that evil," Li Huang continued. Li Huang had just said that when the girl trembled. With a voice filled with sadness, she said, "A tiger wouldn't abandon its cub, but humans are much more evil than tigers." I was sold off by my parents. Everyone stopped and stared at her in shock. 2 pieces of silver. For just 2 pieces of silver, they sold me off. They didn't even turn to look back at me. She continued in a trembling voice. Sensing the pain in her voice, Bai Lingmiao carefully walked over to her and hugged her, gently patting her back to calm her down. Li Huang remained silent for a moment before he said, "Since they already sold you off, do you still want to go back?" "Yes, absolutely." The girl clenched her teeth and growled. Sensing her agitation and rapid breathing, Li Huang somehow knew that her reason for going home was different compared to the rest of them. "Tong Lion, let's rest here tonight." Li Huang pointed at a signboard on the left and walked in. "Welcome, my dear guests. Would you like to just rest for a while or stay the night? We are staying the night. How much is it? We have 3 types of rooms. The deluxe room includes meals and costs 90 coins. The superior room costs 60 coins but doesn't include meals. The normal room costs 20 coins, but it's like a dormitory. I see that you have 7 adults and 5 children. For a group of 12 people, I would recommend choosing 4 superior rooms. Those rooms would be large enough, allowing 3 people to sleep in them comfortably. It would also be safer if each child is supervised by 2 adults. Okay, let's just go with what you recommend. All right, 12 guests. 4 superior rooms. The rooms are upstairs. Please watch your step as you climb up the stairs. Soon, it was nighttime, and Li Huang was silently observing the people walking on the streets outside the window. He finally had time to relax after traveling for so long. This was a good opportunity to observe the strange world he was in. Strong men guiding horses using reins, a scholar holding a folding fan, children with lanterns, and even a hunchbacked man selling food he was carrying on his shoulder pole. Everything seemed so real yet so awkward it was as if it just didn't fit. The faces of the various strangers soon started to become blurred. Li Huang continued staring until he saw a familiar face, immediately causing his muscles to tense up in shock. He had just seen Yang Na. Her pretty face was wet with tears. She was crying and gasping for breath as she screamed, "Huang, wake up, huh?" He fell backward from the shock, but immediately got up before rushing back to the window and looking outside once again. Unfortunately, he found out that it wasn't Yang Na, but just another girl that looked like her. Yeah, even I've aged this much in this world. If Yang Na really existed here, how could she still be a young girl? Li Huang slid down with his back against the wall, his eyes looking soulless as he stared at the wooden beams of the room. Are my hallucinations coming back? Suddenly, there was a knock on his door. "Come in, the door is unlocked." Li Huang thought that it might be Puppy who was supposed to sleep with him, but instead it was Bai Lingmiao who entered the room. She smiled as she showed him something wrapped in lotus leaves. Li Huang opened it and saw that there were several hot buns in it. "Senior Li, you must be hungry. Please eat some buns," said Bai Lingmiao. Li Huang ate them one by one. He was indeed hungry. Meanwhile, Bai Lingmiao was holding the lotus leaf and buns in her hands as she sat beside him and stared at him quietly, passing him another bun every time he finished eating the previous one. "What a wonderful place. To think that someone is still selling buns so late at night," Li Huang said, feeling curious. "Is that so?" "I think it's quite normal to sell buns even at night. However, if we are talking about something really special, it would be Simpleton dipping his buns in vinegar before eating them. Haha, wonder where he is from. To think that he has such weird dining habits." At that moment, Li Huang realized something as he was talking with Bai Lingmiao. "Wait, I didn't give you any money. How did you buy these?" Bai Lingmiao's eyes flickered, but she still gently placed the food on her legs before taking out a few pieces of silver from her waist and showed them to Li Huang. "Senior Lei, I sold the golden anklet. You are already working so hard for us. This is the least I could do for you." Staring at the pieces of silver in Bai Lingmiao's hands, Li Huang immediately took out another piece of silver and gave it to her. However, before he could even say anything, Bai Lingmiao hurriedly told him, "The anklet has already been melted. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. There is no way to buy it back." Seeing how shocked Li Huang was, Bai Lingmiao chuckled as if she had finally won against him. She then placed all the silver in Li Huang's hands. "It's fine. The anklet was just something my mom gave me as an accessory. It was not some family heirloom." Seeing Bai Lingmiao insisting that it was all right, Li Huang did not ask about it anymore. He counted all the pieces of silver before keeping them safely. "Once everything has died down, I will buy you an even bigger one." "Okay, I'm looking forward to it." Bai Lingmiao smiled and nodded. Just then, the door opened, and Puppy entered the room. He saw that the 2 of them were in a corner of the room and immediately turned around. "Oops, sorry. Wrong room. I will head out now." Bai Lingmiao blushed before pushing Puppy away and running off. On the other hand, Puppy just chuckled as he walked into the room once again. "Senior Lei, even though Senior Bai is afflicted with albinism, that shouldn't be an issue when it comes to marrying her. Her heart and personality are much more important. Please don't leave her behind." Li Huang was too lazy to argue with him. "Stop babbling, wash up and go to sleep. We finally have the chance to sleep in a bed. In his dream, Li Huang was walking through a forest as he walked in the direction of a light. He used his sword to chop down the bushes and the trees in his way as he approached the light. When he reached the source of the light, he realized that it was Bai Ling Miao, his mother, and Yang Na. All three of them were roasting sweet potatoes by a campfire. Looking at the heartwarming scene, he sighed and approached them. At that moment, however, the sky suddenly turned dark and Li Huang saw a towering monstrosity. It was Dan Yangzi with his 3 heads and feathered body. Ha ha ha, my dear disciple, not bad. You brought all of the guiding drug ingredients. The monstrosity that was Dan Yangzi laughed and picked up a stone pillar even larger than his body. Then he smashed the pillar down toward the campfire. No, wait. At that moment, Li Huang woke up, completely drenched in cold sweat. He gasped for air and calmed down, realizing that it had all been a nightmare. Senior Li, you woke up. I bought some dumplings for you. Eat them while they are still hot. Puppy, who had been looking at the streets while Li Huang was sleeping, retracted his head from outside the window. What is the time right now? Li Huang asked as he clasped the side of his head to soothe his headache while looking at the dumplings on the table. It's just past 9 a.m. You could have slept for a while longer after all. We are not starting our journey today so soon. Li Huang ate the dumplings one by one and even drank the soup placed in the porcelain bowl. He finished eating in no time. Who said that we don't have anything to do? Let's go and buy some of the supplies that we will need for our journey. The scene he saw in his nightmare once again flashed through his head. Li Huang told Puppy, I will take someone else with me to buy the supplies. Meanwhile, I need you to ask Lu Junyuan and see when we will be starting our journey again. The sooner the better. If they can't travel again anytime soon, then we will have to leave without him. Li Huang had some silver left over after he bought the donkey and the cart. Adding in the silver he got from Bai Ling Miao, there would be no issue purchasing some extra supplies. At the very least, they needed to buy some sheets and blankets. It was tough sleeping in the wilderness without them. More often than not, his back would be warm while the front of his body would be chilly as he slept by the campfire. He also needed to buy a simple pot. Then, at the very least, they would be able to cook something rather than having to munch on dry rations. Li Huang bought many things, to the point that their cart had no space left. When he reconvened with Lu Junyuan at the gate of the town, Li Huang had even purchased another donkey cart. Ho ho, young Taoist, you are quite talented. To think that your assets are growing so fast as you travel. Another year and a half, and you might just end up having an entire caravan. Lu Junyuan didn't forget to praise Li Huang as they traveled. Old man, is the western capital city far from Jianai town? Li Huang asked as they traveled on the wide dirt road. The road was wide, and there were many other travelers. It wasn't just Lu Junyuan and Li Huang's groups. There were many others who were carrying their belongings as they traveled. It seems that everyone was traveling toward the western capital city. It's not too far. We should arrive there in another 10 days or so. Lu Junyuan smiled as he recalled something good that happened to him. Li Huang nodded. About the monastery, other than everyone going there to pray, what else do you know about it? Heya, it's a monastery. They are all the same, with older monks leading the younger monks to be vegetarian and to chant sutras. Li Huang sighed. It seemed like he had no choice but to personally go and check the place. Someone like Lu Junyuan, who was busy trying to make ends meet and living as a commoner, would definitely not be an expert on such topics. Young Taoist, look, there is a monk just up ahead. He's peeing underneath the tree. Why not ask him? Maybe he's a monk from the monastery. Li Huang turned to look toward the direction that Lu Junyuan was pointing. Sure enough, there was a monk. When Li Huang approached the monk also turned around to face him. The robe that the monk was wearing was quite filthy. When Li Huang saw the monk's face, his brows furrowed uncontrollably. Rather than a monk, the other person looked more like a bald beggar. He looked absolutely filthy and ragged. His monk robe was even riddled with holes. Amitabha, is there a reason you approached me? The filthy man opened his mouth, showing his yellow teeth. He was even missing one of his front teeth. Are you a monk? Asked Li Huang. Yes, I am a monk, the old monk replied as he held the prayer beads around his neck that were made with fruit seeds. May I ask which monastery you are from? Li Huang was quite suspicious about him. I'm not from any monastery. That's why I'm traveling up north. I heard that there are many monasteries there, and I want to become a monk there. I heard that they even feed you for free. When he heard such a response, Li Huang nodded and went back to his group. He had a hunch. But just when Li Huang had decided not to bother the fake monk any further, the monk approached Li Huang instead. Are you looking for a monastery as well? But aren't you a Taoist? Taoists don't really believe in Buddha, do they? Don't tell me he's trying to make me lower my guard. Li Huang instantly increased his alertness while smacking the rump of his donkeys. He had everyone walk faster and ignore the old monk. Unfortunately, Simpleton didn't know what was wrong and just continued talking to the old monk. You didn't bring any food. You will starve. Why would I? There are many mushrooms, fruits, and vegetables in the forest. I've eaten wild fruits before too, and Simpleton, don't talk to him. Li Huang interrupted them. Simpleton nodded in understanding. Without anyone talking to him, the old monk left. At the same time, Li Huang sighed in relief and released his grip on the bronze bell hidden in his sleeves. He needed to be alert at all times in this weird world regardless of whether the other person was truly an idiot or not. After walking for 2 hours, it was finally midday. At this point, many people walked off the path and sat under the trees, munching on their ration. Li Huang and his group did the same. Even though he was anxious to continue traveling, it was safer to travel in a large group. He then passed out the freshly bought buns to everyone. They ate the buns with some pickled vegetables. He had just drunk some water from the water gourd that Bai Ling Miao had passed on to him when he realized that someone was missing. Where's Simpleton? He went into the forest to pee. However, why is he still not back? Did he go for number 2 instead? Simpleton. What are you doing there? When Puppy shouted into the forest, Simpleton's large head popped out from behind a tree. He was munching on something. What are you eating? Li Huang asked, feeling confused. Some free rice. In the forest, no money needed. Simpleton just said that before once again hiding behind the tree. What is he saying? Li Huang went and checked on Simpleton. As soon as he walked into the forest, he was shocked by what he saw. Simpleton and the old monk were squatting down in front of a small mound of dirt, eating something. There were a few pieces of yellow paper weighed down by a rock and placed on the mound. Li Huang tried suppressing his anger as he kicked Simpleton. Get up. How dare you eat the food people made to offer to the dead? Do you have a death wish? Didn't I tell you not to talk to him? Simpleton stood up awkwardly. I didn't talk to him. Kneel down and apologize to the grave, Li Huang ordered. After Simpleton had apologized to the grave, Li Huang pulled Simpleton up with only his hands. This was a strange world with many supernatural beings. He didn't dare to risk anything. It would be bad if something were to happen just because he didn't take care of this properly. Li Huang unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the old monk. I don't care what your goal is, but leave me and my people alone or you will regret it. Before the old monk could even say anything, Li Huang had pulled Simpleton away. I'm just a monk, the old man mumbled as he continued eating the food that was meant for the dead. Everyone soon resumed their journey. Meanwhile, Li Huang's face was serious as he started giving orders. Don't sleep too soundly these coming few nights. We might have trouble. Even though Simpleton had apologized, no one knew what kind of attitude the thing in the grave had. Li Huang didn't want to risk it. Hearing what he had said, the rest of them understood and nodded their heads. As the sun started to set, everyone stopped their journey and went into the forest to find some firewood. Li Huang made sure that the fire burned extra bright today. He even asked some people to chop some extra firewood today. There was no moon and the surroundings were pitch black. The tree branches swayed in the wind, as if there were numerous things hiding in the darkness, watching them. As more and more time passed, his surroundings got quieter and quieter. Soon, everyone was fast asleep. However, Li Huang was still awake, almost as if he was waiting for something. Not only was he wary of the dark forest, but he was also wary of the old monk. If something were to emerge from the grave to haunt them, then it would probably find the old monk first. It might actually be good if something were to come. At least I would then have an opportunity to see what the old monk's true identity is. The first half of the night soon passed and came into the second half of the night. This was the time when everyone would be the most groggy from sleep. Senior Li, that place. I think I just saw a face. Puppy's voice shook as he spoke. He was on guard duty along with Li Huang. However, when Li Huang quickly scanned the darkness, he saw nothing. Are you sure? Whispered Li Huang. Puppy swallowed his saliva and replied, I'm not sure. Maybe I just saw something else. Stay quiet and don't talk, Li Huang said as he pretended to tend to the fire while keeping an eye on that spot. After some time, under the glow of the fire, he saw an ugly face emerging from the darkness with a cruel smile on its face. What made Li Huang shudder was the fact that more and more faces slowly emerged from the darkness. At the same time, a metallic reflection could be seen underneath their faces from time to time. Wait, a metallic reflection. Li Huang immediately stood up and threw a flaming branch in their direction. Stop, who are you people? Li Huang's shout shook everyone awake from their sleep. As the flaming branch landed close to the faces, Li Huang saw that they had hands and feet. They were humans. At this point, it was not only Li Huang who saw them, everyone else did too. At the same time, some of them also saw the blades in their hands and shouted, bandits, run. This shout pierced the darkness and everyone started acting immediately. Everyone dispersed as fast as possible. Shit, we've been spotted. Quickly bring the horses. The bandits immediately ran after them. Run into the forest. Their horses can't run well there, shouted the old monk. Hearing the old monk, everyone rushed into the forest. Li Huang and the rest ran too, but their donkey cart was not as fast as horses. Hearing the thundering sound of horse hooves, Li Huang turned back and saw a bandit on a horse swinging his blade toward an old lady. We have to fight, Li Huang shouted before immediately taking out a pill and eating it, the warm feeling once again coursing through his body. Then Li Huang leaped toward the bandit. At the same time, the old monk suddenly appeared beside the old woman and pushed her down. The bandit on the horse huffed and pulled on the reins, causing the horse to raise its front feet as it attempted to stomp the people on the ground. The bandit smiled cruelly, awaiting the bloody mess that would soon come. He loved stealing and toying with women, but in the next moment, he saw someone rushing toward him and punching his horse. The horse neighed in pain and changed its direction, causing its hooves to slam heavily on the right of the old monk. Meanwhile, the bandit was powerless to do anything as he fell off the horse. At the same time, he saw the head of the horse suddenly explode, shocking him immensely. Then, with a dull thud, his head exploded as well. Meanwhile, when they saw that their comrade was in danger, the other bandits whistled to call for reinforcements. On the other hand, Li Huang needed to make sure the bandits realized that they had targeted the wrong crowd while Dan Yangzi's pill was still effective. As the sound of fighting resounded in the dark night, the bandits hurriedly escaped after a few of them died. Retreat, he's too strong. He might be someone from the surveillance bureau. Li Huang stood there as he gasped for air, his knuckles covered in blood. Then he turned around and looked at the old monk. After this fight, he knew that the old monk was just a plain old monk and nothing else. Under Li Huang's gaze, the old monk stood up and approached one of the people who had been cut down by the bandits before kneeling down and chanting something. Li Huang walked over and tried to hear what he was chanting. Amitabha, Amitabha, Amitabha. He was chanting Amitabha over and over again with a weird pronunciation. After chanting it tens of times, the old man walked into the forest and dug a grave for the deceased. On the pitch-black dirt road, Li Huang carried a torch and led the others onward. The night was still dark, yet none of them felt sleepy after their previous experience. They were too shaken to even think about going to bed. Now, their donkey cart was loaded with some sliced-up horse meat as well. Aside from a few silver pieces they looted from the corpses of the bandits, this too was also a part of Li Huang's spoils of war. We've traveled enough for today, let's rest here till dawn. It's unsafe to continue traveling during the night, Li Huang ordered before quickly stacking the torches together to form a new bonfire. Try to get some rest even if you can't fall asleep. After all, we need to continue traveling tomorrow. Conserve your energy. I'll take the first watch duty for now. Soon, the sound of donkey hooves and footsteps faded, and the dirt road once again became quiet. Sitting by the campfire, Li Huang turned to look at the road they had just come from. It was pitch black. From the looks of it, that old beggar of a monk will only come over after burying the dead. As Li Huang recalled what had just happened, he could not help but feel a sense of awe at the chaos that presided over this place. All sorts of dangers lurked around, yet there was no unity between the members of the same race. Rather, mutually killing each other was quite common. He used his sword to stab the nearly extinguished campfire before throwing in some firewood from beside him. As some time passed, some of those people scattered in the forest gradually converged toward Li Huang's bonfire. Soon, there were quite a few smaller bonfires beside theirs. Members of the Liu family were not among the figures of the returnees, but Li Huang was not worried in the least when the bandits had appeared. They had been the quickest ones to flee the scene. Lu Zhongyuan could definitely be considered experienced. Even though he was so stingy, he still chose to have horses pull his carts. He must have considered the possibility of encountering such a situation. Time trickled by and the sky gradually brightened. When the others woke up, they began to grill the horse meat for breakfast before getting ready for their journey. Horse meat was still meat, even if it was not the most delicious, and was thus quite helpful in replenishing their strength. As they were eating, a trembling figure walked over from behind them. Li Huang let his guard down ever so slightly upon seeing the appearance of the person. It was the old monk from before, and it seemed like he had spent the entire night burying people. The morning dew had soaked his tattered monk robes, causing him to shiver from the cold. He slowly approached a nearby bonfire and crouched down, huddling himself into a ball. The monk smiled innocently when he noticed Li Huang looking at him. Li Huang's sense of hostility toward the monk lessened when he thought about the monk's self-sacrificial actions to rescue others last night. From the looks of it, this old monk was one of those kind-hearted people that had a hard time surviving in this dangerous world. Even so, be it Li Huang or anyone else, everyone enjoyed dealing with such kind-hearted people. The monk hurriedly reached out his hand to retrieve the bun that Li Huang passed to him. As he gnawed on it, he said, "May Buddha bless you." Li Huang was curious, which Buddha are you referring to? Isn't Buddha just Buddha? Are there different Buddhas? The old monk asked, slightly perplexed. Just eat quickly. It's rare to find someone like you out in this world. I hope that you're not lying to me, said Li Huang. How can I lie to others? I'm a monk and monks do not cheat others, the old monk asserted firmly. You only know how to chant Amitabha, and don't even know which Buddha you believe in. Just what kind of monk are you? Scholar Sun said that monks are bald, so I shaved my head. Taylor Wang said that monks are not allowed to get married, so I didn't. Liu Puqui said that monks are not allowed to eat meat, so I don't eat meat. I saw other monks chanting Amitabha, so I just followed their example. I've done it all, so how come I'm not a monk? Li Huang chuckled upon hearing all that. From the looks of it, the old monk was very earnest in his explanations. This monk was even worse at pretending to be a monk than he was at pretending to be a Taoist. but doing all this does not mean that you are a monk." The old beggar was stumped, then raised his half-eaten bun and looked solemnly at Li Huang. "Then tell me, what should a monk be like?" Li Huang opened his mouth to reply, but could not give an answer. This monk's words seemed to hold a hint of truth amidst his ignorance. For some reason, Li Huang saw a glimpse of Dan Yangzi and the beggar. Both were persistent in their beliefs despite their ignorance. "I guess you should be illiterate. How did you know? Are all Taoists good at figuring things out? Keek. Why are you so bent on becoming a monk? Back then, if not for a monk that saved me, I would have long since departed from this world. Since that day I swore that I would become a monk. I will become a good monk." In the midst of their conversation, Li Huang saw the Lu family members rushing back toward them from a distance. He stood up and patted his bottom before walking in their direction. There were no more mishaps during the rest of their journey. The old monk quietly followed along, and even gnawed on wild plants whenever he was hungry. Li Huang would occasionally spare him a bun or two. After over 10 days like that, a city even more magnificent than Jian'ai Town appeared before them. They had arrived at western capital city. The city walls made of green-colored bricks stood tall and majestic. They all felt a sense of awe when looking up from the city gate entrance. "We've finally arrived." Li Huang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the city gates. Fear and uncertainty had plagued them throughout their journey, but at least the scene from his nightmares had not appeared. "Young Taoist, the inns in western capital city are very expensive. I'll bring you to one that I know it's definitely cheaper," Lu Junyuan said. Just as he was about to walk toward the tall city gates, he was pulled back by Li Huang. "Hold on, which monastery did you mention before?" Li Huang asked eagerly. This was his most important objective in coming to this place. Under Lu Junyuan's guidance, Li Huang headed to the most prosperous monastery in western capital city, the Righteous Monastery. Even before he could see the monastery, Li Huang could already smell the unique smell of incense burned at Buddhist sites. The wide alleyways also became more and more crowded with people from all ages and backgrounds. Upon seeing the incense sticks held by all the people, Li Huang immediately understood that these people were all here to worship Buddha. "Has this monastery's incense always been so popular?" asked Li Huang. A nearby worshipper heard his question toward Lu Junyuan and interjected, "Of course. Righteous Monastery's bodhisattva is very effective. My daughter-in-law conceived after worshipping here just once, and the masters here are very kind. They often distribute porridge among the poor," interjected another worshipper. "That's right. It's truly a blessing to have such a good monastery in the western capital city," interjected yet another worshipper. In Li Huang's memory, most monasteries were built deep in the mountains. It was much rarer to see one built in the city. However, he couldn't be bothered about all these things. All he cared about right now was the name of the monastery that the worshipper had just mentioned, Righteous Monastery. Li Huang immediately recalled the conversation that Zheng Kun had with Dan Yangzi before they died. They seemed to have been chased by the monks of this Righteous Monastery previously. His heart started beating faster when he realized that he had found the right place after going through so many things on their journey. At least they had finally arrived. The view before them suddenly changed as they turned another corner. Clean and neat stone slabs paved the way to a wide staircase. A majestic temple stood at the end of the staircase that had hundreds of steps, incense smoke wafting around it. A black plaque stood above the tall temple doors, with a name written on it in red words, "The Righteous Monastery." Right below it was a couplet: "The seed of virtue blossoms, Buddha's body's grace on pure waters, the moon reflects with jade-like embrace." With the numerous lit-up incense sticks, the entire temple was shrouded in white smoke, giving it a heavenly feeling. "Young Taoist, I can't accompany you there, so please go on ahead." "Right, the western capital city is different from Jian'ai Town here. There's a curfew at night, so please remember to come back before nightfall," said Lu Junyuan. Li Huang took a deep breath, then walked toward the crowded steps. He followed the worshippers and stepped into the monastery where there were several large halls before him. Here, Li Huang stood still like a rock amidst the tide of humans and took in his surroundings. He found the main temple, but what he should do next stumped him. How should he interact with the monks in this place? Should I directly say that I was Dan Yangzi's disciple? But I am afraid of being instantly swatted to death by them. However, before he could even come up with a plan, the monks from Righteous Monastery approached him. Even in such a massive crowd, Li Huang's Taoist robe stood out quite a lot. As he heard the other party speak, he realized that this monk's pure Buddhist behavior and values were not something the old monk from before could compare to. "Amitabha Jayan, done at your service." Li Huang immediately returned the greeting when he saw the well-fed monk bow toward him with clasped hands. "Master, it's an honor to meet you. I am known as Xuan Yang. As a disciple of Taoism, you're probably not here to burn incense and worship the Buddha, right? Please come this way." Li Huang nodded as he looked at the bustling crowd all around, then followed him through a door at the side. He pondered on what he should say next while observing the scar on the monk's head. The two of them continuously shuttled through the majestic halls, the clamor of the crowd around them gradually dying down. Finally, they arrived before a row of stone tables and chairs under a golden ginkgo tree. "Sir, please," monk Jian Dun sat down, unhurriedly turning the prayer beads in his hands. He did not ask Li Huang about his sect or origin, thoroughly displaying the calm and composed nature of the disciples of Buddhism. Li Huang silently thought for a while, then looked at the monk before him. "Dan Yangzi is dead." There was a sudden pattering sound as the yellow-brown Buddhist beads in the monk's hand scattered in all directions. Li Huang just silently nodded when he saw the fat monk before him stand up. As expected, the monks here had definitely interacted with Dan Yangzi before. "That bull-headed old Taoist is really dead. This matter is of utmost importance. Please recount everything to me in detail." Since he wanted answers, Li Huang had to give enough information to the other party. Apart from hiding the fact that he had taken away the so-called sacred text, Li Huang described everything that happened in Zephyr Temple to the monk before him. "Master, can Dan Yangzi really attain immortality under such circumstances?" Li Huang leaned forward slightly before continuing in a solemn voice. "Or rather, is it possible that he has become something else?" A gentle breeze blew past, rustling the leaves of the golden ginkgo tree beside them. "Sir, are you sure that you really heard Dan Yangzi speaking into your ear?" Jian Dun was equally serious. "Yes, definitely. It was not just some hallucination." There was also the abnormal situation with the god of happiness. Irritation flashed through his eyes as he recalled the scene. The god of happiness could not be seen directly and wanted to come out of the darkness to eat me. But its body, which was hidden in the darkness, seemed like it was getting pulled by something. Though I have no specific reason to believe this, I have a conjecture that it was Dan Yangzi who was pulling on the god of happiness in the darkness. It was Dan Yangzi who had attained immortality. Jian Dun spent some time pondering with a serious expression before he stood up. "Sir, please wait a while. This matter is of grave importance." Then Jian Dun clasped his hands toward Li Huang and turned to leave in a hurry. Though the other party did not say anything, his attitude was enough to convey some information. Li Huang looked up at the clouds in the skies. Sure enough, Dan Yangzi's matter is not something that would be concluded so easily. Jian Dun returned quicker than Li Huang had expected, returning in at most half an incense stick worth of time. This time he was back with a fresh string of Buddhist beads in his hand. "Sir Xuan Yang, this way please. The abbot wishes to meet you in person," said Jian Dun. The righteous monastery was very large, and they had to walk within the temple for some time before they finally arrived at a grand hall. Outside the grand hall, Li Huang peered in through the octagonal door and saw 5 towering Buddhas that were several meters in height. They were all sitting cross-legged, each striking a different yet equally majestic pose. Before the 5 golden statues was a prayer mat with a figure seated on it while wearing a monk's robe. The figure also had a 5 Buddha hat on his head, similar to that of Monk Tang. Li Huang could hear the monk chanting sutras as soon as he stepped in, the chanting echoing throughout the spacious hall. Under the gaze of the 5 huge golden Buddhas, Li Huang's figure slowed down unconsciously. Soon the chanting stopped, and the monk sitting on the prayer mat slowly turned around. Li Huang was surprised on seeing his appearance. It was the appearance of an old man with white brows and a beard. However, what surprised him was not the abbot's exceptionally kind appearance, but his eyes. It was a pair of pink eyes. After having spent so much time together with Bai Ling Miao, Li Huang could tell at just a glance that the abbot also suffered from albinism. "Amitabha, this humble monk, Xinhui, pays my respects." Abbot Xinhui clasped his hands together and spoke calmly. "I am Xuan Yang. It's good to see you, Abbot." Li Huang returned the greeting before sitting down as well. "Abbot, about Dan Yangzi." Li Huang was interrupted as the other party raised his hand to stop him. "Benefactor Xuan Yang, do you recognize these 5 Buddha statues that you see in this hall? The one in the middle is Vaikurana from Vajradhatu, the Diamond Realm. The one on the east is Akshapya from Aparati, the Eastern Pure Land. The one on the south is Ratansambhava from Rimet, the Southern Pure Land. The one on the west is Amitabha from Sakhavati, the Western Pure Land, and the one on the north is Amikasiddhi from Prakyuta, the Northern Pure Land. Together they are known as the 5 Dhyani Buddhas." Li Huang started feeling a little anxious. What does this monk mean to do, talking about all these irrelevant things right now? "Abbot, let's talk about all these things when we have the time in the future. May I ask what Dan Yangzi has transformed into?" Xinhui clasped his hands together and once again looked at Li Huang calmly. "He has become a Buddha." "He has become a Buddha." Upon hearing the abbot's calm words, Li Huang felt a chill run down his spine. He abruptly shifted his gaze toward the 5 giant golden Buddhas. Just a moment ago, they had seemed solemn and dignified, yet now their demeanor seemed to have changed. Li Huang was just about to get up when he glanced at the bright sun outside, and then he once again looked at the abbot who was sitting before him. The old abbot was still sitting in the same spot as before, completely calm and composed, almost as though he had not just uttered those horrifying words. "Hold on, don't scare yourself. It might not be what I am imagining." After careful consideration, Li Huang spoke again. Abbot, did Dan Yangzi have some conflict with the righteous monastery before? That's right, he was going around killing people and causing chaos. I had sent our monastery's warrior monks to capture him, but he managed to slip away each time. You have done a deed of great merit by coming up with a way to get rid of this person, replied the abbot. Abbot, may I ask then how such an evildoer could become a Buddha? How is that possible? Questioned Li Huang. Amitabha, whatever he is now is not determined by what he was before. I have Buddha in my heart. Hence, in my heart, he is now a Buddha, the abbot explained. Li Huang felt frustrated. This old monk seemed to be speaking in riddles. Dan Yangzi has now left behind the mundane world. It doesn't matter what I think he is, what matters is what you think he is, since he is whatever you think he is. Moreover, his karma now lies with you, and not with me, Xin Hui continued in a composed voice. This time, however, Li Huang understood the meaning the abbot was trying to convey. So you're saying that Dan Yangzi has become a shapeless, ever-changing entity. Just like the wandering gods, asked Li Huang. Yes, replied the abbot, but why? How could he become something strange like that? After all, I fabricated all those so-called immortality techniques, and there were so many deadly poisons which should have killed him. Li Huang couldn't figure this out. I don't know, the abbot replied honestly. I am not an omniscient Buddha. At the same time, as a monk, I cannot speak falsely. I don't know. Li Huang pondered for a moment, then asked another crucial question. Abbot, is there a way to completely get rid of Dan Yangzi? Since he is our common enemy, it's not good to just leave him like that. Li Huang had spent so much energy coming over here. Just to resolve this problem, he had to get rid of Dan Yangzi, regardless of what Dan Yangzi had turned into. This time, however, Xin Hui did not reply so quickly. He fell into deep thought, then raised his right hand. Come here. I need to take another look. Li Huang hesitated for a moment while looking at that wrinkled white hand. Benefactor Xuan Yang, if you're still suspecting that I wish to harm you, then you shouldn't even have stepped through our temple gates, said the abbot upon seeing Li Huang's hesitation. Li Huang paused for a moment, and then placed his forehead onto his palm. Buzz, Li Huang suddenly felt all the colors around him become much more vibrant, and started feeling weightless. However, this intriguing feeling came and went quickly. When he returned to normal, Li Huang did not know what had just happened, and even felt a sense of emptiness within his heart. At that moment, he understood that this abbot must have some Buddhist supernatural abilities. This matter is of utmost importance. I need to discuss our strategy with the other elders. You can stay in our temple for now, and we'll give you our reply tomorrow, said the abbot. Li Huang was a little nervous when he heard that he had to stay back. I've got friends on the outside. They won't feel assured if I don't return. Despite Li Huang declining the invitation, the abbot's tone remained unhurried. It's up to you whether you choose to stay or to leave. The righteous monastery opens at dawn. Benefactor Xuan Yang, please don't break your promise. You know as well as I do that if we don't get rid of this trouble, it will be a grave danger to not just you, but to all the lives in this world. When Li Huang stepped outside the temple into the sunlight and looked back inward, he found that the abbot had already turned around and begun to chant toward the giant Buddha statues. Li Huang looked up to see the large midday sun, and then looked toward the peaceful temple surroundings. Just after Li Huang turned around and took a few steps away from the temple, the back of the abbot's bald head began to squirm. Not long after, the smooth skin under the 5 Buddha hats slowly split apart, revealing a fist-sized giant pupil that wriggled out and stared at Li Huang's departing figure. At that moment, the old abbot's chant suddenly increased in volume. Form is not me. If it were me, form would not cause illness and troubles. I wish to be this form. I do not wish to be this form. Do as I please, so I should know. Meanwhile, Li Huang took various turns as he retraced his steps back to the temple's main gate where the worshippers were gathered. Seeing the crowd, he had a feeling that he had returned to the mortal world. He stood in the middle of the crowd and looked toward the alleyway he had just walked out of. He felt somewhat hesitant. Should I trust him? Hey, Taoist, I'm here. Li Huang turned back to see someone shouting for him. It was the old monk who traveled alongside his group. Li Huang could see him waving excitedly. You came to the righteous monastery. They accepted you, asked Li Huang. The old monk nodded eagerly. Yes, that monk over there took pity on me and allowed me to stay and work here. That's good. Make sure to work hard here, at least it's better than digging around for wild vegetables or eating the offerings made to the dead. I'll take my leave first. Right, I still haven't gotten your name. You can just call me Monk. I like being called Monk. Come and visit the temple when you have the time, replied Monk. Keek, as you Buddhists like to say, let fate decide, replied Li Huang. He bid his farewell to Monk and left the righteous monastery. When he arrived at the inn, the others surged forth and surrounded him like a flock of bees. Li Huang raised his hand to stop the questioning and said, I have a task for everyone. Split up and go around to ask about the righteous monastery. Though his interaction with those monks today had been very normal, he still planned to listen to the opinions of the locals before planning his next move. After getting this task, the others did not question it, they just nodded and turned to walk out of the inn. Time trickled by. As the sun set, they all came back one by one and reported their findings to him. They say that the Righteous Monastery is the largest monastery in Western capital city. Its incense is considered the most marvelous. I heard that their monks are very devout and abide by their rules quite strictly. Once a monk stole some meat and was immediately expelled from the temple. I heard that even the emperor goes to that temple to pray. If you're lucky and get a good spot, you can even spot the emperor. I heard similar things as the others. Senior, why do you want us to inquire about the Righteous Monastery? Li Huiweng did not respond. He did not want to tell them the terrifying truth that Dan Yangzi could still be alive. After carefully sorting through their findings, he found no reason to refute the abbot's offer. If he did not trust these monks, then he could only face this Buddha Dan Yangzi head-on. However, this choice would unquestionably lead to his death. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Huiweng made the decision to return to the Righteous Monastery on the next day. Within the 5 Buddha Hall, Li Huiweng met Abbot Zin Hui once again. However, this time the abbot wasn't alone. There were 4 more elderly monks sitting in a row behind him. Since you've returned, benefactor Xuan Yang, let's get straight to the point. We need to hold a great fast to offer salvation to him, said the abbot. Right, abbot, let's start, replied Li Huiweng immediately. Take it easy, benefactor. Dan Yangzi's karma is still connected to you. Before we can perform this ritual, we need you to calm your mind. Calm my mind. Li Huiweng was puzzled. Amitabha, benefactor, your mind is quite restless and troubled, said the abbot. Before the abbot could even finish speaking, Li Huiweng retorted in a stern and loud voice, I'm not sick. His voice was so loud that Li Huiweng even startled himself. Li Huiweng could see the 5 elderly monks gazing at him thoughtfully. He took a deep breath and clenched his trembling fists. May I ask, abbot, what it is that I must do in order to calm my mind? At that moment, a yellow-covered scripture was presented to him. Take this emptiness of the 5 aggregates 1 sutra and recite it 3 times a day. Li Huiweng took it and flipped through the scripture. It was full of obscure Buddhist scriptures that he could not understand in the slightest. Just reciting it will do. There's no specific technique, or no need to eat anything, asked Li Huiweng. Such a simple step was way beyond his expectations. When he saw Abbot Zin Hui shake his head, he took the scripture and started heading out. Right as he was about to exit, he turned around to look at the elderly monks sitting cross-legged on their prayer mats. Abbot Zin Hui, does the Righteous Monastery have any cultivation techniques? Asked Li Huiweng. Naturally. As long as benefactor is willing to shave his head and join our monastery, you may freely access our entire scripture repository. Upon hearing that, Li Huiweng turned and left. It was not possible for him to become a monk. Benefactor Xuan Yang, why don't you stay in the temple during this period? It's also troublesome for us if you keep coming and going from the monastery like this, said Abbot Zin Hui just as Li Huiweng was about to leave. Li Huiweng did not decline them this time since he had already chosen to trust them. Being overly cautious would only make him seem petty. A separate room was arranged for him within the Righteous Monastery. Li Huiweng sat within the room while silently looking at the scripture that was given to him. Initially, Li Huiweng felt a little nervous. But he soon realized that nobody in this temple minded him, even when he ran to the bustling main hall and watched the monks perform divinations for others. He gradually felt more and more assured. Late at night, under the light of an oil lamp, Li Huiweng carried a scripture book and recited, My life's journey is complete, my spiritual path established, my actions accomplished, leaving no room for future existence. As I speak of this Dharma, it reveals the freedom of mental attachments of all phenomena, including the 5 aggregates. Embrace this teaching with faith and diligently put it into practice. When he initially began reciting this so-called emptiness of the 5 aggregate sutra, Li Huiweng didn't feel anything. However, as more and more days passed, he felt the quality of his sleep gradually improve and understood that it really was effective. Once he finished reciting it, he placed the book down and extinguished the oil lamp, preparing to head to sleep. At the same time, he began to plan for what he had to do next. After getting rid of Dan Yangzi, I'll go and look for a black Taisui. If I can stabilize my condition, then I will be able to continue to live in this world in a stable fashion. But the black Taisui seems to be rather ferocious. And if I really do manage to capture it, then how should I restrain it such that I can cut some of its flesh to eat every month? Right, the first thing I need to do is to obtain enough strength for self-preservation. That is also similarly challenging. Just as Li Huiweng was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly saw a figure flash past outside his door, causing his body to tense up. Is someone within the temple spying on me? Li Huiweng slowly walked up to the door and pulled the latch, yanking the door open. The courtyard outside was illuminated by the moonlight, with not a single person in sight. Li Huiweng carefully peered outside. He caught a glimpse of a yellow-robed monk quickly vanishing into the dark corridor in the distance. What's going on within this temple? After a moment of contemplation, Li Huiweng followed the yellow-robed monk at a slow pace. After a while, Li Huiweng saw a bald head under the moonlight. While Li Huang could not see the face from his angle, judging from the lack of scars, their status in the righteous monastery was probably not high. Just like that, in the silent temple, one person walked ahead while another followed behind from a distance. At that moment, however, the monk suddenly disappeared into the partially open door of a temple hall. Li Huang was about to follow him inside as well, but after some thought, he decided to go to the other side of this temple. There he wet his finger with some saliva before piercing a hole through the paper window. This hall was quite small compared to the abbot's 5 Buddha hall. In fact, it could even be described as tiny. There was a small bodhisattva statue, with one hand in a meditative gesture and the other hand holding a bottle. Only 2 candles were lit on the altar, dimly illuminating the entire hall. There was someone kneeling before the figure of the bodhisattva. The one who had just entered was not some monk, but a woman. A woman, in the temple this late at night. Before Li Huang could even make sense of what he was seeing, the woman began to silently pray. "O merciful and compassionate bodhisattva, I beg you, please give me a son. If I don't give birth to a son this time, I'm going to be sold away." Just as she was praying, a half-naked monk who had been behind the statue approached her before gently covering her eyes with a red cloth. Her body trembled ever so slightly, but she did not resist. Soon her breathing started becoming heavier and heavier. Soon 7 or 8 bald-headed monks walked out from the surrounding darkness, each with their hands clasped together as if they were praying. Then they slowly surrounded her. This is the truth behind the effective childbearing prayers. Li Huang was dumbfounded as he watched the scene unfolding in front of him, toppling his previous understanding of the righteous monastery. Suddenly, he sensed something and quickly turned around to see Jian Dun, standing in the courtyard while illuminated by the moonlight. "I've been discovered." Jian Dun did not say anything as he looked at Li Huang, only gently beckoning with his hand before turning to leave. Li Huang glanced at the chaos within the temple one last time before following Jian Dun quietly. Jian Dun did not bring Li Huang anywhere special, but only to his residence. Then he lit up the oil lamp and sat down on a stool. "I know what Benefactor must be thinking, that the righteous monastery's monks are impure. But does Benefactor believe all the worshippers to be fools? Why would they come to pray so late at night?" said Jian Dun. Standing at the door, Li Huang did not say anything, waiting for him to continue. "If they want a son, then we'll give them a son. As monks, we are just that compassionate, and thus we do good deeds," continued Jian Dun. Li Huang could not help but frown. "Then there must be a lot of those good deeds of yours roaming around here. The righteous monastery's disciples have never proclaimed that our prayers to the bodhisattva are effective. All those rumors have just been spread around by the worshippers themselves. We didn't say anything, and they didn't ask anything. The 5 aggregates are form or materiality, sensations or feeling, perception, mental formation, consciousness. Master, there's no need to explain so much to a simple guest like me. I won't bother you guys either. Please leave, I'm about to head to sleep," said Li Huang. Jian Dun clasped both hands together and bowed toward Li Huang before walking toward the door. As he passed by Li Huang, he softly whispered, "Don't underestimate Buddhism. I used to be a Taoist before I became a monk. Taoism is similar, it's just that you're unaware of it." Jian Dun walked away, leaving Li Huang alone in the room. Li Huang turned around to look at the temple that was shrouded in darkness. Now, it no longer seemed to have a sense of majesty or dignity. Li Huang sighed. "This place is also really dirty. Isn't there anywhere that is clean and pure?" Ever since the events of that night, Li Huang tried his best not to leave his room at night to avoid disturbing the monks' good deeds and incurring their resentment. Days passed one at a time, and Li Huang's mental state slowly improved. He no longer had nightmares. Just as he was going to ask the abbot about when they were going to begin the ritual, the abbot sent a messenger over first. "Benefactor Xuan Yang, the preparation for the Great Fast is about to begin. The event requires a considerable amount of effort, so please refrain from moving around too much in the coming few days," said the messenger. "Got it. You can report back to the abbot," Li Huang responded to the young monk. When the young monk left, a familiar figure came in, looking excited. "Little Taoist, if you had been staying here, why didn't you inform me?" It was the old monk from before, but he looked quite different now. He was dressed in brand new yellow monk robes, while his face and body were free of dirt. He appeared much more spirited than before. Even though they had only interacted with each other briefly, Li Huang still felt a sense of kinship with this acquaintance of his in this foreign place. "Monk, how are you doing here?" asked Li Huang. "It's fine. I have enough to eat and am able to dress well. It's just that there are no good deeds to do within the temple, which makes me a little uncomfortable," replied monk. Upon hearing the mention of good deeds, Li Huang immediately thought about the events of that night and sighed. "Don't think about it too much. Stay well over here. Though this monastery's a little dirty, at least you won't go hungry. Come, young Taoist, let me show you the place where I work. It's quite big there." Monk enthusiastically pulled Li Huang toward the door. "The sun is too bright right now. Maybe another time," Li Huang replied half-heartedly. He wasn't too interested in exploring this monastery. Come and see. You won't regret it. There are many interesting things here," said Monk as he dragged Li Huang. In the end, Monk was successful in dragging Li Huang with him. After going through a meandering path, they came to a spacious open courtyard within the righteous monastery. Only now did Li Huang realize just how big the monastery was. Clang, clang, clang. Dust flew around within the courtyard as some monks with bandaged hands used their chisels and hammers to sculpt Buddha statues. The statues were lined up in 2 rows that stretched left and right toward the end of the courtyard. As the monks focused on carving their works of art, they became drenched in sweat, and their bald heads reflected the bright sunlight. "So you work here. The environment is so-so," Li Huang said while frowning slightly and pinching his nose to prevent the dust from entering. "Yes, I'm in charge of taking away the useless shattered rocks. I play a part in the building process of these statues as well." Monk seemed to be very proud of his role. The two of them walked along the road that was in between the 2 rows of incomplete Buddha statues and observed the different forms of the various sculptures. Meanwhile, the monks that walked by them did not pay any attention to them, almost as though they did not exist. These sculptures made by the righteous monastery are definitely not for their own use. One look and it's clear that they are made to be sold to the worshippers. Seems like these monks are quite adept at generating revenue. Li Huang was not too surprised after the previous incident that he had witnessed. "That's not all. There's even more up ahead," Monk exclaimed excitedly, heading into the house before them. Just as Li Huang was about to follow, he felt a wave of dizziness suddenly wash over him, causing his body to start swaying. "What's the matter?" asked Monk. When Li Huang stabilized himself and shook his head, that strange feeling of dizziness gradually vanished. "Are you all right? Did you catch a cold or something? Do you want to go back and rest first?" asked Monk, worried. Li Huang declined Monk's kind intentions. "It's all right. I'm fine. Let's continue." "All right. If you really have caught a cold, then you should get some more sunlight. Let's continue," said Monk. Li Huang looked up at the scorching sun. "Did I get a heat stroke?" "But the new year was just a little while ago, and I don't feel hot either." After feeling that there was nothing unusual with his body, Li Huang lifted his foot to continue following Monk. But as soon as he raised his foot, he found that the sounds around him had changed. It was no longer the clanging sound of chisel hitting the stone, but the sound of flesh slapping against flesh. Li Huang felt puzzled and looked toward the stone statue on his right. He immediately froze up. The stone statue beside him had vanished, and what took its place was a mass of white flesh. The stone carvings representing Buddha that had their eyes closed in devotion were all piled together, their bodies wriggling continuously like maggots. This is. Li Huang took a step back, his eyes widening in shock. He slowly looked up to squint at the glaring sun. His eyes were not playing tricks on him. He slowly turned around to look at the statues behind him. He was not surprised to find that they had all changed into dozens of mountains of flesh as well. "Hey, little Taoist, keep up," Monk shouted in excitement like a kid eager to show off something to his companions. Trembling, Li Huang took a deep breath and stepped forward. Soon, they passed through a huge gate and arrived at another spacious courtyard. This courtyard was also filled with heaps of flesh, just that these heaps were no longer humanoid, but even included other things like pigs. Those heaps of flesh howled in agony, but then a mountain of flesh depicting a devout monk engulfed them like a sinkhole and buried them within. "Look at these lifelike statues of the Killing One and the Stone Lion. I wish I had such skills," exclaimed Monk. Li Huang mechanically followed the old monk and continued to observe the artwork of the righteous monastery's monks. Along the way, he saw many things, like dogs, horses, cows, and donkeys. After some examination, he found something even more peculiar. The monks were all intersex. Li Huang's mind was currently buzzing with confusion. Suddenly, Monk reached out and led him to a spacious hall with quick steps. However, the sound of flesh slapping against flesh did not vanish and was even getting louder now, echoing inside the spacious hall. Li Huang looked inward. The higher up he looked, the more his pupils shrank. "Look quickly, such a massive Buddha statue," Monk exclaimed as he pointed upward, marveling at the giant statue with a childlike grin on his face. One-horned beast in Chinese mythology." Buddha? Li Huang asked. When he raised his head, all he saw was a massive heap of flesh that was at least 20 meters tall. Regardless of how Monk saw the Buddha, all Li Huang could see was a twisted mass of pink flesh. The only way he could describe the thing was that it looked like the back of a toad, covered in veins and flesh. Various reproductive organs circled and shifted around on the mountain of flesh, moving in and out of the bits of skin that covered the mass of flesh. Even though the mountain of flesh was absolutely disgusting, there were many monks around it. The monks were enthralled as they breathed in the pink mist emanating from it. They had an excited look on their faces as they filled in whatever gaps there were on the Buddha with their own bodies, women, men, and even beasts. The monks of the righteous monastery were challenging the limits of their bodies. "How about it? Isn't it big? This is the biggest stone Buddha that I've ever seen." Monk praised it in an excited manner. Li Huang's body was stiff. He He knew that Dan Yangzi was evil and would be abhorred by the righteous sects of this world. While the righteous monastery held a grudge against Dan Yangzi, even though he couldn't guarantee how righteous they were, at the very least he thought that they would have some rules. But his hypothesis was wrong. There were no righteous sects, nor were there any evil sects. Maybe the cultivation process in this world was twisted at its very core. Maybe the grudge between Dan Yangzi and the monks was not based on justice versus evil. It could even be two evil sects fighting for the sake of territory. Even if he ignored everything, he knew for certain that Xinhui was deceiving him and everyone else. The great fast. That shitty monk must be lying to me. I need to leave this place right now. He turned and saw that monk was not at all repulsed by what he was seeing. While Li Huiweng didn't know how he had managed to pierce through the veil of deceit, he knew that at the very least he had not been found out. He needed to use this fact to his advantage and leave. He suppressed his feelings of repulsion and tried to act as naturally as possible as he said, "Not bad, but it's just a stone Buddha. I will take my leave now." Having said that, Li Huiweng walked out and returned to the disgusting courtyard where the monks were, sculpting the sculptures. The wriggling masses of flesh were still moving all around him, but Li Huiweng just pretended that he did not see them and continued walking. "Hey, little Taoist, don't go yet. Why the rush? It took you quite some time to arrive here," shouted Monk as he chased after Li Huiweng. "The food here is really good too. Why not have a meal with me? The fried tofu here is even more delicious than meat." Li Huiweng just acted as if he was irritated and increased his pace while Monk continued to pester him. However, just when Li Huiweng was almost out of the accursed place, a large shadow blocked him. It was an extremely well-built monk with a serious face and was a head taller than Li Huiweng. He stared at Li Huiweng without saying anything. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Li Huiweng said coldly. All the while, his heart was racing wildly. The monk leaned forward and silently observed Li Huiweng. What happened next scared Li Huiweng to his very core. A slimy black tentacle, complete with suction cups, emerged from the scar on the monk's head. Then it started stretching longer and longer. The weird tentacle started wriggling in the air like a snake before slowly wrapping around Li Huiweng's head as if it was trying to sense something. "Amitabha, dear sir, it seems that your heart is impure," said the well-built monk. As he said that, all of the wriggling masses of flesh in the area stopped dead. At the same time, the monks that were previously working on them all turned around and stared at Li Huiweng. "Shit, he knew that I'm not fooled by their illusion. Time to fight." Seeing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Li Huiweng pulled out his sword and slashed it at the monk in front of him. The sound of metal tearing into flesh was heard as the tentacle and the monk's shirt were cut in half, and a yellow-green goo sprayed in every direction. At the same time, Li Huiweng ate a pill and jumped past the well-built monk and rushed straight toward the wall closest to him. His action sparked an avalanche of movements around him. All of the monks working on the wriggling flesh jumped down and started chasing after him. But that was not all. A sudden earthquake happened, causing almost everyone to fall down to the ground. Li Huiweng, who was now at the top of the wall, turned backward and saw that the massive Buddha had breached the wooden gate and was rolling toward him. "I need to run now. This place is too dangerous. There's no way their illusion could work on everyone in the entire western capital city. They wouldn't risk showing the true nature of their Buddha to the people." Li Huiweng ran as fast as he could, the voices behind him growing louder and louder. This was his only chance to escape, so he didn't dare slow down. Li Huiweng ran faster and faster with a horde of people chasing after him. Li Huiweng's stamina and strength were almost inexhaustible after he ate the pill. There were a few times when he almost got caught but luckily managed to break free. Just when he took a turn and was about to exit through the front gate of the monastery, he saw someone with a familiar face blocking him. It was the righteous monastery's very own abbot, Xinhui. Seeing him, Li Huiweng didn't hesitate and reached for his bronze bell. But when his hands reached into his sleeves, he found that the bell he used to summon the wandering gods was missing. "Amitabha, benefactor Xuan Yang, are you looking for this?" Xinhui held the bell as he asked Li Huiweng, his face still calm as usual. Even before Li Huiweng could answer him, Xinhui approached Li Huiweng and placed the bell back into his hand. "Benefactor Xuan Yang, this is an ominous object. Use it sparingly." He did not question Li Huiweng any further. He walked past Li Huiweng and saw the horde of monks chasing after Li Huiweng before chastising them. "You are all monks, so why are you so anxious?" "Abbot, it's not that we are anxious. That guy suddenly attacked Senior Jian Y," said one of the monks. Upon hearing this, Abbot Xinhui turned around and questioned Li Huiweng. "Benefactor Xuan Yang, is that true? Why did you hurt him? Did he do something to you?" Li Huiweng looked at the crowd and then back at the bronze bell in his hand, feeling confused by what the abbot was trying to do. He was certain that the abbot had seen everything that had unfolded, so why was he acting? After a while, Li Huiweng just decided to come clean. "Abbot Xinhui, your monastery had a grudge with Dan Yangzi, and I'm the one who killed him. You haven't even thanked me, but there should be no reason to kill me, right? I will keep my mouth shut about everything that I've seen in the monastery. No one will know. Plus, it would be almost impossible to ruin the reputation of your righteous monastery with just me alone. Hearing what Li Huang had said, Xin Hui was even more confused. What did you see? I don't think I understand. Huh, don't tell me. The abbot is different from them. Li Huang decided to calmly explain what he had seen just now to the abbot. Preposterous. A bunch of lies. Shouted the abbot in a fit of rage. This was the first time Li Huang had seen Xin Hui get angry. His 2 strands of white mustache quivered, while the other monks behind him lowered their heads in fear. However, immediately after saying those words, Xin Hui realized his mistake and placed his hands together, praying toward the western direction with his eyes closed. Amitabha, this disciple is in the wrong. I will write down the sutras 100 times after this to atone for my wrongdoings, said Xin Hui. Looking at how the other monks were staring at him angrily, Li Huang had no choice but to sheath his sword and follow the abbot. Xin Hui brought him back to the place where he had seen the monks who were sculpting the statues. Benefactor Xuan Yang, was it here that you saw those filthy things? Li Huang, surrounded by the other monks, was shocked to see that the various masses of flesh had changed back into incomplete statues. It was as if they were mocking him. Wait, under Xin Hui's laid, Li Huang was brought back to the place where he had seen the livestock and animals. However, now there were none. The only thing he saw were incomplete statues of the killins and lions, all of them aligned neatly, their stone eyes gazing at them lifelessly. Just then, Xin Hui suddenly took Li Huang's sword and slashed the statues, causing one of the stone lion's heads that was the size of Xin Hui's palm to be separated from its body. Then, he grabbed the head of the stone lion and placed it in Li Huang's hand. Li Huang gently touched the head of the lion. The texture and weight of the lion's head told him that it was indeed made of stone. They then arrived at the large hall, and he saw a giant statue of Buddha sitting in lotus form. Its left hand was holding a bowl meant for receiving alms, while its right hand was pointing its index finger directly toward the ground. The Buddha statue appeared to be completely motionless in front of Li Huang. Impossible. I had seen all of it so clearly, so how could it all be fake? Li Huang questioned himself. Hearing his words, Abbot Xin Hui sighed. Amitabha, benefactor, it seems that the severity of your illness is not light. Li Huang paused and considered a possibility. Did my hysteria return? Was everything that I saw simply an illusion? Xin Hui nodded his head lightly, as if he could read Li Huang's mind. Benefactor, you are much more aware of what kind of illness you have than us. But I ate so much of the black Taisui flesh. Was all of that only able to last this long? Did my hysteria really return? Li Huang mumbled as he placed both hands on his head. Hearing his words, the monks around him whispered to each other, telling what they had just heard to the others. We chased him for so long, and it turned out that he was just someone sick, lamented one of the monks. If there's no issue, then it would be better to send him out of the monastery. What if his hysteria worsens and he starts cutting people up? Commented another monk. Quiet, Xin Hui shouted out, silencing everyone. Xin Hui then entered the hall and lit up 4 incense sticks before offering them to Li Huang and saying, I'm fine with you disturbing my disciples, but it's not good to disturb the Buddha. Please admit your mistakes and offer these incense sticks. Offer these incense sticks. Li Huang glanced toward the massive Buddha statue, then toward Xin Hui and the 4 incense sticks. His body once again tensed up. Benefactor, what are you waiting for? This was your mistake after all, Xin Hui said as he shook the incense sticks. However, in Li Huang's mind, he could not forget the mass of flesh and the monks around the monster's body. If all of that was real, wouldn't it consume him if he went up to offer the incense sticks? Benefactor, why are you hesitating? Asked Abbot Xin Hui. At that moment, Li Huang saw that Xin Hui's face was beginning to show signs of impatience. For a moment, he looked up toward the sun while holding the stone lion's head. In the end, he threw the stone lion's head aside and took the incense sticks with both his hands. Then he walked past the door and slowly approached the gigantic Buddha statue. He walked quite slowly due to his tense muscles and the fact that his mind was racing. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Soon, he arrived at the base of the statue. The statue did not move, nor did it transform into the vile thing he had seen earlier. Li Huang held the incense sticks with both his hands while standing in front of the incense burner. He looked up once again, only to see the Buddha's stony eyes watching him devoid of any emotions. At that moment, Li Huang felt a sense of respect for the statue. As he held the incense sticks above his head to pray, the 4 incense sticks lightly shook as the white smoke slowly drifted from them to the top of the hall. After praying 3 times and placing the incense sticks into the incense burner, Li Huang turned around and walked out of the hall. Seeing that the conflict had been resolved, the monks slowly dispersed, going back to their workstations before continuing with their work. Soon, the sound of chisels striking against stone echoed throughout the courtyard. Meanwhile, Li Huang followed Xin Hui down the brick path and exited. Benefactor Xuan Yang, since your illness is so serious, you should just stay here and wait for the great fast instead of wandering around the place. Even though your illness is troubling, Dan Yangzi is even more dangerous. We should do the necessary things slowly, taking it step by step, just like how we eat rice one mouthful at a time, Zin Hui said as he held his prayer beads. Li Huang raised his head and stared at the bright sun. He raised his hands and stretched his body as he asked Abbot, "Is there a method to cure my illness in the righteous monastery? I will let my disciples know. Maybe they can help or maybe they can't. After all, the righteous monastery doesn't specialize in medicine, nor do we have the necessary medical knowledge," replied Zin Hui. "It's all right, I was just asking. I'm already used to my illness," Li Huang said. After hesitating for a moment, Li Huang asked, "Wait, how did you do that just now? How did you take the bell that was on my body?" "Ho, it's just a children's trick, nothing much," replied Zin Hui. "Abbot, no need to be so humble. If you say that it was nothing much, then it would mean that I'm even less than an insect," said Li Huang with a wry smile. "Benefactor Xuan Yang, that's not the case. Even though Dan Yangzi was not as strong as me, he was still very skilled." "Nonetheless, was he not eliminated by you? Dan Yangzi was strong. Then how strong are you? How do you categorize the strength of people like him?" asked Li Huang. "There's a way to categorize them as heaven, earth, black, and yellow, but that is just something that was made up by the people. As monks, we are not interested in fame, so I don't know much about it," replied Zin Hui. As they walked, they talked for a long time, allowing Li Huang to learn many new things about this world. "It's nothing. It's just a simple matter. If your body is feeling unwell, then you should head back and rest," replied Zin Hui. After some pleasantries, Li Huang left. When he looked around after a while, he didn't see the abbot following him, so he started walking back to his place. He walked quite slowly, as if he was busy thinking about something. Finally, after 1 hour, he reached his room. The moment he closed the door, his expression twisted into one filled with anger as he punched the wall of the room. He didn't know what that monk had used to deceive everyone's senses, but Li Huang was someone who had a lot of experience dealing with illusions due to his illness. This was why he was extremely sensitive to such illusions. He had already felt that the massive stone Buddha had something off about it, just like the hospital in his illusion, but he just didn't know what. The statues were all fake. Even the giant Buddha statue was fake. They must have cast an illusion spell. "I know what I've seen, and those filthy things were not some illusion." Great. The wooden door slowly creaked open as Li Huang observed the outside through the small crack. It was already evening, and it was very quiet outside. With the exception of a monk sweeping the floor some distance away, there was nothing unusual. However, Li Huang had already seen through the reality of the righteous monastery. To him, this was not a peaceful scene in the slightest. "All of this is fake. They can't fool me. Since they are trying so hard to keep me here, they probably want me to go through their great fast of my own volition." Just then, a thought flashed through his mind. "Wait, why are they doing all of this? I'm just a normal human. Since they are so strong, they could just force me to do what they wish. Why go through all this trouble?" He didn't have an answer yet, but he didn't need it now. What he needed right now was to escape this place as soon as possible. "The monks of the righteous monastery haven't noticed anything strange about me just yet. I need to use this chance." Even though there was no one else outside, Li Huang did not try to escape just yet. He waited patiently. Time slowly passed as Li Huang's palms started sweating. Dong dong dong. The heavy sound of a bell rang across the entire righteous monastery, causing Li Huang to jump a little. He had learned that this bell being rung meant that it was 5 p.m., which was the dinner time for the monks. At that moment, Li Huang opened the door and walked out calmly, following the monks toward the canteen. After all, it would be completely reasonable for him to appear there, as he had been eating with the monks all this time. Compared to the place he was currently living in, the canteen was quite a bit closer to the hall where the normal devotees came to pray. Since the opponent made use of illusion spells, it must mean that they do not want the normal devotees and people to see their dark side. Along the way, Li Huang noticed that many of the monks were silently staring at him and whispering to each other. It seemed that they were still discussing what had happened earlier. Their eyes, as they looked toward him, were filled with hostility, curiosity, and even jest. But Li Huang knew that all this was fake. They were all just putting up an act. They must have the same goal as Zin Hui. "No one here is a good person. They are all trying to harm me." Li Huang was certain about this. He soon arrived at the canteen and saw a sea of bald heads. However, he didn't run away and instead followed them and walked inside. He took a wooden bowl and got his meal before sitting down on the stool and calmly eating the vegetarian meal in front of him. Today's meal consisted of yam soup, stir-fried konjac with fried tofu, stir-fried vegetables, as well as potato and squash stew. While there was no meat, the taste was indeed excellent. Even so, after the entire incident earlier, Li Huang no longer had much of an appetite. However, in order to fool them and avoid suspicion, he still didn't dare to make any strange movements and just continued eating his food. Pa! At that moment, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder, scaring Li Huang. "Little Taoist, you are here too. Why did you run away earlier?" asked Monk. Hearing the familiar voice, Li Huang turned around with food still in his mouth. Sure enough, it was the old monk smiling at him while showing off his missing front tooth. He had met Monk by chance while traveling, If it weren't for him pulling Li Huang to see those statues, then Li Huang might have still been clueless about the situation. Monk took his plate of food and sat beside Li Huang. Let's eat together. Li Huang glanced at the other monks and saw that there was nothing suspicious going on. He continued chewing as he said, sure. Little Taoist, where are the rest of the people from your group? Why not ask them to come and stay with you? The food here is free. They don't have to stay at the inn anymore. Monk talked quite loudly, oblivious to the entire situation. On the other hand, Li Huang, who was anxiously trying to escape, couldn't be bothered to talk to him. He ate at the same speed as usual and burped before walking out of the canteen. Soon, he was once again on the brick road, and this time, Monk was chasing after him. Hey, don't go just yet. Let's talk for a bit. I'm so bored here, said Monk. What? It's still too early to go to bed. Let me tell you something, Monk said in a whining tone. However, Monk couldn't even finish what he was about to say when he saw Li Huang's face turn sour. At that moment, Li Huang whispered to Monk aggressively, Go, run away from this place as soon as possible. This monastery is an extremely dangerous place. The very next second, Li Huang ran as fast as he could toward the main hall. The monks around them all noticed that Li Huang was running away, but Li Huang just ignored all of them. He ran faster and faster, his heart beating at a rapid pace, and his attention raised to the limit, searching for traces of that old man Xinhui. 100 feet, 50 feet, 10 feet. When Li Huang escaped through the side door and entered the main hall, his surroundings suddenly exploded with the sound of footsteps, conversations, and the wooden fish all entered his ears. He had returned to the main hall where everyone was burning incense sticks and praying to the Buddha. In fact, there were so many people that he was pushed slightly toward the side. Standing in the crowd, Li Huang was stunned as he looked at their oblivious faces. At that moment, he suddenly realized something and turned back to look at the side door. No one was there, not one person had chased him. At the same time, none of the monks turned to look toward Li Huang, be it the monks who were greeting the devotees or the monks who were divining fortunes. To Li Huang, all of this seemed completely normal, way too normal, unless all of it really had been my illusion. Those filthy things were just a figment of my imagination. But Li Huang dismissed that thought quite soon, shaking his head as he ran out of the monastery. He couldn't risk it, not in the slightest. It was surprisingly easy for him to walk out of the monastery, almost just as easy as it had been to enter. With his speed, he soon arrived at the inn. When he returned, the guiding drug ingredients and the assistants who hadn't seen him in quite a while crowded around him. Senior Li, why are you back? Have you finished the business you had with the monastery? Asked one of them. No time to talk. Pack your stuff now. We need to leave now, said Li Huang. All right, let me go and contact troop leader Lu, said another one of the guiding drug ingredients. No, we are not waiting for them. We need to leave right now. Quick, shouted Li Huang. Senior Li, where are we going? Bai Lingmiao asked. We are leaving this kingdom, replied Li Huang. Dug, dug, dug. The sound of hooves resonated as the donkeys ran down the road nonstop. At the same time, the others followed the donkey carts as fast as they could, their faces filled with fear. They were walking quite fast, but still turned to look back and see if anything was following them. Senior Li, why are we leaving this kingdom so soon? Puppy asked as he wiped the sweat off his face. Why do you think the righteous monastery could operate for so long and is so popular amongst the people? There's a reason why we need to leave as soon as possible, Li Huang said, his face solemn. Hearing him say that, the girl with hypertrichosis said, since the righteous monastery could operate in the same city as the imperial palace without any issues for such a long time, it's very likely that they have control over the ministers in the palace. Basically, even the ministers and palace officials here cannot be trusted. Li Huang nodded. It would be normal for such a large sect to fool the common people, but if they were trying to control the ministers and palace officials, it meant that they had something shady going on in the background that couldn't afford to be brought to light. We've already stayed here long enough. I've even passed on the final words of the guiding drug ingredients to Zhao Wu. No matter what, we were planning to leave the kingdom anyway, Li Huang said as he opened up a map while sitting on the donkey cart, even if it was just a rough sketch. He finally managed to buy a map in the western capital city. He pointed at a spot on the map and drew a line representing the proposed path for their journey. They would pass through the kingdoms of Siqi, Hushu, and Qingqiu before arriving at Bai Lingmiao's home in the Liang kingdom. Yeah, let's all go to my place. There are no scary monks over there, they are all just kind and friendly, said Bai Lingmiao. Hearing her words, Li Huang glanced at her before closing the map and storing it. He couldn't really trust anything at this point since he couldn't determine whether the monks that Bai Lingmiao was talking about were truly kind, or were they also using the same type of illusion spell. He was still too weak. There was nothing he could do against such strong opponents just yet. They kept walking until the sky was almost dark before they stopped to rest. At this moment, Li Huang was staring at the campfire in front of him, feeling restless. Their speed was too slow. To be fair, he wasn't really hard-pressed on money. If he needed more, he could just sell the jade pendant. At the very least, they could each have gotten a horse. but the problem was that none of them could ride one. No, this won't do. We have to hide within the forest after we finish our dinner. Out here on the road, we are way too exposed. Senior Lee, I added some extra pork lard into your noodles. We have a long journey ahead of us, so we need to eat better, said Bai Ling Mao. A steaming hot bowl of noodles with bits of pork meat floating in the broth was passed to Li Huang. Bai Ling Mao sat beside Li Huang as he ate the noodles and placed her head on his knees. Since the monks of the righteous monastery are bad, then what about your requirement? Do you really need to find a monk? What about a nun? Li Huang almost choked on his noodles before barely managing to swallow them. Then he blew the broth and drank it all in one big gulp. Don't worry. Compared to the monks who are chasing us, my issues are nothing, said Li Huang. Since the monks had lied to him, it meant that everything about his current situation was extremely bizarre. Maybe they couldn't even get rid of Dan Yangzi, or maybe Dan Yangzi wasn't even what they claimed him to have become. Dan Yangzi may or may not exist. Thus, it should be fine to delay handling that issue. Did you have enough? Do you want me to bring some more noodles for you? There's still some in the pot, offered by Ling Mao. Oh, in the forest, Li Huang and Simpleton stood in a line before giving a small tree some extra fertilizer. Glancing back at the campfire, Li Huang whispered something to Simpleton before heading back. Back at the righteous monastery, the night had just arrived, and the monks were closing the entrance to the monastery. Meanwhile, the rest of the monks were attending night lessons, causing the sound of chanting to fill the entire righteous monastery. Giant Dun was fiddling with his prayer beads in his right hand while clenching his left hand as he walked somewhere deeper into the monastery. Soon, he entered the 5 Buddha Palace and saw Xin Hui, who was threading a new set of prayer beads. Abbot, I went and checked on benefactor Chuan Yang, but he was missing. It seems that he has run away, reported Giant Dun. Abbot Xin Hui was sitting on a prayer mat as he lifted the prayer beads out of the water and inspected his handiwork. After a moment, he placed the prayer beads onto the floor and picked up a baby from a basket beside him. Sigh, such a poor child. If we had arrived any later, you would have been drowned by your own father. He held the baby girl and gently coaxed her to sleep. Abbot, benefactor Chuan Yang is gone, repeated Jian Dun. I'm not deaf yet. No need to talk so loudly you might startle the child awake. Knock, tata-tata. At that moment, the sound of the wooden fish resonated throughout the hall, giving the palace a much more serious aura. Xin Hui carefully placed the baby on the floor and gently wrapped the prayer beads around her body. Under the sound of the wooden fish, Xin Hui started chanting. However, rather than sutras, he was chanting something much more sinister. Jade rabbit on the moon, golden crow and the sun tortoise and snake are a pair twisted and whole. As the sound of chanting continued, the prayer beads wrapped around the baby girl started to come alive and tighten around her. Twist and wound, life perseveres, a golden lotus blooms in the fire. Xin Hui made a lotus seal with both his hands and pointed it toward the baby. The sound of the crying baby soon turned into laughter and grew louder and louder. In the end, it became so loud that the 5 Buddha statues in the palace started grinning. Combine the 5 elements and reverse the flow, become a Buddha, and live on as an immortal. Soon the sound of the wooden fish faded as Jian Dun walked forward and placed a flower vase beside Xin Hui. Xin Hui worked a bit on the baby, and soon the baby was placed in the vase. With just her head at the top, it was identical to the one Dan Yangzi had in his cave, and thus another girl in a vase was born. After completing the ritual, Xin Hui sat back down and started threading a new set of prayer beads. Since he has escaped, then go and catch him, bring him back, ordered Xin Hui. Yes, I obey, replied Jian Dun. Be careful, even though he knows nothing about the world, his potential is huge. Dan Yangzi might have been a thief, but he was very lucky. I have no idea where he found a rare strayed one. Li Huang was wrapped in a blanket as he kept watch while hiding in the thick bushes. It was already late into the night, making it extremely cold without a campfire, despite it already being March. However, he didn't dare to light up a fire. It would reveal his location to the monks that were chasing him. Under the weak moonlight, Li Huang took out the bronze bell and inspected it. He had already eaten most of the pills that Dan Yangzi had given him, and so the bronze bell was the only other card he had. But whenever he thought back to how easily the abbot had snatched the bronze bell from him, he felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. The opponent could kill him in so many ways, but all he could do was to try and escape. This fact left a bitter taste in his mouth. In this bizarre world, only strength reigns supreme. If I want to stay alive, I need to become strong. Even someone like Dan Yangzi could become so strong, so why can't I? So what if everyone has some or the other bizarre method of cultivation? I too need to do it in order to survive. I want to protect myself and the others around me. If I can't get it, then I will steal it. If I can't steal it, then I will frame them. Li Huang's expression slowly became more and more twisted. He had just been thinking about all of these things when he shook himself out of it and touched the back of his neck, suddenly realizing something. Namo hi luo den na du luo yi. The sound of chanting broke the silence of the forest. At the same time, Li Huang stood up reflexively and scanned his surroundings. However, it was so dark that he couldn't see anything. Even the simple traps that he had set up earlier were not triggered. Namo aliyi po lu jai dai yao ti luo yi. The chanting continued in the dark, this time being closer than before. Quick, stand up, we need to run now. Ignore the donkey carts. Simpleton, do as I had told you to do earlier, shouted Li Huang. Just as Bai Ling Mia was about to follow Li Huang's commands and stand up, Simpleton picked her up and started running away. At the same time, Li Huang walked out of the bush and back onto the road. He clenched his teeth and decided to face them. The monk's target was him. Even if all of them couldn't escape, there is no reason for every one of them to die. Li Huang kept running in the dark, but the sound of chanting became closer and closer. For some reason, Li Huang could smell the smoke from the incense that he had lit up back at the monastery. Li Huang suddenly stopped as he saw multiple red dots the size of flies wriggling around in the darkness on the road. Putai yi putai, yi mi dai li yi na luo jin. The sound of chanting was becoming closer and closer. Soon Li Huang could see the thing in the darkness. It was a Buddha with a large hat and tall body, but hilariously skinny legs. The belly of the Buddha was engorged as well. The red dots that Li Huang had previously seen were incense sticks that were stuck on the body of the Buddha. They shivered and shook with every step that the giant Buddha took. The giant Buddha was wrapped in the white incense smoke. It was probably supposed to look ethereal, but it just appeared downright horrific in the dark wilderness of this road. At the same time, Li Huang noticed that there was not one, but 7 such Buddhas lined up and closing in on him. They walked just like humans, but their expressions were neither smiling nor angry. Their bodies swayed left and right. Under the moonlight, Li Huang recognized the face of one of the Buddhas. It was none other than Jian Dun, Amitabha. Benefactor, your heart is not calm, said the Buddha with Jian Dun's face. Li Huang stared at the Buddhas that were at least 4 million tall. So you have finally revealed yourself. Is this your true form, you worshipping freaks? Just as Jian Dun said this, he brought his palms together and started praying. At that moment, Li Huang heard the sound of flesh ripping as numerous skinless arms appeared from Jian Dun's back and splayed open like a peacock's tail. Soon, the 7 Buddhas had all transformed into 7,000 armed Buddhas. Ring! Li Huang immediately shook the bronze bell, causing the surroundings to start shifting and twisting. Soon, the edges of everything around them congregated and turned into a wandering god. However, the ringing bell did not affect the 7,000 armed Buddhas. They were just like rocks in the water. Li Huang immediately scooped some dirt into his mouth and commanded the wandering god to attack. Immediately, the latter launched itself toward the 7 Buddhas. Pack! One of the Buddhas sent a hard slap toward the wandering god, sending dust and rocks everywhere. However, the wandering god did not have a physical body and thus completely ignored the attack, phasing right through the palm and going straight toward the Buddha's face. The wandering god then entered the brain of the Buddha, causing the latter to start flailing around and use its arm to try to swat the wandering god off his head, but it was no use. Soon the Buddha fell to the ground, its face melting off. Its body, which had not been affected by the bell earlier, also started to twist and turn just like the surroundings. Peng, peng, peng. At that moment, the remaining 6 Buddhas formed a circle with their backs facing toward each other. They clapped their hands together and started chanting, Ru Lai Adu Luo San Mo San Pu Ti. The chanting had just started when Li Huang realized that something was wrong with the wandering god. The squiggly lines that made up its body started to move around uncontrollably. He soon saw that something was wrong and shook the bell even harder, shouting toward the wandering god in an even louder voice. Upon hearing that Li Huang had agreed to sacrifice even more of his lifespan, the wandering god held its body together and rushed toward another Buddha. Once the second Buddha fell to the ground, the wandering god had spent the last of its strength. It was approaching its limit. Amidst the chanting sound all around them, the wandering god soon fell to the ground. Seeing that it was of no use, Li Huang stopped ringing the bell. However, even as the surroundings returned to normal, the wandering god did not disappear. Soon, the squiggly lines that made up the wandering god started to lose their color and turned into a fleshy pink color. The wandering god that was supposed to be formless had been granted a physical body using the power of the sutras. The physical body of the wandering god looked like a clump of earthworms. It slowly wriggled around on the ground. A palm with a swastika symbol then slapped the wandering god and crushed it into a pile of mush. The palm was then raised slowly, flesh and blood still clinging to it. Then the Buddhas once again brought their hands together and approached Li Huang slowly. Amitabha, benefactor, please follow us back. Li Huang raised his head, staring at the Buddhas to no avail. They had their backs turned toward the moon, so their faces were shrouded in darkness. All Li Huang could see were the numerous arms wriggling at the back and their large heads. The air was filled with a weird stench created by the combination of smoke from burning incense and blood. Li Huang took a few steps back. After confirming that he was indeed alone, he shook his head. No. I will not go back. Li Huang steeled his heart as he held the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard as one of the giant Buddhas leaned down and blocked the moon from Li Huang's vision. At the same time, a strong wave of pressure started to push downward upon Li Huang. At that moment, Li Huang felt as if a pair of lantern-sized eyes were staring holes into him. Amitabha, benefactor, please follow us back. We are doing this for your own sake. Much to Li Huang's surprise, Jian Dun did not attack him. He was still trying to negotiate and convince Li Huang in a peaceful manner. If you're really doing all this for my sake, then why not let me leave? Don't you monks preach about kindness and forgiveness and whatnot? So how about letting me go? Asked Li Huang. It's precisely because we stand for kindness that we cannot let you leave, replied Jian Dun. Just as Jian Dun said that, a stone flew over and hit the head of one of the Buddhas. However, the sound that was heard was that of metal ringing rather than flesh being struck. Li Huang and Jian Dun turned at the same time. Bai Ling Miao and the rest of them were standing not too far away with glowing rocks in their hands. Senior Li, run. More stones flew over and hit the Buddha, but there was no effect. Amitabha, the sea of torment does not end, so it's best to turn back. Jian Dun brought his palms together as he gently crouched before his skinny legs propelled him forward. Boom! With a loud pop, Jian Dun's massive body was sent flying through the sky before it fell down like a giant rock. Numerous trees were broken and blown away as he landed behind Bai Ling Miao and the rest, his massive body blocking their escape. Seeing how small and powerless Bai Ling Miao and the others were compared to the Buddha, Li Huang shouted with all his might, "No, stop." As if sensing something, the Buddhas surrounding Li Huang and even Jian Dun all took a step back. Benefactor Xuan Yang, we were not thinking of harming them. Please calm down. Jian Dun's voice had a hint of panic. It was as if he didn't want to trigger Li Huang. This was beyond everyone's expectation to think that they would actually listen to Li Huang. Why are they panicking? There's no reason for them to panic and to fear someone normal like me. We are monks. We do not kill. We just want to make sure that they are safe and do not run away, Jian Dun said as he used his gigantic hands to uproot several trees with ease. After twisting the trees a bit, he made a simple cage and trapped everyone within it. Once Jian Dun made sure that no one would disturb them again, he slowly walked back toward Li Huang. Benefactor Xuan Yang, since you do not wish to return with me, then why not negotiate with me? Proposed Jian Dun. Negotiate. Are you trying to persuade me to come back? Li Huang asked while keeping an eye on the Buddha's massive hands that were even bigger than him. He had no idea what they were trying to do. Of course, Benefactor Xuan Yang is someone who knows what is important. Naturally, I should be able to persuade you, replied Jian Dun. Hearing this, Li Huang thought back to the incident at the monastery and found something very illogical regardless of whether it was the abbot or Jian Dun. Despite being stronger than him, they did not attack him or take him back forcefully. Instead, they kept trying to use lies and deceit to trap him. Wouldn't it be easier for them to just force me using brute strength? Why are they going through so much hassle? Is there something special about me? Li Huang checked both his palms but couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. I'm just someone suffering from hysteria that would fall in and out of illusions from time to time. Is there something special about me that they are being wary of? Li Huang tried to piece together all the information, completely ignoring Jian Dun for now. He needed to find out what made them so wary of him. That might end up being the only chance for him to escape. Wait, let me think about it the other way. What would the consequences be if they used brute force and threatened my life? Li Huang tried to remember everything that he had encountered in this world. He recalled that back when the god of happiness was dragged away into the darkness, that had been the only time his life had been in danger. It was also the only time when the opponent was surprisingly defeated. Immediately, Li Huang's pupils shrank, realizing the crux of the issue. Dan Yangzi. They do not wish to harm me because whenever my life is in danger, Dan Yangzi, that monster, would appear. Dan Yangzi is protecting me. Li Huang instantly realized the intentions behind all of the monk's actions. He had always thought that Dan Yangzi was trying to harm him, but from the looks of it, that was not the case. While Li Huang himself knew that he was trying to harm Dan Yangzi, from Dan Yangzi's perspective, this disciple of his had not done anything wrong and had even helped him achieve immortality. The righteous monastery must have known about all this but did not tell me. That is why they have been constantly trying to deceive me and use the great fast to try and get rid of Dan Yangzi. Once Dan Yangzi is gone, I will be nothing but a fat slab of meat for the monks. When Li Huang thought back to what the monks of the righteous monastery were doing, he suddenly felt disgusted and chilled to the bone. Li Huang raised his head and once again stared at Jian Dun. This time he was prepared. He smiled. Are all of you afraid of Dan Yangzi? According to you guys, he has turned into a Buddha, so why are you still afraid of him? Jian Dun's expression froze. Benefactor Xuan Yang, I have no idea what you're saying. Monks do not lie or cheat. I can swear upon the Buddhas that the great fast is meant to eliminate Dan Yangzi. It will not harm you. At that moment, Li Huang's suspicions were confirmed. In this world, there was no such thing as helping someone out of the goodwill of one's heart. In the future, he would need to be more careful when trying to gather information. At the same time, he needed to be more critical about his own thinking. I suddenly feel that taking Dan Yangzi with me is a good thing after all. He was my master. I don't feel that it's good to eliminate him just like that. Once he had figured out their goal, Li Huang was no longer panicking. Amitabha, this is not possible. Dan Yangzi's matter does not only affect you but also everyone else, said Jian Dun. Li Huang raised his head and stared at Jian Dun again, smirking. Why don't you talk to my master himself? What? Jian Dun questioned. At that moment, Li Huang unsheathed his sword and held it up. The sword was sharp enough to slice through metal like a hot knife through butter. When Jian Dun saw Li Huang draw his sword, he smiled. To try and break the body of my Buddhas with your sword, benefactor, Xuan Yang must have a lot of faith in your weapon. Didn't you hear what I just said? I want you to talk with Dan Yangzi himself, said Li Huang. Just as he finished speaking, he used the sword to slit the side of his neck. His skin was sliced quite easily, causing warm blood to splatter out and drench his Taoist robes in red. Hee. Li Huang's consciousness started to fade away as he applied pressure to his neck. Do you hear that? It sounds like thunder. Thunder, Jian Dun, and the rest of the Buddhas looked toward the sky, only to see that the moon had disappeared. The entire night sky was covered in dark clouds, rolling and rumbling. The sound of thunder could be heard rumbling from time to time, but it was odd it didn't sound like thunder at all. Cough, cough. Li Huang coughed a few times as his breathing turned ragged, and he fell to the ground. When he turned to look at the sky while lying down, he once again saw his master amidst the dark clouds. He was still as ugly as ever. Black feathers sprouted from his bloody body, while 3 different faces replaced what had once been his head. In addition to his normal human organs, his burgeoning body was also riddled with many non-human organs. His body was nightmarishly black, his eyes were filled with a mysterious liquid, while his pupils were mere slits. Tentacles covered parts of his body. Everything about him was vile. Even so, a mysterious veil made from white smoke hung around his body, as if he was something divine. His body was in a constant state of shifting, and turning his body shifted as his organs moved around and his faces changed position. Li Huang had only been staring at Dan Yangzi for a short period of time when his eyes started bleeding, and veins started bulging on his head. He felt like his head was going to explode. No, I cannot stare at him anymore. Li Huang shifted his gaze away, feeling slightly better. His body had weakened considerably in just this short while. However, even if his life was no longer in danger from looking at Dan Yangzi, his blood loss might end up killing him soon. He weakly patted his waist and fished out some of the blood-nourishing pills and consumed them with his last remaining strength. The rate at which blood flowed out of his wound gradually slowed down, but this was not enough. Li Huang then took out some pills meant to reinforce the energy of his body before eating them. At that moment, the sudden sound of muscles being torn caused Li Huang to look up once again. He saw that his master, Dan Yangzi, had started attacking and had attached himself to one of the Buddha's heads like a lizard, his 3 mouths easily tearing off its ears. Bellowing in rage, the numerous arms on the Buddha's back tried to claw at and capture Dan Yangzi. But Dan Yangzi shifted all of his organs and forcefully expanded them, using them to block the attacks from the Buddha. Then Dan Yangzi used his 3 mouths to tear an even larger hole on the Buddha's face before shoving his head right in. Ah! The Buddha shouted in despair as its body started deflating. Soon, it fell down onto the ground, blood seeping out from all 7 of its orifices. When the bloody Dan Yangzi reappeared in front of the other Buddhas, Jian Dun did not dare to look down on him. Jian Dun immediately took out a parchment and started chanting the mantra written on it. Rather than using ink, the words of the mantra were given form by using an uncountable number of moles pulled from the skin of humans. Ma Nai Pa Mi, who as Jian Dun sat cross-legged and spoke these 6 words, the mantra on the parchment flashed red and disappeared before appearing on Dan Yangzi's body. As soon as Dan Yangzi became covered in the numerous words, his body started trembling and growing wildly. His body grew larger and larger before it started withering. It withered so fast that soon, Dan Yangzi disappeared completely. Jian Dun's face was drenched in sweat as he let out a relieved sigh. Fortunately, he had prepared that mantra just in case something unexpected happened. Had he not, then he would have died. Then he chanted the mantra in reverse, causing the words to start reappearing on the parchment in his hand. After confirming that all the words were there, Jian Dun was just about to close the parchment when it exploded. Then, amidst the words that were sent flying everywhere, Dan Yangzi crawled out from the parchment. This was something that no one had expected. Jian Dun gasped in surprise, allowing Dan Yangzi the chance to shoot himself into Jian Dun's mouth like a drill and travel down his throat. Soon, the sound of tearing could be heard as Jian Dun's throat started to bulge. However, this was only the beginning. Soon, the pain became unbearable as Jian Dun started hearing a chewing sound from within his body. "No!" Jian Dun cried out in despair as Dan Yangzi burst out from his chest. Meanwhile, the other 3 Buddhas continued to struggle to no avail. In just a few moments, the sound of bone cracking and flesh being torn resounded through the forest. Within just a few minutes, all 7 Buddhas had disappeared, leaving behind only the steaming puddles of blood. When Li Huang finally had the chance to once again gaze at Dan Yangzi, he saw his master turn around and show a horrifying smile on all 3 of his mouths as he said, "My dear disciple." Poof! With a soft sound, Dan Yangzi's body disappeared like smoke in the wind. Time slowly passed and soon the moon reappeared, covering the forest in a soft silver veil. Everything had ended. Li Huang grabbed his neck and forced himself to sit up. He saw the others that were still trapped within the crude cage made by Giant Dun. All of them were shocked and didn't even dare to speak. Li Huang had an idea as to what they were thinking and weakly explained to them, "No need to be afraid. Dan Yangzi is well and truly dead. He won't use all of you as guiding drug ingredients anymore." However, Li Huang's words did not reduce their fear. In fact, some of them even started crying. It was Bai Ling Miao who broke the silence first, her face even paler than usual. "Senior Li, what Dan Yangzi? We didn't see anything." Li Huang struggled to swallow his saliva. "Did you not see Dan Yangzi killing the Buddhas? Was he invisible to all of you?" Li Huang thought that it might be a possibility. But just then, Puppy's entire body started trembling from fear and shock. He didn't dare to look at Li Huang as he closed his eyes and shouted in a trembling voice, "Senior Li, there is no Dan Yangzi. It was you all along." "What?" Li Huang endured the pain and touched his face. There was some sticky goo covering him. He continued touching his face and found that both of his cheeks had been torn open, as if he had opened his mouth to an impossibly large size. But none of that was important. What was important was that he felt full, really full. Creak, creak. The horrible grinding sound of the donkey cart's wheels filled the air. "Puppy, add some oil to the wheels," Li Huang said with difficulty as he lay in the cart. Bai Ling Miao had just stitched the wound on his neck and then applied medicine on it. He couldn't move for now. Soon, the sound of squeaking wheels lessened. Li Huang gazed at the sky and recalled the incident from a few nights ago. The trouble with the righteous monastery had been resolved, but his personal problems had only just begun. In his view, it was the immortal Dan Yangzi who had killed the Buddhas. However, to others, it was Li Huang himself who had shot into the mouths of the Buddhas and consumed them from the inside out. They told him that his expression became extremely twisted and fierce right before he had done so. In this world, it wasn't possible for people to observe 2 different scenarios at the same time. That meant whatever he was seeing had to be false. Li Huang turned to his side and saw Bai Ling Miao holding his hand tightly, not letting go for even a single moment. Her eyes were currently covered with a blindfold. After a while, Li Huang turned and once again looked toward the skies before smiling bitterly. When he thought about it, due to his illness, he didn't even trust himself. Coupled with the fact that he had been covered in blood and his stomach had been full, it implied that he was indeed the one who had killed the Buddhas, not Dan Yangzi. Is Dan Yangzi truly dead? Was all that just my imagination? Just as he had that thought, he dismissed it. It's impossible for me to defeat all those Buddhas with just my illusion. It had to be Dan Yangzi who did it. Regardless of what he has become, he is still here, watching me. Li Huang was certain about this. I had always thought that Dan Yangzi had truly become an immortal and was just entering the mortal realm. But from the looks of it, he seems to have either possessed me or attached himself to my body. If that really is the case, my assumption that he was protecting me seems to have been correct. But why? He's not the benevolent type, so there must be a reason behind all this. Thinking back upon that night, he felt quite weird. He had a hunch as he gently held Bai Ling Miao's hands. "Hey, did my temper become shorter after we left the Zephyr Temple?" asked Li Huang. "No, why do you ask?" replied Bai Ling Miao. Li Huang just circled his index finger on the back of Bai Ling Miao's hands and didn't explain his thoughts to her. "The reason I have to ask such a question is that Dan Yangzi is a truly evil man." Even though no one had explicitly said it, Li Huang sensed some subtle changes had occurred within him. Is Dan Yangzi trying to resurrect himself through my body? If this is true, that means that protecting my body would be the same as protecting himself. This was a very bold thought that crossed his mind. However, he tried to calm himself down. That was merely a conjecture. Dan Yangzi had to be removed, but how was he going to go about achieving that? He was grasping at straws here. This world was not like video games, where everything was laid out in a clear-cut manner. He had to find bits and pieces of clues within this world itself. After the incident in the righteous monastery, Li Huang had decided that he would no longer trust any of the other sects here. If a monastery that was supposed to preach kindness and stand by it was already so evil, then the other sects could only be worse. But still, in order to survive in this world, Li Huang would have no choice but to confront them. Just as he was pondering about it, the donkey cart slowed down. The sound of running water could be heard from near them. "Senior Li, let me wash your clothes." Bai Ling Miao released his hands and walked to the creek with Li Huang's bloody Taoist robes. Meanwhile, the rest of them did not stop to rest, instead opting to find firewood to cook their meal. Currently, Li Huang couldn't even sit up. All he could do was listen to his surroundings and guess as to what was happening. Soon, the fragrant smell of something being cooked wafted over. In response, his stomach started gurgling. Immediately, his injured body needed the nutrients from the food. "Senior, let me feed you." Then Li Huang felt that he was propped up as he felt something soft and furry. He knew that it was the guiding drug ingredient with hypertrichosis that had helped him up. He recalled that her name was Chun Xiaoman. It was an easy name to understand. She was born on one of the days in the Xiaoman period 1, so she was named Chun Xiaoman. Farmers usually didn't put much thought into naming their daughters. Xiaoman poured some horse meat soup into a wooden bowl before bringing a spoonful to Li Huang's lips. She was silently feeding him while he was silently eating. Ever since that incident, Li Huang found that everyone here was afraid of him. However, Li Huang could understand their fears, traveling with a monster-eating man who wouldn't be afraid. After finishing most of the soup, Li Huang told Xiaoman, "Ask Bai Ling Miao to come back. She doesn't need to worry about washing the robe if the blood can't be washed off." "All right," said Xiaoman as she placed Li Huang down gently, using the stone inscribed with the sacred text as a makeshift pillow. Soon, Bai Ling Miao returned. The Taoist robe was still red in color instead of its original green color. "Just put it on the donkey's back to let it dry. Quickly go and eat." "The food is almost cold now," said Li Huang. Bai Ling Miao removed her blindfold and quickly inspected Li Huang's wound before putting it back on and finding her way to the nearby campfire. Dak, dak, dak. At that moment, the sound of horse hooves came from afar. The owners of the horses had yet to arrive, but their voices could already be heard. "Yo, young Taoist, so that's where you were. I thought we were separated forever." When Lu Jungyun's wrinkled face appeared in front of him, Li Huang knew that the entire Lu family troop had arrived. "Yo, look at you," Lu Jungyun said as he saw Li Huang's wounded body. "It's nothing. I just met with some small trouble on the road. What do you need?" Asked Li Huang. "Young Taoist, how could you leave without a word? Didn't we agree that we would travel together? Luckily, you had told us that you intended to cross the border, or we might never have known which direction you had gone off to." Lu Zhongyuan chuckled. They had finally found a free bodyguard, so how could he just let Li Huang leave? "Sorry, troop leader Lu. As you can see, I am currently injured. No need to worry about us. You can just leave whenever you please," said Li Huang. "Aya. Just lie down and rest." Lu Zhongyuan did not bother asking what had happened. His experience told him that the more he knew, the more dangerous it would be for him. Seeing that the sun had almost set, both parties decided not to travel anymore. There was even a small creek near them, making it easy for them to wash up or replenish their water supply. Meanwhile, Li Huang stared at the night skies and continued to ponder. At that moment, he turned to his right and saw someone there. Before he could even react, a small and soft body had already gotten into his embrace. Recognizing the familiar scent, Li Huang gently patted her back. "It's all right. Leave everything to me." One ancient China split the 12 months into 24 periods, each period lasting 2 weeks. Xiaoman is one of the periods. Boom, the sound of the wooden bat hitting the ground heavily could be heard amidst a cloud of dust and dirt. The heavy bat was raised up and then smashed down toward the ground, again and again. Meanwhile, Li Huang was being propped up by Bai Ling Miao as they observed Simpleton swinging the club around. Even though the wound on Li Huang's neck hadn't completely healed, after resting for a few days, he could finally muster enough strength to stand. "Stronger, swing it harder," Li Huang shouted. By the campfire, Lu Zhongyuan took 2 buns and chuckled as he walked over. "Young Taoist, what are you doing? There's so much noise." Under Simpleton's attacks, the surrounding forest had been reduced to a mess of leaves and broken tree branches. "Nothing much. I felt that it was a waste to let him only carry luggage considering how strong he is. So I'm training him," explained Li Huang. "Oh, that's good, that's good." Lu Zhongyuan nodded and walked away. Meanwhile, Li Huang returned his gaze to the shirtless Simpleton, who was drenched in sweat, and he continued training him. Even though he might be a little lacking in terms of brains, his body was incredible. Li Huang sighed as he observed Simpleton's massive back and waist. What a strong body. Sure, he might not be able to fight off the supernatural stuff, but at the very least, he should be able to fend off the bandits quite easily. This was Li Huang's plan. He wanted to strengthen their abilities. Relying solely on the wandering gods and Dan Yangzi was not possible, as the side effects were far too harsh. Even in a world with many bizarre cultivation techniques and powers, he still knew the value of traditional fighting methods. It might appear barbaric, but it was still better than nothing. Even if they were not fighting enemies at the very least, if Li Huang started suffering from hallucinations again, they could still protect him. "All right, that's 100. You can rest now," said Li Huang. Hearing this, Simpleton threw his club and walked toward the campfire, panting heavily. Then he picked up his large bowl and started eating without any restraint. Soon 1/2 kilogram of noodles had been devoured by him. Even so, Simpleton was visibly hungry and returned to the black pot to get more noodles. When Li Huang saw how Simpleton downed yet another 1/2 kilogram of noodles, he felt somewhat impressed. So it's true that someone who is weak in the mind would have an extremely strong body. Luckily, I have quite a bit of money, or I would go broke just trying to feed him. At that moment, he thought about something and took out the bronze bell. Looking at it, Li Huang recalled the wandering god that had been crushed to bits by Giant Dun and his Buddhas. Can I still use it? However, when he thought about it, he realized that there was no such thing as impossible in this bizarre world. They walked into the forest far enough away so that they could not hear the sounds coming from around the campfire. Only then did they stop. You go back first, said Li Huang. However, this time, Bai Lingmiao did not heed his order. You can just go to the toilet. I will turn around, said Bai Lingmiao. Li Huang didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. I'm not going to the toilet. You go back first, come back here after 15 minutes. He waited until he was the only one remaining in the forest before he leaned against a white birch tree. Then with one of his hands on his forehead, he shook the bell. Soon, the edges of the world started twisting and turning. However, this time they did not congregate back together. Seeing this, Li Huang decided to shake the bell even harder. Don't tell me it's unusable now. Just as he had this thought, the squiggly lines started to congregate before forming a new wandering god. Then the new wandering god hummed curiously. Li Huang asked it some questions he had, and in response, the wandering god hummed emotionlessly, almost as if it was not the one who had been killed by the Buddhas. Enduring the headache, Li Huang talked faster and managed to gather some surprising pieces of information. Firstly, the wandering gods had names. It was just that humans couldn't produce the sounds required to call out their names. Even they didn't know why they were called the wandering gods by the first person that saw them. Secondly, the wandering gods did not have any concept of death, or to be more accurate, they were not living beings. Not only did they not have the concept of death, but they also did not have the concept of numbers. No concept of numbers. Li Huang thought about it as he shook his head, causing the nausea and confusion to become even stronger. Soon he started seeing double of everything around him, including the wandering god. Seeing how the wandering god in front of him had split into two, Li Huang seemed to have realized something as he shook the bell even harder. Every time he shook it, the wandering god in front of him split into more and more bodies, until the confused Li Huang could see 20-30 of them. Bleg, he could not handle the nausea anymore and vomited. Soon the sound of the bell faded and everything around him returned to normal. The wandering gods had all disappeared. Meanwhile, Li Huang vomited the meal he had just eaten until there was nothing left in his stomach. He kept vomiting until he almost started vomiting bile. Standing up shakily, he wiped his mouth and panted while looking at the bell. If I had known this beforehand, I wouldn't have needed to mutilate myself to summon Dan Yangzi. He stored the bell as he pondered. No, every time I give one of them an order, I need to sacrifice 3 months of my lifespan. Using so many of them would have probably cost me at least 10 years of my life. Li Huang slowly walked back to the camp as he supported himself with the help of the trees. Just as he reached the roadside, he saw everyone, including Lu Junyuan, huddled together. Come here, everyone. All of this is good stuff. If anything here is of bad quality, then I, Zhu Dexi, swear that I will suffer from endless misfortune and my descendants will all live like livestock. Li Huang went over and saw that it was a merchant in his mule cart. He was advertising his wares. Bai Lingmiao and Chun Xiaoman were on one side, gazing at some needles. This is such a dangerous world, and you are out here selling all this stuff on your own. Aren't you afraid of being robbed? Asked Li Huang. In the face of Li Huang's question, the man who had a mole at the edge of his lips smiled and didn't bother explaining himself. Taoist, do you need some cinnabar? I have plenty right here, said the merchant. Lu Junyun approached Li Huang and whispered to him with disgust in his voice. The bandits would never rob him. After all, he's in the same line of business as the bandits. The bandits would rob stuff from people while he would purchase it from them. I see. Li Huang nodded. That's true. The mountain bandits would also need to sell off their items to be able to get money and food. These kinds of merchants that traveled around on their own would be their best option for privacy. Taoist, if you don't want any cinnabar, then how about something else? I have quite a few options. Zhu Dexi didn't even blink as he continued to peddle his wares. Li Huang thought about it and asked, you have other options. Do you have something that I can use to kill people with? Everyone else turned and stared at Li Huang the moment he said that. On the other hand, Zhu Dexi excitedly clapped his hands and started rummaging around in his mule cart. Yes, I do. Come and take a look. Are you satisfied with these? Zhu Dexi asked, pointing at the items laid out on the ground. A variety of items were displayed before Li Huang. Most of them were rusted swords, while the rest were stored in vials. All of these are rusted. They are nothing but scrap metal, Puppy said as he knelt down, inspected the items, and started haggling with the man. You can still use them after you polish them a little. Do you think I would have the chance to obtain superior quality weapons out here? The man asked. On the other hand, Li Huang did not pay much attention to the swords instead. His focus was on the vials. He knelt down and inspected them, but found that nothing was written on them. The Taoist surely knows his goods. To think that you would understand the value of such quality items, praised Zhu Dexi. While Zhu Dexi was kneeling beside Li Huang and was somewhat repulsed by the smell of blood and smoke from his robes, he was not afraid. On the contrary, he was excited. Taoist, that's something really nice. It's a poison called half-step. Put some of it in a person's water and they will die in the time it would take for them to take just a half-step. I'm selling it cheap for 3 pieces of silver per bottle. Oh, you have quite discerning eyes. That's something really good as well. It's called the Red Crane. You only need an amount the size of your fingernail to send someone straight to hell. 5 pieces of silver per bottle. This is something even more amazing. You only need to take one of these pills and you would be able to handle 2 women in one night. This was something that was custom made for Second Head Liu of Wolf's Head Mountain. However, I can sell it to you for an extra fee. Hearing Zhu Dexi go on and on about his wares, Li Huang stood up impatiently. Just about everything seems to be a treasure in your eyes. Fine, I want the first 2 items. Puppy, bring the money from the cart. Taoist, you're quite generous. Zhu Dexi was smiling so hard that his eyes had become thin slits. Are you sure you don't want this too? I can make it cheaper for you. Even if you don't use it now, you might want to use it when you are older. It's definitely something good to have, considering that it helps you extend your family's bloodline. Li Huang didn't bother to give him a reply, instead turning to his group. You guys, choose some weapons you like. Having one is better than having none. Hearing his words, everyone except Bai Lingmiao and Xiaoman, the 2 girls, approached the cart and started checking the wares. Meanwhile, Li Huang stored the 2 vials of poison and turned to Lu Jungyuan. Troop leader Lu, why don't you buy something to defend yourself? Lu Jungyuan shook his head. No need. If we happened to encounter bandits as we are now, we would lose our money at most. However, if we took up weapons to defend ourselves, then we would die if we failed. Ho ho, it seems that you've thought it out quite well. Looks like everyone has their own plans, Li Huang said as he lay back down on the donkey cart to rest. Soon everyone returned from around the mule cart. Puppy and the rest now had their weapons. Even if they didn't know how to use them, at least they would look much more menacing. Just as they were swinging their weapons around, Bai Lingmiao approached Li Huang with a thread and needle in her hands and started fixing Li Huang's Taoist robes. Senior Li, after purchasing all of these things, we have used up over half of our money. We only have 5 pieces of silver left, said Bai Lingmiao, feeling worried. We will be traveling for a very long time. We would have needed to buy something to defend ourselves with anyway, said Li Huang. He already had the bronze bell and could even summon Dan Yangzi by mutilating himself. He didn't need such mundane weapons. However, he couldn't trust himself. He was worried that he would be stuck in his hallucination once the effects of the black Taisui wore off. If that were to happen, then no one else would be capable of protecting them. Thigh would be nothing but sheep meant to be slaughtered. Senior Li, the weapons would work against bandits, but if we could learn superpowers like the ones that Dan Yangzi had, then we would be unbeatable. Puppy brought his blade over as he sighed. You want to learn superpowers. Even if an expert were here, they might even teach you. Also, Li Huang suddenly remembered how Dan Yangzi refined pills, using live humans as ingredients, as well as the bizarre cultivation method used by the monks of the righteous monastery. Also, even if they were to teach you, you might not be able to learn them as a normal human. Even though he didn't have much experience, Li Huang had a feeling that the other sects in this world would also be similar to Dan Yangzi and the righteous monastery. Puppy chuckled before bringing one of the guiding drug ingredients, who only had one arm with him, toward the creek. Come, let's find some stones to polish the blades of our weapons from the creek. Just then Simpleton's massive frame appeared before Li Huang like a wall. No need. You can't use a sword. Just practice using your club. That is the only thing that would be able to complement your strength, said Li Huang as he lay back down to rest. Their quick encounter with the merchant ended, and soon the 2 groups were once again on their way. Days passed slowly as they passed through several villages. Except for the days when they helped the Liu family set up a stage to perform, they continued traveling. In the meantime, the wound on Li Huang's neck slowly healed. Standing next to a jar of water, Li Huang checked his neck using the surface of the water as a mirror and saw that there was a visible scar on his neck. It's not too bad. If I lower my head, it isn't too obvious, said Li Huang as he turned and looked toward Bai Lingmiao, who had her white hands massaging her temples. Why the long face? Did something unfortunate happen? Asked Li Huang. Senior Li, we just purchased some food for us in the donkeys earlier. Now we are left with only 1 piece of silver and 345 coins, said Bai Lingmiao. That little? You are kidding. Li Huang walked out from a temporary farmhouse they were staying in and approached the Liu family's stage. All that money was supposed to last longer, but ever since everyone started practicing with their weapons, everyone has been so famished that they have been eating too much. Simpleton even eats an entire kilogram of noodles per meal. That's 2 kilograms per day if we eat 2 meals, explained Bai Lingmiao. But that practice is not rubbish. Since we bought those weapons, we must practice using them. At the very least, they must learn how to slash and stab with them, said Li Huang. Even if it was only a simple swing, there was a large difference between someone who practiced every day and someone who just carried it around. At the very least, their chances of victory would increase if they were to lace their swords with poison before fighting an enemy. Li Huang stared at the group of people helping the Lu family disassemble the stage. We only have enough money for 1 more month. After that, we will have to starve, said Bai Ling Miao. So the problem is that we don't have enough money, remarked Li Huang. Li Huang rubbed his chin and looked at the Lu family. They probably earned a lot of money throughout this journey. I can just take it from them and then all our problems would be solved. Just as he had this thought, he stopped himself. How could he have such thoughts? Lu Junyun might be cunning, but he was still an honest man trying to make a living. How could he think about taking the money from him? Li Huang's mood instantly dropped. Senior Li, are you okay? Bai Ling Miao instinctively grabbed Li Huang's hand when she saw that his expression seemed off. Li Huang smiled and shook his head. I'm fine, just a little worried about the outside world after all. We're about to go outside the border. Let's go and help the Lu family tear down the stage so that we can leave. However, despite his words, Li Huang's expression was quite cold. His temperament seemed to be becoming more and more like Dan Yangzi's. This change caused a chill to run down Li Huang's spine. When he recalled how the others saw him devouring the Buddhas from the inside out instead of Dan Yangzi, that conjecture was no longer just a simple assumption, it was gradually becoming a reality. If it was just his personality, then that would still be all right. However, Li Huang was more worried that as time passed, he would completely become Dan Yangzi himself. If that's the case, then everything before now makes sense. Dan Yangzi is not protecting me, but protecting himself. Even just the thought of this possibility left Li Huang feeling restless. That old fogey, Dan Yangzi, was definitely at the top of his list of the people he hated the most in this world. He did not want to become Dan Yangzi, he would rather die. Li Huang suddenly felt like returning to the righteous monastery. Even if he had to face hardships, he wanted to get those monks to conduct the great fast and get rid of Dan Yangzi. But that was just wishful thinking. There had still been hope for negotiation before, but after he killed those 7 Buddhas, those monks would probably seek revenge the moment they laid their eyes on him. Those monks were not true monks, they were not vegetarian, nor did they chant scriptures. They were capable of just about anything. According to what the abbot had described before, there were many other sects besides the righteous monastery. He could only think of getting a solution for his problem through them. Whatever the righteous monastery could achieve, the other sects could achieve as well. Li Huang walked to the front of the donkey cart and opened the map to study it carefully. Originally, he had planned to not interact with people from sects because of the bad impression left behind by the righteous monastery, but there was no other way now. Since the righteous monastery had a way to get rid of Dan Yangzi, the other sects should be able to do so as well. While he did not know what they wanted, based on their actions, he could deduce that the righteous monastery wanted something from him. Is it the sacred text left behind by Dan Yangzi? If he did not want to turn into Dan Yangzi, he had to find a way to get rid of Dan Yangzi using the other sects. If there's no other choice, then I'll just use the sacred text to exchange with them. Li Huang silently came to a decision at the moment. The sacred text was his only bargaining chip. By the time they arrived at the small town close to the border pass, he was starting to feel slightly uneasy. The small town was bustling with merchants and people wearing different styles of clothing. They had all come here to engage in trade. When Li Huang saw the border pass in the distance, he turned to Lu Junyuan and said, "Old man, looks like we'll be parting ways here." Lu Junyuan expressed his gratitude by shaking Li Huang's hand. "Young Taoist, you've worked hard. If not for you accompanying us on the way, we would have suffered many hardships." The Lu family troop naturally could not cross the border. Once they arrived at the border pass, they would return to their village through another route. After making the necessary repairs and recuperating at home, they would repeat their journey, traveling through the empire once again. This was the fate of their theater troupe. If they wanted to break free from this life of wandering, they had to buy a theater building and settle down. Have a safe journey. I don't know what you are up to, young Taoist, but we wish you great success. Here, take some salted duck eggs for your trip, said Lu Junyuan. In response, Lu Ziukai reluctantly placed a jar of salted duck eggs onto the donkey cart. After they exchanged their farewells, the donkey cart, now full of the necessary rations, gradually approached the border pass. Lu Junyuan watched their departing figures and took a puff of smoke from his pipe before tapping it onto the head of his younger son, who had a reluctant look in his eyes. "Don't think about that fair-skinned girl. Our family is from a humble background. We'll get a matchmaker to find a suitable match for you back at home," said Lu Junyuan. "Dad, what are you saying? I didn't have any such thoughts." Lu Ziukai frantically denied, then turned around and hurried toward the busy street. "Dad, how could you bear to give him an entire jar of salted duck eggs when you are usually so stingy?" Lu Juran asked while carrying his daughter, feeling curious. "What nonsense. Don't think of me as stingy. Remember, we should be generous when necessary. This Taoist is not an average person. If we make good relations with him, then our Lu family will have made a very valuable connection," replied Lu Junyuan. After some twists and turns, they finally exited the border. Li Huang looked around and felt something was different despite the fact that they were still surrounded by forests. They were not alone on the road. There were quite a few horse carts, as well as people carrying loads on shoulder poles. It was easy to differentiate where they were from based on the way they wore their clothes. Those from the Qi kingdom had the left lapel of their hanfu over the right, while those from the kingdom of Si Qi were the opposite, having the right lapel of the hanfu over the left. Li Huang thought for a while before opening the jar Lu Junyuan had given him. It was filled to the brim with salted duck eggs. Puppy came over and said with a surprised expression, "Duck eggs and salt are quite valuable nowadays. That old man Lu Junyuan is really generous." Li Huang closed the jar. His impression of that old man had improved greatly. "Forget about the useless things. Whoever lives in the Si Qi country, get ready to go back home," said Li Huang. Everyone looked at each other, and then Xiaoman, who was covered in black hair, raised her hand. Then she spoke in a trembling voice, "I am from Si Qi." As soon as she spoke, the surroundings became quiet. The others knew about the grievances she had with her parents and what she intended to do when she returned home. "Sister Xiaoman, how about?" Bai Lingmia wanted to persuade her despite feeling slightly hesitant. However, she was interrupted by Li Huang. "All right, then you should be more familiar with this place. Tell us, what kind of place is the kingdom of Si Qi? Is there a big sect like the righteous monastery there too?" Xiaoman, whose face was covered by a black bamboo hat, took a deep breath. "I don't know. Though I stayed there, I never left the village in over 10 years. However, when I was 9, I saw some god-summoning shamans at the village entrance." God-summoning shamans. Li Huang was a little taken aback. The god of happiness had left a deep impact on him. "Then do shamans have any places they frequent?" asked Li Huang. "No, I have heard that shamans mostly stay within their own houses, offering sacrifices to their immortal families," replied Xiaoman. "Immortal families, do they have any specific names?" Li Huang's mind flashed as he heard more about the bizarre things belonging to this world. Hong, Huang, Bai, Liu, Bei. "I've heard of 5 different immortal families, however. I don't know what each of them represents." "I don't know what the shaman's 5 immortal families of Hong, Huang, Bai, Liu, and Bei represent. It was mentioned by one of the village elders in passing, and so I remembered it. At the time I encountered one of them for the first time, someone in the village had been possessed and was lying on the ground, barking like a dog. At that time, a shaman happened to be coincidentally passing through the village and came in to take a look at the possessed person. I'm not sure about what happened after that, but I recall that the possessed person was okay the day after that and went back to work in the fields," explained Xiaoman. Li Huang silently calculated something in his mind while listening to Xiaoman describe the fragmented information she knew about the shamans. "Does this mean that the shamans of the kingdom of Si Qi are similar to Taoists in terms of what they do, exorcising evil and avoiding disasters? Do their abilities also come from beings like the wandering gods?" questioned Li Huang. "Since shamans often have to interact with people, they should be more welcoming than those monks from the righteous monastery, right?" asked Li Huang. Currently, he was not afraid of these so-called shamans being too powerful. Rather, he was worried about the fact that he was too weak and unable to deal with Dan Yangzi. After all, it's impossible for him to compete against an entire group as a single person. The creaking of the donkey cart suddenly disappeared, pulling Li Huang out of his thoughts. He saw that the others had all gone into the woods to gather firewood and fetch water. He looked up at the sky and realized that the sun had already set in the west. It was time to rest. However, he did not idle around. He retrieved the sword on his back and started digging a hole in the ground. The sword was quite sharp, and soon he had dug out a small pit around the size of a head. Simpleton, who was standing beside him, was fully prepared. He directly lifted a black pot from the cart and placed it within the hole carved out by Li Huang. Now, they would just need to dig openings on either side to create their own earthen stoveon for the firewood and the other for releasing the smoke. Noodles were more practical compared to rice, as they were easier to store and convenient to cook. When the water in the pot started boiling, they put in several bundles of noodles they bought at the small border town. With dandelions picked from the roadside to serve as vegetables and a salted duck egg as their protein, each of them got a large bowl of noodles, and thus dinner was prepared just like that. Li Huang used his chopsticks to break open the salted duck egg floating in his soup. The oily egg yolk added a golden layer to his broth, making it look very appetizing. He picked up the softened dandelion stems with his chopsticks and placed them in his mouth, chewing on them slowly. They tasted slightly bitter, somewhat similar to spinach. Previously, he had not known that dandelions could be eaten. He had only learned about the fact that they were a kind of wild vegetable after seeing that old monk enjoying them. Li Huang blew off some of the hot steam and took a big mouthful of the soup. It was very comforting as his stomach was filled with warmth. He could not help but think of the old monk from the righteous monastery upon seeing the wild vegetables. Who knows how he's doing now? He was so simple-minded that he couldn't possibly see through anything. He should be living well in that environment, right? At that moment, a pair of chopsticks placed an oily egg yolk into Li Huang's bowl. Bai Ling Miao, sitting beside him, said in a soft voice, I don't eat egg yolks. Li Huang nodded silently and picked up some noodles using his chopsticks before slurping them up in a single mouthful. Do you remember that bronze Taoist bell I have? I brought it with me from Zephyr Temple. Yes, replied Bai Ling Miao. I'll teach you how to use it now. If anything happens to me, remember to take it out and use it to protect yourself, said Li Huang. All right, replied Bai Ling Miao. First, you need to shake it. You will feel extremely dizzy when shaking it, but you need to endure it. Next, you will need to grab a handful of dirt from the ground and place it into your mouth, explained Li Huang. The skies gradually darkened, and Li Huang's meal was finished just as he finished giving the instructions on how to use the bell. Bai Ling Miao took the bowl and chopsticks from Li Huang's hands and walked toward the stream in the woods. Li Huang gazed at her slender figure from behind soon. It had suddenly turned into the figure of a high school girl wearing a red uniform. It was Yang Nu's silhouette. He shook his head vigorously to clear his mind, causing Bai Ling Miao's figure to reappear. Annoyed, Li Huang lay on the ground to look at the clear starry night sky. Li Huang was the one to stay up and keep watch during the first half of the night. He had not been sleeping well recently. Or rather, he had never slept well ever since he got stuck in this world. Li Huang used his sword to poke at the bonfire before throwing in some firewood. Using the light of the fire, he examined his weapon. This weapon that could cut through metal like mud was somewhat wasted in his hands. He only used it as a shovel to dig pits or as a poker for the fire. Now, the sword tip was charred and looked very unsightly. The only time he drew blood with it was when he used it to mutilate his own neck. Senior Chang Ming, if you could see what is happening to your precious sword, would you be so angry that you would come back to life? Li Huang mumbled to himself as he sheathed it back into its scabbard. At that moment, a soft sound rang out from behind him, making Li Huang stand up in a rush. He immediately grabbed a burning piece of wood from the campfire and threw it over. The burning piece of wood flashed past a figure and landed before a pair of horrifyingly red embroidered shoes. Who's there? Show yourself. Li Huang shouted loudly, waking up the others as they sat up sleepily. However, when they saw the pair of feet with the embroidered shoes in the distance, they were frightened and immediately drew their swords. Hee, don't be alarmed. It's all a misunderstanding. A cheerful voice rang out, accompanied by a 50-year-old man with white hair as he emerged from the dark woods. He was dressed plainly, and the patches on his clothes suggested that he was not wealthy. Aside from a small backpack on his back, he had an old, dirty drum with ribbons of many colors tied around it on his waist. Facing the weapons held by Li Huang's group, he stood there and explained, I was rushing along in the middle of the night and saw some light, and so I came by for a look. I did not think I would run into your group. When he noticed that Li Huang's attention was focused on the pair of red embroidered shoes, he explained, it's fine, that's my wife. She's somewhat afraid of strangers. Dear, come over here. That pair of shoes unhurriedly stepped out from the darkness, and she came beside the old man. She had a red veil covering her face. Her clothes were colored in bright red and purple, and there were various colorful fabrics tied around her body, just like the drum on the old man's waist. She stood there, motionless. Seeing such a sight in the middle of the night was enough to send chills down their spines. That's your wife. Li Huang confirmed again, his sword still raised. He found it hard to believe that they would be accompanied by such a peculiar companion. Even if he had claimed that she was a zombie, nobody would doubt him. At that moment, Xiaoman hurried to his side and whispered, Senior Lei, he is a shaman. These words immediately caused Li Huang to raise his guard to the maximum. Yes, that's right, we are shamans. I am the main deity and my wife is the second deity, said the old man. Upon seeing the lack of response from the group, the old man continued, Why, don't you guys believe me? Then how about I show you a demonstration, Keek? Before Li Huang could stop him, the old man opened his mouth and shouted, Summon the gods. His confident shout echoed throughout the dark forest and into the distance. Ring, ring, ring. An extremely piercing ringing sound interrupted the old man's shout, causing everyone to cover their ears with agonized expressions. By the time the sound of the bell subsided, Li Huang's blade was already placed at the man's neck. Keek Taoist, what are you doing? Asked the old man, his expression still calm despite the sharp blade pressed against his neck. Why are you asking me what I'm doing? I should be the one asking you what you're doing. What gods are you summoning? Asked Li Huang. At the same time, he applied some pressure on the charred blade, drawing a trace of blood. Nothing good would happen. No matter what deities or gods the shaman was summoning, he had not encountered anything good ever since he came to this wretched place. The man chuckled, realizing that he had been misunderstood. Taoist, you aren't from the kingdom of Si Chi, right? I didn't summon any gods. I didn't even beat on my drum, so I can't summon them at all. I just wanted to prove to you that I am indeed a shaman. Xiaoman whispered, he's right. A shaman does need to beat their drum. Li Huang glanced at the colored drum hanging on the man's waist before slowly withdrawing his sword. Friend, don't make such jokes late at night. It's easy to be misunderstood. You can leave, said Li Huang. The old man eyed the wary Taoist up and down, then nodded reluctantly and turned to leave. All right, I am Li Zhai. Until we meet again, dear, let's go. He did not say another word, instead bringing the red-veiled woman back toward the pitch-black path within the forest. As Li Huang watched them leave his line of sight, he turned back and said to the others, "Don't sleep anymore tonight. Stay on your guard, just in case that fellow hasn't left." It didn't hurt to be overly cautious. Such a fellow could suddenly jump out in the middle of the night who knew what his objectives were. Despite their hesitant responses, the guiding drug ingredients hugged their weapons and gathered around the bonfire. At the same time, Li Huang grabbed a dried tree branch and tossed it into the fire, causing it to become brighter and illuminate everyone's anxious faces. Despite the seemingly endless wait, the long night passed. Nothing else happened aside from them looking exhausted. "Let's rest for the morning and then catch up. Puppy, you keep watch first," Li Huang said before closing his eyes. After some time, Li Huang was gently awakened from his nap by someone. "Senior Li, that person is back." What?" This news immediately caused him to jolt awake. He turned back to see Li Zhai with his wife, who was wearing a veil, both beaming at him from nearby. "After thinking all night, I realized that I scared you last night, didn't I? I'm here to offer my apologies," said Li Zhai. The sunlight peeking through the branches shone upon Li Zhai's somewhat dark face, causing the mole on his face to stand out. If the drum around his waist was taken away, then he would look like just any other common farmer who worked in the fields all year round. Under the bright sunlight, he now appeared much more approachable than last night. Some thoughts flashed through Li Huang's mind as he clasped his hands together and returned the greeting, "Brother Li Zhai is too courteous. I was also reckless yesterday." No matter his objective, since a shaman was standing before him, Li Huang could not miss the chance of getting some information. "This girl told me that your surname is also Li. That's quite a coincidence, my surname is also Li. Perhaps we were relatives 500 years ago," Li Zhai said cheerfully as he took a few steps forward and approached Li Huang. "Brother Li Zhai, where are you headed?" asked Li Huang. "Oh, my family's grandmother is going to celebrate her birthday soon, so I'm hurrying over to give her my well wishes," explained Li Zhai. "Birthday celebration. Shamans seem to be different from those monks in the Taoists. They still have to attend worldly functions and fulfill their worldly obligations. Taoist, where are you headed? And with such a big group of helpers, no less." Li Zhai's gaze flickered as he eyed Li Huang's blood-stained Taoist robes. "Liang Kingdom," Li Huang replied concisely. "That far, it must be quite challenging going such a long way away," commented Li Zhai. After exchanging some pleasantries, the tension between them had eased to a certain extent. At least they were no longer pointing swords at each other. The donkey cart's wheels began to turn, and they continued on their journey alongside the new pair. "Not far from here is the Half Moon Gorge, and then there's a village where you can rest for a few days. After that, it will take at least another 15 days of walking before you can find another place you can stay at. You should know as well that the border regions are usually sparsely populated." Li Zhai looked like he was talking to an old friend as he enthusiastically gave pointers to Li Huang. Li Huang's incisive questioning caused the red-veiled woman to tilt her head in wonder. "Keek, I'm a disciple of the Bei family. Since you've asked about me, I would also like to know which mountain or sect you belong to," said Li Zhai. "Zishan Donghua sect, Zephyr Temple. I go by the Taoist name Xuan Yang," Li Huang instinctively responded with Dan Yangzi's old claims. He did not know what the Zishan Donghua sect was, but in any case with this, others would believe that he had a genuine lineage and he was not just a fake Taoist. Li Zhai shook his head. "Keek, I have never heard of it, but that's understandable. The world is so vast that nobody would know everything." Li Zhai was very talkative, and his face always had a smile. One's mood would be lifted by just staying in his company. As they continued walking, it was soon time for lunch. They were still using the makeshift stove to cook noodles. The river by the roadside was gradually becoming wider, making it more convenient for them. Meanwhile, Li Zhai did not take out anything from his small backpack and just squatted at the roadside, watching them with a smile. This caused Li Huang's group to start feeling uneasy. "Brother Li Zhai, do you want some?" asked Li Huang. "Ah, that's very kind of you. I haven't eaten anything since yesterday." Li Zhai eagerly ran across to pick up a bowl before starting to fill it with noodles. Soon, bowl after bowl was slurped clean by him, causing Bai Ling Miao to furrow her brows. "Senior Li, that's almost 1.5 kg. How can he eat so much? Is this guy following us just for this meal?" asked Bai Ling Miao. Everyone stared blankly as Li Zhai scooped up the last strand of noodles. He was not the slightest bit embarrassed and continued to happily slurp away as he squatted under a tree. Li Huang walked to his side and copied him and squatted down. "Was the food enough? Do you want some more?" "Ah, it's quite embarrassing, but I really haven't had enough," Li Zhai said as he drank a large mouthful of soup. "Cook 1 more kilogram of noodles." Li Huang shouted toward those around the metal pot. "How come you're the only one eating and not your wife? Isn't she hungry?" Li Huang looked toward the woman with the red veil. He found that her fingernails were a little blackened and extremely long. "I'm the main deity while she's the second deity. Just me eating is enough," Li Zhai said as though that was the natural order of things. "Oh, why's that?" asked Li Huang, hoping to learn something new. The slurping sound stopped as Li Jai raised his right hand that was holding the chopsticks before wiping his mouth with his elbow. He then turned over and beamed. Keek, you have so many questions. Are you trying to become a shaman as well? Before Li Huang could respond to Li Jai, the sound of the noodles being slurped started once again. Even if you wish to become an apprentice, that would not be possible. The disciples are all chosen by the immortal families themselves. The right opportunity is needed if you wish to enter this trade, Li Jai explained. Oh, if you don't mind, please elaborate on that, said Li Huang. He had talked to this fellow for so long just to get a better understanding of these matters. After all, the more he understood, the safer he would be in this foreign world. Li Jai used his chopsticks to gesture in the air as he explained. To become an apprentice, you need to become gravely ill. It would be best if you're on the brink of death. Then, if you're lucky, the immortal family will visit you in your dream. They will cure you, and in return, you'll become their apprentice. What do the members of the immortal family look like? Li Huang continued his questioning. Li Jai fell silent, as if trying to recall something. How should I put it? All I can say is that they're definitely not human. Li Jai attempted to pick up more noodles with his chopsticks, but discovered that his bowl was empty, so he excitedly returned to the pot. Not human, huh? Li Huang thought to himself. From what Li Jai said, he could deduce that these immortal families could communicate and exchange with people. They were probably being similar to the wandering gods. From the looks of it, the people of the kingdom of Si-Chi were actively or passively engaged in transactions with these beings and interacting with them. At that moment, Li Huang remembered the writhing pile of flesh that was the giant Buddha back at the righteous monastery. From men to women to animals, and finally to the giant Buddha, the monk's cultivation path seemed to follow a progressive process. He could connect Jian Dun's ability and the 7 Buddhas that could grant the corporeal flesh bodies to the wandering gods or grow thousands of fleshy hands to this cultivation method. It wasn't hard to deduce that the monks from the righteous monastery used such a cultivation method all in order to obtain their flesh-related abilities. Trading and interacting with different beings can allow one to gain different supernatural abilities. Perhaps. Is the origin of the different sects in this world. Li Huang started to have a rudimentary understanding of this world. Meanwhile, Li Jai came back with more noodles in his bowl. The noodles in his bowl were piled up quite high, with not a single drop of broth mixed in. He squatted down to eat while complaining incessantly. Let me tell you, being an apprentice isn't a good job. It's best if you can avoid it. It's full of problems, and you even have to face 3 disasters and calamities. The pay isn't that great either. After listening to his long-winded complaints for a while, Li Huang couldn't help but interrupt. Then what can you apprentices request the immortal families to do? Li Jai glanced at Li Huang and replied anything. Dispelling evil, curing illnesses, changing fortunes, handling weddings and funerals, fortune-telling, feng shui arrangement, etc. So powerful. They can do anything and everything, exclaimed Li Huang. Each immortal family has a different set of abilities. If the one you worship cannot solve the troubles you encounter, you can always seek help from the others, explained Li Jai. Li Huang's expression turned serious. What if someone has something attached to them? Can they deal with that? Something attached to them? That's probably an evil spirit. In that case, they can definitely help, replied Li Jai. Are you sure it's not just any ordinary thing? Li Huang thought about Dan Yangzi and then looked at the man before him. No matter how he looked at it, this guy seemed somewhat unreliable. Hey, why don't you give it a try to find out if it works? Anyway, it's just 50 coppers. Are you afraid of me running away with your money? Said Li Jai. 50 copper coins, that's your remuneration. This was far lower than the amount that Li Huang had in mind. My payment is just for me. The immortal family's portion will need to be counted separately, Li Jai explained as he munched and swallowed the noodles in his mouth before burping. I will take 50 copper coins, no negotiation. After taking that fee, I will arrange for you to meet the immortal families. It's been an old rule for over 3 centuries and has never changed. Of course, the coins have to be new ones. Don't try to cheat me using old coins picked up from the roadside. As for the immortals, do I negotiate their remuneration with them myself? Asked Li Huang. No, there's nothing to negotiate. You have to let the immortal family choose, and they will take whatever they set their sights upon. However, more often than not, they will not be interested in any material possessions like money, explained Li Jai. They pick and take whatever they want, and they don't want money. Li Huang felt somewhat uneasy. If they traded with these immortals, what would these beings take from them? Then what have the immortals taken from others before? Asked Li Huang. Hey, don't ask me. Who am I supposed to ask? Li Jai continued while carefully licking the bowl. Anyone who has had something taken from them by the immortals must not tell others about it. This is taboo and bad luck will fall upon them. Aren't you a shaman? Even you don't know? Asked Li Huang. Simply put, I'm just an errand boy for the immortals. I'm only responsible for inviting people. I'm not paid enough to care about those other matters, responded Li Jai. Compared to the monks from the righteous monastery in Danyangzi, Li Jai had a carefree attitude and was seemingly free of worldly concerns. Hey, do you want to give it a try? Who is the one that is being possessed? Li Jai asked as he had eaten his fill and was using the chopsticks to pick at his teeth while looking at the others in the distance. Li Huang was somewhat hesitant but continued to ask patiently, Brother Li Jai, during your travels you must have handled quite a few such matters, right? That possessed by evil thing you speak of, just how does it come about? Li Jai's expression was a little impatient as he shook his head. I can't be bothered to remember such matters. Why would I try so hard when I only get 50 copper coins for an errand? That can hardly buy me enough rice. Now if the price were to be increased to 500 coppers, then I would definitely remember such things clearly. I can't increase my fees, nor can I change my occupation. It's really frustrating to do this. Right, don't Taoists make good money when performing their rituals? How much is it for one event? Li Huang once again glanced at the red-veiled woman who was standing behind them, completely motionless. He stood up and said, We've rested enough, let's continue our journey. All right. By the way, what time is dinner? Asked Li Jai. Li Huang's group resumed walking. Li Jai, with his carefree personality, tried to strike up a conversation with them, but their responses weren't very enthusiastic. This person spoke very normally and did not seem to harbor any malice. However, good intentions can often hide underlying motives. Thus, Li Huang did not let down his guard completely. Li Huang turned slightly to observe the two people on the other side of the road. His attention was entirely focused on the person beside Li Jai, the red-veiled second deity who did not eat, drink, or talk. The more he watched her, the more uncomfortable he felt. She was even more peculiar than Li Jai. Her steps were precise every time she walked forward. She seemed less like a real person and more like a puppet. What was even stranger was that Li Jai referred to her as his wife. Senior Lei, should we move separately from them? Bai Lingmiao asked. Not yet, let's wait and observe. Li Huang still wanted to monitor them. If this person was not lying, then he may have to rely on the so-called immortal families to handle the matter of Danyangzi. As the sun gradually moved westward, a village appeared before them. Within it, houses of varying heights were scattered around. You see, this is the village I was talking about. Li Jai smiled, pointing toward the black tiles ahead before continuing forward in large strides. The two carts pulled by donkeys followed along as Li Huang gently motioned for them to follow Li Jai. As they walked on the yellow dirt path between the various houses, Li Huang's group looked around at their quiet surroundings strangely. There was nobody in sight in the fields or the courtyards. What's going on? Where are all the villagers? Li Huang was puzzled. Just as he was thinking, Li Jai poked his head out from behind a corner in front of them, his old face full of excitement. Hey, come quickly. It's quite lively over here. Looks like a grandpa is climbing the ashes. His face is all scratched up, and it's getting quite interesting. Climbing the ashes. What does that mean? Asked Li Huang. However, nobody answered Li Huang's question. When he turned around, he saw that all of them had awkward expressions. Bai Lingmiao was so embarrassed that her head was drooping in shame. Senior Li, let's not get involved. That's their family matter, said Bai Lingmiao. Li Huang glanced at her in confusion before moving toward Li Jai's direction in big steps. As they turned the corner, it became clear that the entire village was gathered here to watch the commotion. They were all dressed in rural clothing and surrounding a house. Li Jai was standing at the periphery of the crowd, tiptoeing and leaning on a person's shoulder to get a better look. What does climbing the ashes mean? Li Huang came beside Li Jai and asked. It refers to a grandpa attempting to steal his son's wife. Do you have another term for it in the region you are from? Actually, where are you from? Li Jai looked at Li Huang, astonished. Meanwhile, Li Huang was left speechless after hearing the explanation. No wonder Bai Lingmiao had such an expression. At that moment, a sharp female scream rang out from the middle of the crowd, causing everyone to step back in shock. Through the gaps, Li Huang saw a bizarre scene within the house. A naked woman was lying on a wooden table, her limbs twisting as she writhed around like a snake, screaming and trembling. Oh, that's not right. It's not someone climbing the ashes, but someone being possessed, Li Jai lamented. At the same time, he placed his hands together and pushed through the crowd. Hey, please move aside, I'm a shaman. Please move aside. Hey, who just stepped on my foot? Shouted Li Jai. Meanwhile, Li Huang was about to turn away but paused upon seeing this scene. Is he going to use his shamanic techniques to exorcise the evil spirits? Li Jai exerted much effort to push through the crowd before looking around and waving toward Li Huang. Hey, Taoist, come quickly, why are you so far away? Li Huang thought about it for a moment, and then he also began to squeeze through the crowd. This guy seems a bit out of place. We can use this opportunity to assess his powers. If he's just messing around, then there's no need to enlist his help to resolve my own issues. Otherwise, Danyangzi will just eat him up like the Buddhas. When he reached the center of the crowd, he could see the situation more clearly. There was something very obviously strange about the behavior of the woman lying on the table. She didn't have the usual black pupils in the center of her good-looking phoenix-like eyes instead. It seemed like she had 5 layers of eyelids. There was an old and a young person standing beside her. They seemed to be the victims of the possessed woman. Taoist, will you handle this, or should I? Li Jai whispered to him. How about we go at it together, and you can request more money when it's done. Then we'll split it up later. This way we won't even have to violate any of the shaman's rules. No need, I'm not really skilled with exorcism. You can go ahead. Li Huang rejected. In the first place, he did not know anything about exorcism or other Taoist duties. Li Jai was astonished when he heard Li Huang's explanation. You must be joking with me, you don't know how to exorcise evil spirits. You sure you aren't a fake Taoist? Hurry up, the woman is almost going to twist her own bones apart, said Li Huang, pointing at the woman on the table. The woman who was previously coiled up was now biting her lips, and blood was dripping down her chin. The joints of her limbs had even started to make creaking noises as they were twisted further. It seems that ordinary people aren't as disconnected from these things as I had imagined. They just use evil spirits as a universal explanation. What if Li Jai wasn't around today? What would they do? Li Huang wondered as he watched Li Jai negotiating with the victims. Li Huang glanced at the old agricultural tools in the house, their bare feet covered in yellow mud and their faces that were full of hardship. All this served to provide a simple yet harsh answer to his question. It was the same thing that impoverished people do when they get sick, injure the minor ailments, bear with the major ailments, and lie down if it becomes unbearable. Cough. The sound silenced the buzzing chatter of the crowd. Thud. Li Jai used a small stick to lightly tap the old drum hanging from his waist, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Thud, 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 summon the gods, shouted Li Jai, his confident and loud voice drowning out all the other sounds around them. At the same time, Li Huang turned to look outside the house. The red light in the sky was gradually fading as the silent night approached. The sun sets in the west. Oh, the sky turns dark. Dragons return to the boundless sea, so that they can bring rain. Tigers return to the mountains, so they can sleep. Oh, Li Jai began singing to the rhythm of the drum. As Li Jai sang lyrics that followed the rhythm of the drum, the mysterious second deity that had gone unnoticed so far began to tremble. The red veil on her head and the colorful cloth strips on her body also started to shake. Above are the 7-starred glazed tiles, standing on the octagonal purple-gold bricks. Foot on the ground, head into the skies. Stride forward successively to stand firmly in the camp. Offer incense, beat the drums, summon the immortals. Li Jai continued to sing and beat the drums as he fished out a few incense sticks. He lit them and then placed them around the woman lying on the wooden table. The woman's hair was disheveled, and she bared her teeth like a beast. She was about to lunge forward, but pulled back and started wailing once she came into contact with the white smoke of the incense. The white smoke wafting from the incense did not disperse, slowly swirling within the house. Soon, the inside of the house started to turn hazy. Li Huang's eyes began to twitch and he felt somewhat restless. He looked around to confirm that everything was normal before frowning slightly, pinching the back of his own neck and taking 2 steps backward. Burp. That was the first movement from the red-veiled woman. She burped before making a rustling sound from under that veil. The onlookers were evidently taken aback, and the crowd began to disperse even more quickly than before. Those who were more timid used this opportunity to run home before the darkness of the night completely engulfed them. On the other hand, when Li Jai heard the burping sound, he glanced back and continued to sing while beating the drum. O immortal family, I know you are coming. You are mighty and powerful. Please come quietly without a fuss. This house is small, easy to crash around. It's easy to handle when meeting gentlemen, but tongues will wag when meeting villains. Oh.